Maybe I should buy a yoga ball.
Go on.
That's a really good investment idea.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Game of the Year 2023. And we're recording this in 2023, and hopefully it'll come out in like January next year instead of in late spring. Apologies for
You?
that, but I'm gonna try and put it out in the winter, so it's not too late. I'm my Freddy. I don't mind either way. And my co-host here, 3 years running, is introduce yourself, Sire.
Hello, sire. Thy name is Trentin or Caleb. I think you're just gonna call me Caleb, which is
I
fine.
mix. I I go
Don't
I
mind
go
you.
between both. So, Game of the Year 2023. I think that we should just begin with a little overview of how we felt about our year, because I feel like that's quite important to the narrative of this video.
Sure,
Just
yeah.
give a little general thing. You don't mention any particular games. Just mention like how the year went, like the rise and fall, kind of like a line graph for each month, kind of rolling up and down, in terms of games or personal stuff that interacted with.
I think my year overall pretty good. Started good. Played a lot of Switch games in New Year. Then just deviated to other things. Kind of went through various periods of playing different games. There was some periods where I was sick and played some games, which was really nice. Played a lot of modern games as well, like current games this year, which was good. But overall, just like solid, kind of all the way through. I don't think it fluctuated much. Just some good old gaming this year.
Nice. As for
What about
me,
you, Freddie?
oh yeah, thanks for asking. For me, this year was a little bit rocky in my personal life. There was some good things, but there were definitely some landmarks where I was kind of feeling pretty down in the dumps about stuff. Like January is a particular one. I was playing quite a lot of games in January. They were mixed, but had good concepts. So that was really interesting for me to do, especially as I wasn't feeling great. Nice to engage with something new and unexpected. I think for spring and stuff, I didn't really play that many games. We gamed outside. I did some forest
Oh yeah,
gaming with you,
that was
which was
cool.
nice. And then when I came back from the summer, like the end of summer and autumn, I played a lot of games. I did a lot of that. And to be honest, this autumn wasn't playing very good games. Getting a little frustrated. And actually, my overall, I didn't play very many good games. When I reviewed like a month ago, I realized I
Uh
didn't
oh.
really have that many good games. Or good gaming experience this year. Like I had some, but not as much as the last 2 years. I noticed I had a lot of mediocre stuff in my repertoire this year. But I have played. It's been a bit of an uptick at the end of the year in the early winter,
Ooh.
and I've played some good stuff. So that's why my face is all scrunched up in the thumbnail, because the narrative is this year wasn't so great for me, but it was pretty good for Caleb,
Yep.
or and stuff like that. Because I feel like the last 2 years we both had pretty decent years. Some standouts,
Yeah.
some lows. I might change my mind, but I'm not sure if I'm gonna have an S this year.
The fabled S.
Yeah.
And you mentioned S, which means we have a ranking scale as we do every year. Should we
Yes.
segue onto
So
that?
we're just gonna do this really quickly, and so I feel like we're on the same page. So just take it away. Just go from S to F. That's our scale, and just give like one sentence each. So here are our tiers, in case you want to know, just so that the viewers, audience, are on the same page, and you understand when we rank something C, what that means to us.
S is definitely like one of the best games we've played. Masterpiece. A, great game. Little to no flaws, just really good experience. B, good game. Pretty good. Uh, Maybe some flaws there. Maybe it didn't like absolutely grab you, but super solid. Then we go to C. Okay game, right? Like, yeah, pretty good. Not gonna like break your world or anything. Not gonna be the best game of the year, but
I'd say
an okay experience.
C. C is like definitely positive experience.
Yeah, yeah, definitely positive. But not to the degree of the higher ones, obviously. And then D is when you start to get tad more negative or just kind of meh.
Iffy.
I think E is kind of iffy, and then E is definitely in bad territory. You didn't enjoy that; it's bad. And then you go to F, which goes beyond bad and goes to kind of harmful. Like
Yes.
this game made your year worse. This was a
Yes.
bad experience.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to phrase it, because F, it's actively not just bad, but also as harmful as a game can get, basically. Like, either it just really annoyed you, really just frustrated you, Super Monkey Ball, or it was just expensive and low quality, predatory, or just something super lazy. And F, to me, if the game doesn't work and operate properly, or that the very concept is just failed at the beginning, like, of conception. If you've seen the other ones, it's the Silent Hill Homecoming, it's the Super Monkey Ball.
Yep.
It's rare, and I feel like we always have more S's, more super special games than we do have awful games.
We're not going to play bad games all year round.
Well, you won't. I will. Right, so we have 50 games, 25 each. Before we begin with our proper list, I'll just go over the quick overview. So what we're going to do is we're going to go back and forth and talk about a game each. We're going to aim for it to be between 5 and 10 minutes. If we have some bigger games, then we will extend that to maybe 12, 15 minutes maximum.
Yeah.
Hopefully, this video will be less than 6 hours, and maybe between like 5 and 6 hours.
We're hoping.
But the bulk of it is we're going back and forth with talking about my game for 5-10 minutes, their game for 5-10 minutes. We'll have a gripe section near the end. We have 10 games between us where we have particular issues with, and then just after that, we have a very special pick as a positive note after the negative. After that, we have a little award ceremony, nothing too crazy, nothing too fancy, just a few categories, and then we will name our Game of the Years, our personal ones. So we won't have one for both of us. I'll have 1 or 2 or 3, and Caleb will have 1 or 2 or 3 on his end.
Yep.
Yeah. But before we jump into the main list, we're going to do some quick honorable mentions, just to throw the names of the games out that we wanted on our list, but we had to kick off. So just 2 minutes each. So Caleb, it's going to be quick. Take it away. Your 2 minutes begins now.
Okay, first off, I have 20 Minutes Till Dawn. It came out this year, and it's like Vampire Survivors, but it has some better art. I think it has some better build variety and potential. It's a pretty good little game. Guilty Gear Strive Season 3 came out with Bedman, it came out with Johnny and just recently Elfelt, but we also got Bedman and Asuka this year. All of those characters are amazing and super fun to play. I played tons of Guilty Gear Strive this year. I'd probably bump it up to an S. I think last year I gave it an A. King of Fighters 15 was another fighting game I really liked. Has a cool 3v3 style format, and there's a dinosaur wrestler who's sick. The Dread X Collections 1 and 2 are a massive collection of horror anthology games, and there's like 10 to 12 games in one collection, so I didn't really want to talk about it kind of in the main thing. I also emulated tons of PS2 games this year. I'll only say that Drakengard was very weird and almost made the list, but I had to cut it. And finally, Teleforum is this weird free horror game that came out this year where you're a news reporter and you're doing a kind of found footage style interview thing. And I really loved that. And that's my honorable mentions.
Nice. Plenty of time to spare too. Yeah, 45 seconds left.
I was a bit worried. I had a lot this year.
That's okay. Last year we managed to perfectly fit it in 1 minute, but I know that we both have a bit of a bigger list. Okay, 3, 2, 1, and go. So, my honorable mentions, I just wanted to mention a few games that I've already played, that I've just played more, and maybe my feelings have changed a little bit. First is World Conqueror 3, I mentioned last year. Just been playing it more on my phone. I've gotten the furthest I've ever gotten before. I've been playing as some new factions, and I've only been playing on the first, time frame, the first mode. Kind of running out of steam a little bit, but I'm understanding the mechanics way more. I'm understanding the auxiliary things, the other game modes outside of the main one, and I've unlocked the final time frame, so that's been really fun to do. That's bumping up a bit in my mind. Fire Emblem Awakening, for the last few years, including this year, I've been trying to do like a really hardcore run, like difficult and hardcore, character die, permadeath. Struggled so much with it. I really love that game. It has some issues. It's probably in a high A tier, mid A tier to me. Love the characters, but man, it's almost impossible to do the really hard runs. Wanted to mention that as I have a lot to say about it, but I'm not going to get into it this year. TF2, wanted to mention it. Really sad, but it's kind of, I've kind of dropped it. One of my favorite multiplayer games, but with all the bots and I think I'm just done with it. So I was going to put it on my gripes this year just because I have a kind of a bad experience of leaving it, but it's alright. I'm just mentioning it here. Roman Total War, still playing, having a great time. Call of Duty Advanced Warfare, I mentioned last year. Started playing it with my brother, and you know what? I'm actually having a really good time. It's still staying in C tier for all the things I talked about last year, but I'm having a lot of fun with it, and I'm getting way more out of the multiplayer and the co-op mode. Played a game on Xbox, New Super Lucky Tales. Good platformer, very cartoony, nice, didn't play enough of it. Played a demo called Shogun Shadowdown. Very nice gameplay, good design. I'd recommend it. And Caleb gave me a game called Story, which was really sweet and compassionate. And that's it.
Very, very close there.
Yeah. Well, there we go.
It sounds like you enjoyed them, like quite a few of them a lot, which is kind of sad if you have kind of a lot more negative ones on the actual list. But oh well.
Yeah, we're fine. It's nice. We're going to begin with the main list. I think, Caleb, if you would like to start us off, I believe that's tradition.
Sure, I can start.
Okay. Give us our first one.
Let's start with a kind of middle of the road game, but a game that came out this year, kind of a bigger one. We'll do Street Fighter 6. Kind of heavy hitter game of the year, a newest game in the Street Fighter franchise, and it's been a while because 5 was the last one, and it was a bit iffy between people. The hype around 5 wasn't the best, but 6 is kind of coming back, doing some new things, and overall being a pretty good experience. I think the biggest new thing and kind of the most exciting thing for a lot of people is its extended story mode where you have to make your own character. And it's kind of like this fighting game RPG where you meet all the characters in Street Fighter and like level up and get new moves and stuff. So that's a really good option for people who don't like or find traditional fighting games kind of hard to play, like online and stuff. So if you don't have like a nice group of friends to play with, there's still this really big story mode for you to play and also learn the mechanics of the game so you can play online. I didn't actually play much of this mode, but it seems really fun. I had a good time with what I did play with it. Some of my friends really enjoyed it as well, with the only kind of gripe there being it can be a little grindy, a little long, but I think that's a really good addition to Street Fighter. The character roster for Street Fighter is really good as well, which is great for fighting games. The roster is like the most important part. You have like tons of classic characters. I think everyone from like Street Fighter 2 is there, which are most of the fan favorites, Ryu, Chun-Li, Ken. Then there's also a ton of new characters, which are all really good. I think all of them have cool designs and they fight really well. I love Manon in particular, who is this Savate karate grappler. Savate is a French martial art, I believe. And she has some really good grab moves and fights with her legs a lot and has this almost ballet-like move set mixed in with this fashionista kind of persona. So she's very expressive. I love her finishing moves and stuff where she like grabs your opponent and like twirls them around. Love playing her a ton, love her design. And that kind of extends to other characters as well, like Marissa and JP. I think their designs and playstyles are really fun too. Graphically, it looks amazing. Great character designs, great stages, good sound and music as well, which all ties into this more street style feeling. It's more spray paint and hip hoppy, which definitely fits Street Fighter. I think they went for something really solid with this. It just kind of feels very cohesive. One thing that isn't great though are the menus. I really don't like them. They're a bit overbearing and they're a bit hard to navigate at the beginning. And it has this battle pass style system, for unlocking cosmetics, which really doesn't need to be there. And some of the DLC, like the Ninja Turtles costumes, are really, really pricey. Like more expensive than characters, I think, or like close to characters, which is a bit concerning because it's a really good game, but the DLC stuff kind of mars it a bit. Really enjoyed it. I wish I played a bit more and did some of the story mode. Overall, I had a really fun time with it, mostly playing with friends. Played every character, stuck with Manon a bit. I'd like to go back though, maybe next year, play some more. Although kind of Guilty Gear Strive is my main fighting game. It's taking up most of my fighting game time. With that in mind, I think for me, it's a really solid experience. If you love Street Fighter and fighting games, you might rank it higher, but I am going to give it a solid C.
Okay. That sounds nice. I
Yeah.
do remember a lot of complaints held against Street Fighter 5, a lot of questionable things, advertisements, so like on the characters themselves and like modes being late, coming later, kind of being subpar, online focus. And I think my main issue with fighting games is the competitiveness and then also how they kind of come in a very similar package of versus online and then a story mode that's just kind of consecutive fights with dialogue or cutscenes in between.
Yeah, so that changes
and
this
so,
quite a bit.
Yeah, so hearing about Street Fighter 6, I'm like, oh, I don't care about that game. It's whatever, Street Fighter. But it's clear from the outside that there's definitely a different aesthetic to it now. It's not like this competitive arcade game. It's Street Fighter. I know we can say that so many times because I saw a bit of the story mode, how it is just about like picking street fights with random people, making a name for yourself, looking for the other fighters, and that feels like that was the original concept, and then it just kind of got turned into like
I agree.
a box standard package, like the dressings of a fighting game. So it's nice to hear it's breaking out, being more purposeful and characterizing itself as its namesake.
Yeah, I'm not the biggest Street Fighter fan, but I really like the direction it's going, and I feel like it feels like this is what Street Fighter should be. It's getting more people involved and interested in the series and fighting games, and Capcom really did well with it this year.
Yeah, and I'm not surprised that the cosmetics are expensive either, because that tracks.
Kind of big negative for me, but it's fine. Yeah, I'd give it higher if like I just had more love for Street Fighter and I played it more, but Guilty Gear is kind of my fighting game love, so that's why it's lower.
Yeah, I do believe I played a little bit of Street Fighter on the 3DS, and I remember thinking that the characters, a lot of the designs I really didn't like.
I think they're pretty solid this time around.
Yeah, this time I'm looking at the roster and they look more diverse, and I do see some characters gone, and I see some new characters that look more interesting, so...
Yeah.
Well, like Ken, got a new take on him.
Oh, Ken looks cool this time. Ken's having like a weird divorce arc.
Yeah, he looks like you.
Yeah, he kind of does. Way more buff, though.
Okay. Nice. A C tier. Okay, so my first entry, I do my list by where I played them, and I kind of loosely structure it around what time of year, and then shuffle it around slightly. So this was the first game I played this year. I'm starting off with my PS4 games, and it's Away, a survival series. Maybe you've heard of it. Probably not. It's
I don't think I have.
Came out in 2021. The concept of this game I quite liked. It's a platforming game where you play as a sugar glider.
Okay.
Look it up. When I first saw it, I was like, oh, is it like a playable documentary thing? And in a way it is, because you play as a sugar glider, and there's like this voice narrating it, like a David Attenborough impression. And the idea is like there's storms, and it's like post-apocalyptic in some ways, where there's like crazy weather and global warming and climate change and stuff like that. Humans are almost extinct. It's like the aftermath where humans have dwindled, all the technology's gone, but the Earth is still suffering with the imbalance. And so there's like broken windmills, there's crashed planes around, and you live on this island. Yet it's actually pretty narratively driven. So it is like a documentary. As it follows the sugar glider, it gives a story to its survival. At the beginning, there's a storm and you shelter with your mother, and you have like a baby sister that holds onto your mother. Your mom gets carried away by a massive vulture or eagle or something. And
Oh
the
no.
the story is that you're chasing this bird across the island as it carries your mother and your baby sister around, and you fight little bugs, you like hit bugs, you can eat them, you eat mushrooms to get endurance and energy, so you have to like keep yourself full and not hungry. And you're running around, you're gliding, you're climbing stuff, you're fighting like scorpions. There's like boss fights where you have to like dodge to the side and then pounce in and like hit snakes. So you're fighting like cobras and praying mantises and spiders and stuff like that. And as a sugar glider, you don't have that much utility. You know, I mean, you have an utility as far as movement goes, but you're not very strong in terms of combat. The graphics are okay. It's definitely a smaller team. I found the checkpoints a little weird. Often the platforming, although it was fun to glide around, it was really iffy. There was some larger sections where I just got completely lost. Like, there's a bit where you have to glide down a river. I didn't realize there's like special wind there that means you can fly instead of just glide. And I had to like clamber around these poison bushes and stuff like that, and it just seemed really broken and unbalanced, and I was like hitting the map border. And there was a lot of glitches. I found like I would reload, I would be able to walk on water. Sometimes it was difficult to tell where to go. It was still pretty interesting and quaint to be like foraging for food, fighting little bugs, eating things, platforming, going through like old decrepit weather towers and like research stations. There's like kind of this side thing I didn't really get to learn too much of. They were doing research on this island to try and fix the global warming issue. But it's really just background noise, and it's not really connected at all to you trying to save your family. And as a sugar glider, I don't even know why this is in there, because it doesn't understand. It's really just for the player to get a little bit of lore building. As cool as the setting is, it is kind of box standard. I don't really think we needed that. Jump right ahead to the finale. Mild spoilers, I suppose, but the finale is kind of cool. The vulture eventually lands on this giant tree, that's an important part of the island. It's like this great tree. But as you're running there, a fire breaks out on the island. There's like a lightning storm, and then the last act, you're running away from the fire, you're going into underground like sewage systems. The whole island gets engulfed by a fire, and this giant tree is like the only safe haven. That's where the eagle lands, and you climb up this tree that's burning. Bark is soldering, and you have to like jump around on the thicker pieces of bark. It's a little bit janky, and as cool as like the Spider-Man crawling stuff is, sometimes it's janky. A lot of the game is climbing trees and gliding to the next tree, basically, and often you jump off and the camera spins around and you're upside down and stuff like that. And then the final boss fight against the vulture, it glitched out for me.
Oh no.
And it was like impossible to do. Like, I kept on doing it. I was really struggling, and I was getting frustrated at this bit because this finale was finally happening. Game's only like 5 hours maybe, but eventually I managed to get it somehow. I cracked it, and there's a cutscene, and although I do have some issues with the story, like it's fairly basic and simple, and a strong premise of you as a sugar glider, like how on earth am I going to catch up to this eagle? How on earth am I going to fight it? I struggle with like grass snakes, yet you prevail because you want to save your family. In the end, more major spoiler alert, I suppose, your mother dies, it sacrifices itself, it jumps on the eagle and bites its eyes, and it gets driven into the fire. You grab the sister, the forest fire subsides, as you like jump off the tree and glide towards the ocean. And then the epilogue, the island is open for you to explore, open world, and you have like a little nest with where your sister stays, so you can visit her. I found an airplane that was downed, and if you go to the beach, the regular waves are like tsunami waves, and if you get hit by them, you literally ragdoll and fly like 100 meters. So it's very janky. The controls are really questionable. Some bits have pretty bad design, but I think it's pretty ambitious. It has like a cool twist between like a documentary style narrative and a video game. So I liked all that. You can kind of upgrade your abilities slightly, but I didn't really get too much into it. The bulk of the story was platforming and like finding your mum, and the afterwards was just an afterthought. Really, I didn't really see any point in exploring the island. Really, I was done with it. after the finale, and I felt kind of done with it just before the finale, but I'm glad I pushed through and managed to see the resolution, because that was still cool. As you can tell, it has a lot of issues, but I still liked it. I really appreciate the concept, and I noticed when I looked on the Steam page, it's reviewed pretty poorly, with a lot of fans disappointed. It was a small team, I liked the concept, and they still managed to pull it off partially. Or with some caveats, they pulled it off. So I'm going to give it a middling C, just because I appreciate the concept, but it does have quite a lot of issues. If this game didn't have the novelty of playing as a sugar glider and, eating food to keep your durability up and, finding your family and overcoming odds, this really would probably be a D, definitely. But it does have some really nice, uniqueness to it. I hope this team makes another game that is more cohesive.
I really like the documentary sounding nature of it, and Sugar Glide is
it's a really
cute
interesting
as well,
pick.
so that definitely sounds
Sugar
like
Glider.
a plus.
And I don't know why
Yeah.
the subtitles a survival series. I don't know if it's supposed to be part of a greater series. There's no second campaign or you play as a different animal. It's not like a series of documentaries. It's just one. Maybe. I hope.
They'll make more.
Although it didn't seem to perform super well, but I do hope they have another shot at making a game. Because I believe it was a student project that was orientated around environmentalism. I'm not too sure, but I think it's something like that. Anyway, that's it. It's middling C. A very different C to Street Fighter, though. Definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm kind of like, maybe I should have put Street Fighter higher.
Well, you can have it as a high C. It was different reasons. Street Fighter is solid, but you didn't have a good connection with it. This, I had a very mixed connection, but I really appreciate the concept. But that's enough of that. Let's move on. Back to you.
Next game, I'm gonna go for a weird pick. So early weird pick here. We have Gregory Horror Show, which is a 2003 PlayStation 2 game. So this is one of many PS2 games I played this year, and it's one I've had on my list for a long time, and it's a weird one. I think it originated as a short anime series, so 5 or 10-minute anime clips, and it's this weird CG kind of kids-looking show, but it's not really made for kids. It's a horror show. Yeah, I was gonna say.
Yeah, I see it.
If you look at the characters, it's bizarre.
It's boxy. It kind of reminds me of.
Yeah.
It's crafted.
Yeah, it's really boxy.
Like the Pokemon nets where you can fold them up and make a model.
Yeah. That idea, I think it definitely kind of taps into that a bit. In Gregory Horror Show, you play as someone who's lost their soul and you want to return to the world of the living, but to do so, you have to gather 13 souls from Gregory House, this kind of house for wayward souls, I guess. And you meet all these weird and wacky inhabitants, but you have to trick them usually to get their souls. And there's this one map of the house, and gradually you'll unlock more floors, like the upper floor, the basement floors, over time. So you have day one, you'll get a few souls, you get a freebie at the beginning, and then you have to start finding each of the residents, figure out what their pattern is. So they'll go around the house and do specific things, like at 2 p.m. they'll go clean, and then 5 p.m. they'll go watch TV, and you have to figure out how to trip them up and get their souls. You do that, you get 3 souls, and once you've gotten 3, I think, you go to sleep, and it's the next day. Usually more of the house unlocks and 3 more souls become available, but the people who you took the souls from the last day, they're now in the house kind of prowling around with a new kind of timetable, and they're going to try to trip you up and kind of get you. So it's this weird puzzle box where you're trying to get these souls, and you have to figure out where everyone is, what they're doing, what their timetables are, what kind of different routes can you take to avoid them, or secret doors to kind of exploit. And it's just really cool, very weird and interesting. Kind of scary, I guess, kind of tense when characters are chasing you, and you need to be in a certain place at a certain time. So the horror angle is definitely there, but it's so bizarre and weird, but especially charming. So I really loved it. It's got some great characters, some good clunky weird voice acting. Sometimes it can be a little bit obtuse what you're meant to do, But a guide can help you there. I'd say read a guide if you're stuck on this game. Don't like suffer because of it.
Don't rough it out.
Yeah, don't rough it out. Pick up a guide if you've been stuck for 10 minutes. But it is a really charming game, amazing, weird old PS2 game. I think everyone should play if you're interested, or at least look it up and have a look. Maybe watch some YouTube videos or something. It's a weird one, and it's getting a solid B for me. Love the presentation and what it's trying to do. The game itself is fine though. I like some of the mechanics, like you can look through locked doors. That stuff's really cool. It doesn't have like that massive emotional factor or anything, but I really appreciate this game. It's such a weird oddity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It looks awesome. So, a couple quick questions. Who do you play as?
Sure. Gregory, you can. No, you don't play as Gregory.
Yeah,
Gregory is the mouse of the house. You play as either a male or female character or whatever ambiguous character who's lost their soul and they want to get back to the world of the living. It's a bit ambiguous.
Right. Okay. And you think I can play it, or is it too scary?
No, it's not too scary. You'll definitely get spooked when things are chasing you, but it's more charming and weird than scary.
Yeah, I really like how it looks. What really stood out to me when you were talking about it was that when you become successful and you manage to trick people, they later change their schedule and then become enemies that you have to watch out for. So the more successful you have, the more hostile the location is. And
yeah, so at the end of the kind of run in the last days, you have like tons of residents like who can get you. So it just kind of ramps up over time. It would probably make for a really good roguelike structure. I'd love to see a Gregory Horror Show, like
yes.
modern roguelike.
The original Death Loop.
Yeah, exactly.
And did you have a favorite resident?
Ooh, I mean, Catherine is a big one. I think her name is Catherine, the big pink alligator. Well, Cactus Gunman, really like. Bit of a weird one. Those two kind of come to mind right now, at least. But all of the residents are very fun.
Nice. And a B. Very respectable.
Yeah.
I might try that one out.
B.
My next game is called Monark. I played this early in the year. If you look it up, it looked like the edgiest anime game ever. I read the booklet, because it did come with like a booklet inside of the box. It has spoilers in the booklet. It describes the characters. Very edgy. And when I was getting into this game, I was like, oh boy, this is just going to be like a cool, stylish, digital art, edgy anime game that I can laugh at and make fun of like the story or something, or the presentation and voice acting. But it turned out to be very much not that. The actual game is quite plain in its presentation. It's like very plain, like minimalist. You can't even move the camera in some areas. Very default assets. The world is really boring visually. But I actually really like the gameplay and what they were cooking up with the narrative. Video essay phrase. Let me explain. The concept of this is pretty fantastical, actually. And, you know, as a Bleach fan, it did kind of go along that, straddle the line between supernatural and slice of life. You basically are in a school, college or something, and it's been cut off from the rest of the world, and there's a lot of lore to do with like demons and spirits and stuff like that. But essentially, there's this barrier around the school. You're all stuck in limbo. There's this fog in certain areas that when students are in it, they get intoxicated, they faint, they go crazy, their mind goes, they become hostile and aggressive like zombies. The fog is dividing all the schools and all of the school buildings, and people are stuck and huddled together in different holes. The first year building, the second year, they're all stuck in either a few rooms, like one floor, because the fog is pervasive. I can't remember what they're called, but there's like 6 or 8 or something like that. These special people who their personalities are so strong and their characters are so vigorous that they've been picked out by demons and contracts have been made by them. In this school, you have to find these special people who are really easy to find because they're obnoxious, they have a loud voice, it's their way, they're like these people who are very stern and set in their ways. And that personality gives them a pact with demons that represent one of the 7 sins or something like that. So that if you're gluttonous, you get this gluttony demon that gives you this power to like stop time or something. And so it has that sort of concept. You play as one of them, where you have like this supernatural power. You can get like these blank dolls to help you in combat. The combat's like turn-based, but instead of it being, oh, attack, it's like those ones where you can walk around, and then when you select an attack, you have like an AoE for your range. So you have like slashing attacks where it just does in front of you. You can hit multiple enemies, real time, but turn-based at the same pace. So the combat's pretty good. It's pretty unbalanced though. You use like meters that make you go more crazy or more righteous, and you build up these meters that can either make you go berserk or give you buffs basically by pushing your character over the edge at the perfect moment. I don't want to talk about the gameplay anymore because the structure of the story is like you're in one building, a guy who's in charge and he thinks he's the best, and basically you come across these really unpleasant characters that you have to fight. You have to like break their crystals in this imaginary world, and essentially you learn the pain that they have and why they became who they became. I only played to like the second boss, but the second boss, it was fascinating. If you may give me a bit more time to explain this, because
Sure.
I thought this was really cool. In the second area, basically the concept is it's the second year building. All of the students are doubled over in pain. Everyone's in pain, but we don't know why. There's a doctor there, nurse, nothing's wrong with them medically. There's this old man, other kid that you find, who's like this kickabout guy, like, oh, I don't care about anything. Oh, I go on adventures. I live by myself. I don't care what people think of me. I do my own thing. As brash and as rude as he was, I actually really agreed with a lot of the things he was saying, surprisingly. The writing and the voice acting is amazing in this game. Basically, he has this rivalry with this old man, old Christian sweetheart, who's like praying for the students and he cares about them and he's worried about them. And this guy who's on your side for now, he hates this old man because he's friends with his dad, and he's like, oh, you used to be such a nice boy and now you're rude and you have no respect. And he's like, I don't freaking care. I'm my own person. At least I'm not a hypocrite like you. And the old man has cancer and he cares about these students and he's crying all the time. But then you find out that he is the person who has the pact with the demon, and he's causing all of the students to be in pain. A student leaves the building, and he's like, no, don't leave the building, we all have to stick together. The student leaves the building, and then like the collective pain in the building, now that someone's left, they leave, and suddenly they have no pain, they're fine. Oh, this is perfect. Then you go back inside, and some of the students are in even more pain. Some of them have fainted from pain. Others look like they might be dead. Others who were talking to you before are only grunting and moaning now. And the man is so upset. He's like, look, you shouldn't have let that person go. Now everybody's in more pain. There's like this pain in this place, and it's spread amongst all the students. If one more student leaves, it'll be enough to kill us all. And it's this really weird situation where there's different big players, and it's really bizarre. You find out in the end that this old man has a deep resentment for other people because of all the pain he's had in his life with his cancer treatment. He's like, this isn't fair. Why do I have to get cancer? Why do I have to suffer? And so even though he cares about people on the surface and he prays for them and he wishes them well and he's looking after these children, he really envies people who have an easy life, and he envies that kid who does what he wants because he felt trapped by his pain and his immobility and his medical issues. And so he is actively causing pain and almost killing these students because of his envy and his like self-pity, basically. And there's like this big speech with some really cool visuals at the end when you destroy his powers and like release the students. And that's might be the highlight of the game, but there's like 6 more areas and bosses to face, and the combat just gets really repetitive. A lot of the gameplay is bland, but the story is what you're there for. So it's really iffy, but the voice acting's amazing, and the narrative's amazing. Some of the characters are amazing. The bystander NPCs are pretty boring. It has a lot of different mechanics. I can't get into it, but it has a technological thing, this kind of creepiness and horror overtone. I did lose my data when I lost all my data from my PS4, and so I had to replay the game for like another 8 hours to get back to where I was. And because the game's already repetitive, I kind of lost steam on it. I don't want to
Yeah.
let that external issue put the game down. So even though it looks like an edgy anime generic thing, and its budget's really low, the assets are really repetitive, I do like the gameplay, and I really like the story and characters, so I'm gonna give it a pretty respectable B. And I know
That sounds fair.
I probably went overtime for this one, but this one is pretty conceptual, and the story is really where it's
looks
at,
like it.
and that takes a lot of explanation. I did jump over a lot of things and a lot of humor, and I really like the Doctor character. Awesome voice actor, great personality. There's some entertaining conversations.
It looks kind of Persona-y, Shin Megami Tensei-ish. I remember seeing
I've not
the
played
trailer for
those,
this,
but
like,
kind of. I get what you mean.
but it looks neat actually. I kind of forgot about this game, but maybe I'll look into it a bit more because
I would
that
suggest
sounds
trying
kinda
it out.
cool.
At least get to
Okay.
the second guy.
Sure, I'll have
I,
a look at it.
yeah.
You played it on PS4,
I played on
right?
PS4. I would have probably played more if I didn't have to had replayed
Yeah,
the first two whole areas.
I don't blame you.
It's a game that you can't really rush. You go at the pace that you go at, and it can be pretty hard in terms of the difficulty. So don't make it hard on yourself. Take everything you can get. I did not do it justice at all. But it is not what it looks like. It has more substance to it. B tier, and respectable B tier. That's like mid to high, I would say.
18th.
I love you, Caleb.
I love you too, Freddy.
Okay, so I a little birdie told me about a week ago that your next game right now is going to be. Can I intro it?
Yeah, sure.
Caleb's next game is Lethal Company.
Whoa, how did you know?
Start that timer, baby.
It's almost like we recorded.
It's almost like OBS stabbed us in the back and spit on our toes. Anyway,
it's almost like I don't have the timer up. Yeah, I got the timer up now. Thanks for filling time.
You're welcome. Go ahead, shoot ahead, man.
Okay, Lethal Company.
Just begin talking whenever you feel like it.
Lethal Company is a popular multiplayer game currently. Came out in October 23rd, I think, like right before Halloween, and just exploded in popularity. I think it's on the top most played charts of Steam right now. Everyone and their mum is playing it, except Freddy. It is a fun time. You follow a crew of teammates aboard a ship, and your goal is to go to these different moons. You drop down, you go through these creepy facilities and collect scrap, which can be like old screws or a whoopee cushion or like an air horn. You bring them back to the ship to sell. Your goal is to meet these never-ending profit quotas, which just keep rising and rising and rising. You're not alone in the facilities either. There's like tons of different creatures. There's also things like landmines and turrets, and they're constantly adding new things. There was actually an update very recently which added a bunch of new things I haven't even tested out yet, and I'm looking forward to playing again with those new things and just seeing the game grow in general, because this is a game you could add tons to and it could be infinitely replayable, and I think that's the dev's intention, which is a lot of fun. The other kind of fun thing about this game is it is dependent really on the voice chat. It has proximity voice chat, which makes for a lot of very funny and also scary situations. So you go into the bunker with your team, and then you split off and you can hear them in the distance, which can make for some just humorous things, but also maybe they'll just slowly taper out, or you hear a scream in the distance or something, which is always creepy. Or when you die, you actually get to spectate everyone, and watching people kind of slowly go through the complex alone is really funny, because you hear all the things they say, and they're usually very scared and spooked by everything. And sometimes there's a sense of triumph if they escape a dangerous situation. But if you're the person alone in that situation, it's really scary. It just nails having the funny and spooky elements of a game. I don't know how to explain it, really. The developer captured just an amazing idea with this. I completely understand why it's so popular, because it's so much fun. And yeah, that's Lethal Company pretty much.
Sweet. I feel like I've already said this before, but from the clips that I've seen online, the proximity voice chat is certainly immersive, and we've played games like Phasmophobia, and I think on last year, well, no, it was the first year we did this. We had the SCP Foundation, which also had voice chat, and that really adds to the atmosphere, and it creates such a different dynamic instead of just being able to like communicate wherever you are. Like you have to pick splitting off. I hear that they like some entities do play tricks on you. You know, they transform, they stop and move, they make noise, and they react to your voice, right? You have to stay quiet.
Yeah, some of the enemies, particularly the outside dogs, you have to stay quiet completely while you're outside because they'll hunt you down, which is really interesting because it takes away your communication as kind of friends. You have to kind of rely on everyone being quiet or like making weird gestures or something. It's really great. And like you said with the atmosphere thing, it totally nails that. I think even more so than Phasmo and the SCP game.
Good.
There's nothing that's nailed it quite like Lethal Company.
Good, because Phasmophobia doesn't even do it well.
It's a little rough, from what we've had. But yeah, I'm super excited to see this game just develop and play more of it.
And do you have any issues with it?
No, not at all.
Nothing like
zero
endgame,
zero negatives. Oh yeah, I guess they could add more endgame potential, like add more stuff,
but
like some kind of goal or unlockable cosmetics or something. I guess
feel
this
like
kind of deviates.
It's fun enough that doesn't need to be there.
It definitely needs to be there. I think right now my stance has changed on it a little bit because it just got updated, so there's more stuff to kind of explore. And that's just going to be how it is for a while at least.
Okay.
Just as long as they keep adding more stuff to the game, it's going to be just more replayable. I would like something like unlockable permanent cosmetics or something to kind of strive for. And hopefully they add that in the future.
That sounds quite cool. So,
but yeah, I wouldn't say that's like a big negative though. It
sounds like ideally they either just they keep adding things regularly until there's enough content where it feels like there's a progression on end game. So if I begin towards the end of its supported updates, then I feel like I have a progression instead of just there's a bunch of stuff, because I won't get that weekly increment. But it sounds good. Sounds like it's on the road to being pretty perfect in terms of a social horror game.
I hope it pops up next year, even if it's just in the honorable mentions.
Sweet. What rank do you give it?
Oh yeah, A. I'm gonna give it an A. It's very, very good.
Okie dokie, my fellow.
Oh boy. I've got to do another one?
No, I'm nervous. Okay.
You want me to do it?
No. Stay away. My next game, another anime-esque game, Naruto Ultimate Ninja Storm. This is a game that was maybe going to be in my gripes, but actually I'm quite glad I didn't put it on my gripes, because I did play a little bit recently, and yeah, it's got some good stuff in it, but basically, my main issue with this game is, I love the Naruto Ultimate Ninja Storm series. I played a lot of 3, a bit of 4. I've not played 2, but I went back and played the original, the re-release of it. This game has a lot of unique features from the other ones that the later ones kind of streamlined and shoved out. This one feels more unique, but it also feels much more clunkier. Like, you have the same combat, but it doesn't flow as much. The animations feel more disjointed. It feels slower. But there's some really unique moves, like hold this button, it's really clunky to hit, but if you hold circle, you do like this little punch after a few seconds, and if you somehow manage to hit it, there's a little cutscene where the enemy like goes flying, and if they hit a wall, they'll land on the wall, use chakra control, and you jump up with them, and now you're like fighting on the wall, standing on the side of the room. Depending on the map you have, you can do that, and it's really cool to have that. Or like with normal ninjutsu, basically if you blow back your opponent and they hit the wall, they will stand up on the wall and your character will join them, and you will fight on there until one of you gets knocked over and falls back down to the ground. So that's cool, having just like another really dynamic section to, or like potential of like fighting on the wall. I hope they, instead of taking it away, like fighting on the ceiling and stuff like that, fighting underwater. There's also like ninjutsu clashes, so if you use an ultimate ninjutsu at the same time, you have to do like a clash to see who wins out, and sometimes there's unique animations. With regular ultimate ninjutsu, instead of just performing it and having to hit it, you can perform button inputs to either like defend against it to circumvent like 70% of the damage, and you get a little cutscene of like halfway through the mega attack you dodge or substitute out or something like that. I would say it is a bit unfair because when I play with my brother, he literally just can't keep up with the button input, so I always win or always evade his stuff unless I like throw him a bone. There's a lot of like little details in this game with a smaller cast, with the more clunky controls, and so this game does feel special. And going back, the combat is still good, and it's nice to like use your when you awaken, you can use ninjutsu and an ultimate ninjutsu, so that stuff like that's really cool. My main issue is with the single player though, because that's all you have in this game. You have versus and single player. The single player it's really slow. You have this open world map which I really loved. You get to explore the Leaf Village, and in the later games you can do that, but it's just walking. Like you can't jump around or like use the chakra cannon, which is really fun, where you can like throw Naruto and control him in the air. It feels like a superhero video game, but it's just so clunky. The camera is incredibly slow, and changing it in the option barely helps. The saving is really out of date, no autosave really, and every mission is like super generic. You do one of like 2 mini games that are kind of fun, but yet you have to do them like 20 times, or you just do a normal fight with like, oh, finish them with ninjutsu, oh, stay above 30% health, and if you just don't do that, you just have to do it again. It's not fun. It's really bloated. There's like a slow intro and a description for every mission that's read out. So you'll be in the open world, you open the menu, you navigate through the menu to get to the next mission, you click on it, you load in, long loading screen, then there's a readout, then there's a chapter card, then you do the fight, you might have to retry the fight, after that you have to load back in, and then scrolls appear in the open world in like the same 5 spots. You have to go over there, collect them, so that you buy the little collector stuff and use them. It's just like part of the loop that you have to collect these scrolls between every single mission, and it's just so annoying. Your chance to interact with the open world and actually accomplish something, yet it's so menial and repetitive, and it just slows down the missions so much. Like, you're supposed to be following this narrative, but there's not that many cutscenes, and most of it's loading screens, most of it's collecting scrolls in the Leaf Village. I spent 30 hours in this game. I've not gotten that far in the main story. I'm like halfway through the missions, and it's just boring. Like, I'm just so fed up with this slow camera, with the clunky controls. I've had a lot of fun maneuvering around with chakra control, but also it is still a little bit janky. Like, I wish in the later games they improved this, but they just completely got rid of it. So this game feels like it has a lot of potential, and if they continued in a different direction for the series, we might not get the super fluid and the massive cast of like 3 and 4, but we could have much more interesting and engaging open world. We could have had way more unfair yet cooler looking fights. But I think they were trying to lean into some competitive play and such. I think the other issue I had with this game was that the boss fights, which are usually a highlight for these series, were pretty underwhelming. And also the fact that you can fight them again in a harder mission mode. You basically just redo the boss fight, but it's slightly harder. But what they also do is they make the QuickTime events, which I like the QuickTime events of this series, but they make it so impossibly demanding and the timing so precise and brief that I remember trying for like an hour, retrying the fight, having no problem with the gameplay, just doing fine against the boss. But then when the QuickTime event came up, I couldn't do it. No matter how hard I tried remembering the button pattern and almost doing it preemptively, like I had Ultra Instinct. I just couldn't do it. And, this game is aimed at young teenagers or, kids that like Naruto, and I couldn't do it. Like, I can't do it. Some missions feel literally impossible because the QuickTime events were just not play tested. This game, it's just has potential, and like the versus mode is nice, albeit a bit clunky. It has some nice features, which makes it feel unique in the series, but just the single player is not worth it. The open world is really disappointing. I really just felt like I wasted a lot of my time on this game. Like, I should have stopped. Halfway through I did play it a little bit this week, and the fighting is still really good, so I'm still gonna give it a C, but I could easily give it a D if I tried the single player again. I'm glad we have the other games because it's nice to go back and see the unique stuff of this game. But if this was the only Ninja Storm game, I would not be surprised if they never made any other sequels, because the single player on this is kind of abysmal, super repetitive, super content sparse.
Surprised to see Naruto on the list.
Really?
Some ninja anime.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, what am I supposed to play the copious amount of Bleach games?
Yeah, I know much to say. It sounds cool. Like, some of the stuff with the running on wall stuff sounds interesting to me. But it's a shame the story mode sounds really bloated. I probably wouldn't play this.
It feels like a traditional fighting game where they're like, oh, how do we make a single player? But you're basing it off of a narrative TV show. You should be able to do way better than...
But they're adding filler.
Yeah, exactly. But the filler isn't like, oh, we need to go on a mission.
Go to the land of tea.
Yeah, it's like, you're looking at this loading screen and collecting scrolls. So... It has a few cool bits, but it's not the single player is not worth it. Just go in the open world, play around for like 15 minutes, and then just play single player, like play versus. Sorry.
Next up, we have Dread Delusion, which is a 2022 game by Lovely Hill Place, which is one of the developers from one of the Dread X collections, and they've taken their signature art style from a really small indie horror game and made an RPG with it in the same vein as something like Morrowind. That comes up a lot in discussion just because of how weird and bizarre it is. PS1 style graphics, I want to say, but with lots of color and a psychedelicness to it. The visuals are definitely the strong suit, I think, with this one. It has a very distinct just sense of style, which I really like, and it's horror adjacent as well. And I can see the comparisons to Morrowind with all of the big mushrooms and weird areas. On the gameplay front, though, it's much more simple. It is a small RPG. There is a number of skills. You can do like swordplay and archery and magic. I don't think they're too complex or anything, but it's nice to have all those options. A lot of the kind of fat is trimmed down, so it's much simpler. But you can explore, you can collect things, you can get better. There are factions you can join and do like a couple of quests for, but they don't have like extensive quest lines, at least for right now. And there is a main story where you have to track down these 4 characters, I think. You're released from prison and your goal is to stop this pirate lady. You have to get the help of her kind of 4 old partners or something to help take her down. And I think... as of right now, there's only 1, maybe 2 that you can actually do. So there's a lot more to come. It's in early access.
Mm-hmm.
Area-wise, there is this like main area. It's this weird psychedelic foresty area with a lot of dungeons. There's a few castles and a mine, I think. There's also a swampy area and wizard kind of guild city in the sky. And then there's this whole undead area with its own dungeons and a skeleton dragon and stuff, and it's very different and unique, and it was quite fun to explore. I think they have more stuff adjacent to that planned as well, like a clockwork city. I didn't have access when I played. It might be out now or it might be out in the future, but it's definitely an interesting experience. Maybe you'd want to wait for it to just be finished, but if you're a fan of just old school RPGs or like the sound of a short, weird RPG or just like how it looks, I definitely recommend checking it out. to be a bit obtuse, or just a little underwhelming, as is expected from a early access game. But I think it's a good time. It took me about 8 hours to
Oh,
see
wow.
everything it has to offer, really. So you can sink a decent amount of time into this, but not too much, which I think is a plus. Like if you want a nice little RPG, and I would give it a solid C.
Nice. Yeah. I didn't realize it was that long. That's pretty substantial.
Yeah,
And
there's a lot of
you
dungeons
played
you can kind of
the
explore.
early access, which apparently is on Steam, but you can also get it by supporting the developer's Patreon through their itch.io page, where they also have a free demo you can get there. Yeah, I
Yeah,
was
like a
immediately
demo.
impressed by looking at the visuals. Like, it is trying to kind of chase after like PS1 style, I guess,
I think
PS2.
it is.
Kind of PS1, but
PS1 is
it
definitely.
looks more, it's definitely got more fidelity than PS1. But it kind of
Mm.
reminds me of old FromSoft games in terms of like the style,
Yeah, like King's Field or something.
as
Shadow
opposed
Tower, yeah,
Shadow Tower as opposed to Kingsfield. Yeah,
yeah,
nice. Looking good. And
yeah. Back to you then.
thank you. So, as I said at the beginning of this, I didn't have a great year in terms of games. It was a little bit saved at near the end, which we'll get to later, but a big reason my difficulties was having to play The Surge. The Surge is a 2017 game,
Oh boy.
and the only reason why it's not in the gripes is so I can talk about it sooner, and so when other games come up in the list that are mediocre, I can say, hey, at least it wasn't as bad as The Surge. Because really, it super deserves to be in the gripes, but my gripes are full, and I'm putting it here so I can put it on more shame, give it more shame. I've ranted to Caleb about this game several times over the months, and honestly, putting 25 hours into this game, it has interesting stuff in it. It has. It's just the design. It's the design of stuff. It's the timing. It's the enemies. It's the visual aspects. It's the fact that the story is set up. Nothing's done with the main character, Warren. It's super overbearing with its narrative, with like corporations and in the environment. It starts off with a message that could be powerful. Yet the only thing that it like adds on to it is just like you slowly kind of realize, oh, this corporation's been doing bad things for a while. Oh, they're not moral. Oh, big surprise. You kind of get all of the story development that I got so far in the game. I only made it halfway. I almost quit several times, so many times. I took a month break from it and still went back and felt like quitting every few deaths or so. Pretty much the only development you get is stuff that you can already infer from the setup. Corporation bad, basically. Oh, they're probably lying. Wow. Surprise. And there's like some environmental storytelling that's all overshadowed by the fact that they have corporate promotion videos, just massive screens in areas playing, and with a guy on it, and he's just talking to you and explaining, at Creo, we care about stuff. And it's just not subtle. It's just, there's like nice graffiti and stuff like that which they could use, but instead, no, let's put a .mov, let's put a MP4 file on the wall that just blathers to you and is just super overbearing. Let's throw all subtlety out the window in terms of our weapon moveset and our armor design. The bosses, I can't even describe. They're all gimmicky. None of them really feel solid. They all play by their own rules. I don't even want to get into the rest of this game because it's just so awful. I've talked about enough. Caleb's heard it about enough. I don't want to talk about this game anymore. If I begin, I'm going to go on for ages. So I'm not talking about it anymore. And this game just keeps coming back to haunt me. Please let it end.
It's just Silent Hill Homecoming.
Yeah, like some people like it, and I don't blame them because like the sum of the parts it seems pretty good, but the actual experience of playing it is awful, and it's due to the design. They had good ideas, they just couldn't execute it. They couldn't put it together. Games are complex, and it just didn't work out. Sorry, it didn't work out. I do have the second game, so I will be trying that, but I don't have much
No,
I don't have
no,
much patience
Freddy.
for this series. If the second game isn't looking remarkably better, I've wasted my money, and the Surge is cheap, and I've not felt like I've wasted money before. I've never thrown out one of my PS4 games in my 5 years of owning it. I'm throwing out this game, and I'm not even halfway
But trade
through
it in
it.
at least.
No! Then someone
No?
else might play it. This
Oh boy,
game,
the cursed disc.
sometimes I feel like I'm being too harsh on it, and it really is like a D, or maybe even a C. But really, really my experience of it, the only way I can reach a D is because the last few hours I was so unengaged that all the annoying stuff didn't bother me anymore. And anything interesting it did, I didn't care, because that's how you have to play it. You have to play this game with apathy to be able to not even enjoy it, to be able to not get annoyed by it. So I'm going to give it an E. Again, not in my gripes list because I can't stand it. I want to get it out of the way right now. I want to get it out of my life. Let's move on and let's not think about this.
Sure. I also played the Surge real quick. I did a little stream.
Yeah,
Uh,
I forced him into this.
I definitely understand where Freddy's coming from. When Freddy wasn't in the room, he left to do some stuff, and I was playing alone.
For like 20
I wanted
minutes?
to stop immediately.
Like 20 minutes?
I hated my time like playing. I need someone to like be there and laugh at it. It has some genuinely interesting ideas with the limb system, but it just feels like nothing came together.
Yeah.
The balancing is horrible. The enemy design and placement's bad. It is
And the
great.
repetition.
Yeah. And the
enemy
I haven't
variety
even
is
experienced a lot of the
awful.
repetition.
Awful.
Yeah. I'd give it a D personally from what I played, about 6 hours, but yeah, it probably gets worse from the horror stories.
It does. It does. And like the third area, like if you beat that boss, the third area has no high points because there's no boss to fight, there's no overcoming. You just flip a switch and have to backtrack through like flamethrower guys. It's not a rewarding experience. So let's talk about something else. Back to you.
We will do Tokyo Ghostwire next. Tokyo Ghostwire is a game that came out in 2022, but it had a major update this year called the Spider's Thread update, and it added a substantial amount to the game, I believe. Added new enemy variety, like new enemy types, new modes of combat. It added new locations and probably new collectibles as well. A lot of people kind of around its release, it was a bit mixed, I think. Like, not like terribly mixed, just kind of not highly praised, if that makes sense. Like, it seemed people enjoyed it, but it definitely had issues. I think a lot of these issues might have been fixed now because I had a really good time with it. So if you have ever played Tokyo Ghostwire and it wasn't for you, maybe check back again. For those who haven't, though, the general premise, you are a guy going through Tokyo to see his sister who's in hospital when suddenly you have a bike crash, you get possessed by a ghost, and then suddenly everyone in kind of Tokyo just disappears and the city's devoid of all life, but you're kind of mercifully spared because you've been possessed by a spirit called KK. You go on to try to find your sister, and she's taken away after you find her by this weird man in a Hanya mask. And your goal is to try to rescue her, but it kind of broadens out and it kind of becomes this kind of ghost exercising mission where you're taking out different spirits, hunting your sister down, but also trying to save Tokyo and all the people who've been kind of sucked away as spirits. The main appeal to this for me was the urban exploration. You can go around all these different like side streets and Japanese parks and shop complexes. There's a massive mall in the middle. The city has a lot of variety to it, but all of the places you go are just dense with detail. Be it like shop fronts or just posters everywhere, signs. It is very immersive and relaxing and just, I don't know, lots of nice city vibes. If you like just urban environments, this is definitely the game for you.
Yeah,
There is
you can
combat mixed in with this as
urban
well.
explore without having the people there. It's like the ideal thing.
Yeah, and that adds a lot to it as well. Like, there's no people around, and adds a sense of isolation, and but also like calmness.
Does
Bit of a double-edged
does that
sword.
add to the horror vibe?
It depends. It can. It can be relaxing at some times, and then kind of spooky at times because there's no one in this area that's meant to have people in it. It's very liminal, I guess, in that regard. It's something you're not meant to see. But then you might see like a creature or something in the middle of the road. And now and again, you get into battles with various things. There's a good amount of variety from my understanding. The creatures are either based on real yokai or kind of taking influence from things. A lot of people point out the Slenderman-esque figure, which I really like. If you read their like biography and stuff, they kind of explain what each creatures are, and I think some of them are made specifically for this game. And I like the soup men and the weird headless girls. They might have roots in actual Japanese myth though. The combat I really like. It's a first-person magic. So you have a couple of different magical styles. You have wind magic, fire, and water, and then the update added different styles for each one of them. The wind one being kind of my favorite, where you put your hands in a spirit gun kind of stance and you shoot from your hand like a rapid fire pistol. Just really cool and fun to use. You also have a bow you can use, and these talismans you throw down to do different effects. Like you put a bush in the middle of the road to hide in, or you can like stun enemies. You can create wind to kind of go up into the sky, which there's a lot of elevation, so you can go up like pretty high, explore rooftops. There's tengus you can kind of grapple onto and explore the roofs of buildings and stuff, which is very, very neat. I think the update added a lot more maneuverability to get higher up, at least quicker, because you can like make your own wind funnels to go up instead of trying to find a tengu. I really like the combat overall. And then aside from the combat, you'll be doing a lot of item collecting. There's tons of different collectibles to find. There's tanukis you have to kind of find and reunite. There's graffiti all over the place. There's different relics you can find. And if you get a set of relics, you can kind of trade them in for various like bonuses at these Neir Automata cat stations, which is very cool, and it actually rewards you for collecting. You actually get some really good rewards for collecting as well. Even though by the time you've collected everything, it's pretty late in the game. It's one of those things where, I don't know, I really like when you're thoroughly rewarded for a big job. And this game does that. I definitely recommend going out of your way to just collect everything.
Nice. And you mentioned like the tanukis and stuff like that. That's kind of like a non-combat interaction with the same sort of goals of like dealing with these supernatural beings or like folklore.
Tanukis, you just have to kind of find them. They're like traditionally they shapeshift into different objects. So you'll find objects around the world with tails, and you can actually talk to cats and stuff, and they'll kind of point them out in the environment. They'll give you clues. So that there are actually living things. There's dogs and cats you can interact with and pet and feed, and they'll give you clues or help you find items, which is great. And then there's other non-combat yokai which you can chase around. There's the umbrella one you have to chase and like capture, or the kappa where you have to put a cucumber down near the water and sneak attack it when it comes around.
Nice.
And they kind of fulfill I guess just random activities you can do on the side, and they'll also reward you. There's also ghosts you can just talk to, or spirits to do quests, and there's a ton of quests in the game, which is really nice. And some of them are funny, some of them are kind of sad, some of them are spooky. It has a really nice variety, which was very surprising.
Yeah, and I was gonna say, I heard that this game has like great representation in terms of like Japanese culture. Praise for that, for really being accurate and having reading material and stuff like that. I also heard that a lot of people's major issue with this game was the combat, but I do believe that it was completely revamped. Which you said that you really enjoyed it, so if you did play it earlier or you did hear bad things, like come back, because apparently they really completely redid the combat and it's way better than at release.
Yeah. One thing I didn't actually mention before was they added this whole spirit photography section where you have to you have these spirit pictures and you have to find the location like on the map just based on the picture, and go there and exercise the spirit, which is really fun, and really rewards you for like just knowing your way around the map. I don't know. I found that really fun because you have to like find landmarks out in pictures, and you feel a bit like a detective.
Mm.
And you can flip the photos around to show you the kind of back has different stains. So there is this kind of stain system where if it's more stains on the back, you're closer to it, kind of hot or cold. But sometimes it'll jump scare you in a few really unique ways, which I loved.
Yeah, there's like a urine stain, and you're like, oh, right, it's in that part of town.
Yeah, well, like as you get closer to it, it'll grow. So
Right.
it doesn't like show you exactly.
Okay,
You'll just
right.
have to play it hot or cold. And yeah, the story as well is really good. It wasn't very overt at first, maybe because I was trying to do most of the side quests. You just get invested in KK and some of these other characters throughout. And there's some really good points in the story where KK, like your partner, he talks to you and he's the one who gives you these spirit powers. So you're not really ever fully alone. Like you have someone to have a back and forth with and to talk to. He gets kind of taken away from you at points, and that's really creepy because you have to go around the city alone with no powers, and all you have is the bow. Really good way of doing horror and just taking away game mechanics from you to play the game in a
Yes.
different way. The ending as well, I really, really loved. I think it wraps everything up really nicely and bittersweetly in a really profound way. It's a meditation on death. A lot of the side quests kind of tackle that as well, and it makes sense because it's a game about spirits, and that didn't really hit me until the end. It's very engrossed in its own lore and myth around death and spirits. The music really helps as well. I think there's a couple of songs which are kind of traditional death focused, not nursery rhymes, but just songs, and they're very just sweet and emotional. So this was a really fun and relaxing game for me at a time where I was ill. I had really bad earache, so I just really relied on this game for comfort for a while. But it really gave me something special at the end as well. And I would definitely recommend it to anyone, especially if you like the idea of urban exploration. If you don't like the combat, maybe just turn the difficulty down. You don't actually have to engage with it that much, but I think it's really fun anyway. And it took me about 43 hours to essentially fully complete it, collect everything, which there's a lot of collecting to do in this game. So it's a good chunk of time, I think, but it's not like too long and it's not too short.
And what
I
do you
definitely
give it?
recommend. I'd give it a strong A. You also sound like you're in the distance, by the way.
I know, I was. Awesome.
Yep, that's Tokyo Ghostwire.
Awesome. Yeah, that sounds good, and I have it for
You
to
have
maybe.
it?
Yeah, I have it. Looking forward to maybe trying it out
Oh,
sometime.
I hope it's on your next
It's
year's
not
list.
not too scary, right?
Some parts are a bit spooky, but I don't think
Okay.
it's the scariest game ever.
Sure, I'll give it a go then. So my next game is FIFA 17, baby. FIFA 18. Ah!
Football!
Sorry, I'm on an exercise ball. I almost fell backwards. Because I'm so excited to talk about this game, because the reason why I picked this is that the man on the cover is very attractive. Usually they got like Wayne Rooney up there or something, you know, which it's a deterrent in terms of it's not a good financial idea. I like this I like FIFA. I don't agree with like the yearly released stuff. I feel like they should do it every 4 years and then just give free updates. But that's what we got. We got EA, the worst company in America. FIFA 17. I played FIFA 9 and FIFA 13. So 17 is... They had 5 years to basically make improvements. And to be honest, it is pretty different. The music selection wasn't as strong in this one. The UI was a little bit clunky, but it had good presentation. It looked good. The UI looked good. They added a single player mode, like a story mode with some choices, I think, which was the first time back then. I'm excited to play that. I've not played it yet. Classic manager mode. They have the pro mode where you play as one specific person. Back in the day, I had my own character, the Hawk, play Accrington Stanley, striker. Currently, I've made a pro career, but mostly I've been playing manager for Accrington Stanley, my favorite club. It's been good. I've noticed that the AI is more manageable. Like, I remember back in the day, maybe I've just gotten better, but every match being pretty difficult, like even getting goals, like just like getting possession and moving the ball around used to just feel really difficult, and now it feels a bit more rewarding. Like, it takes a bit more skill without it being so... The opponents, the AI doesn't just like grab the ball and then it's almost impossible to get off of them. For me, it feels more balanced. There is stuff like transfer windows where they try to make it way more realistic, which means that it's a lot more difficult and you have to like send scouts to get players' stats and like actually find people instead of having an entire list with stats that you can browse through for like, every league in like every country. Now it's way more realistic, which personally I don't really like because it leads to a lot of steps in the manager mode, and if you want it to be more realistic, you can like roleplay it a little bit, but now you are very limited and it does take a long time. When you find someone good, like settle a deal, players are a lot more like pickier, and they'll even if you give them a good offer, they might still decline you, saying like, no, I just don't want to join your team, or like, oh, I don't like the league that you play in. Well, that's kind of a give and take. Maybe some people would like that. Other improvements I found were small things like the physics of like the jerseys. They would bounce around, players would get dirty. If it was raining or they were slide tackling, you can see how they get like sweatier throughout the match, and they got like grass stains, and so it did make that added theatrics of the matches that like get drawn out or are hard fought, like your players are looking more beat up. In general, it just felt like a good FIFA game. Nothing too much to complain about aside from some sluggishness in the menus. Otherwise, I felt it was much more balanced, but the goalkeepers are a bit of an issue. When the AI is doing the goalkeeper, they do a good job. When you're controlling the goalkeepers for like penalties, the dive is useless. It's so impossible to do anything with it. Honestly, just hold X or A. Don't use the dives. Don't use the circles or the squares. I found them useless. It just doesn't really work. I don't know if I'm missing something, but honestly, just don't dive for it. Just drive for the ball instead.
Drive, don't dive.
Yeah, drive, don't dive. Yeah, it's a FIFA game. It's pretty standard. I feel a little bit middle on it. It's good. It has some good improvements. I've not played it quite enough yet. It's definitely not a perfect improvement because of some clunkiness. Especially with the menus, but I like what it's trying to do, and it does have some other smaller features. The manager, you have way more information. There's much more details about like giving your squad strategies, so you can control the AI, variable AI, by telling them, have this type of strategy, push up, and while you're playing the match on the fly, you can call them to be more defensive and aggressive, which is really nice, with more detail than in earlier games. Yeah. It's a decent FIFA game. I can't give it a super glowing review because I'm still playing it, still early days. It's hard to tell how much time I played on it, if it's like 10 hours or 30 hours. Either way, when it comes down to it, I'm still super engaged in the matches. So just the commentary's good. They've added even more dynamic stuff. Sometimes they get it a little bit wrong, but it's just engaging. And whenever I score a goal, I'm like so invested. I throw my hands up in the air. I'm like, yeah! It's such a good feeling. So they still have that really core tense, and when you score a goal, it's just such an exciting release. So I'm going to give this game... I want to give it a B, but I'm going to give it a cautious C because some stuff like the transfer things, I really don't like. It really kind of messes with how I usually play it because I usually like to scout out myself, and now I have to like send AI to scout, and so I don't like that. But I am tempted to give it a B. When I get back to you guys, I'll get back to everybody on this, the whole world. When I play the single player and play a bit more of the pro, I might come back. But I'm going to be a bit cautious and say it's a C, but a very, very high C. It's very engaging, super solid, but I can't give it too much praise right now, as of yet.
So back to me.
Yeah, let's hear it.
What did you say?
I said, yeah, let's hear it. What you got? What did you play?
What did you say to me? Damn, bro. Okay.
Someone didn't have that coffee.
Next, we have 10,000 Bullets, which is a 2005 PS2 emulated game, and it's a little more obscure than some of the other games I've emulated, even more than
hold on.
Gregory House.
I played this game. I played this game just a few days ago. Oh my goodness.
You motherfucker. This game follows various assassins with time-related powers. Like, there's plot there. Honestly, it's kind of very melodramatic. And like that in itself, it's very fun and kind of funny to play out, but I don't think it's very important. The main appeal is fighting tons of like goons. It's kind of clunky, but you start to learn how to do matrix flips appropriately and dashes, slowing down time at the right moments and using the like lock-on abilities and stuff. And you go from being gunned down really quickly to just being a powerhouse who's flipping around, dodging attacks, just gunning down like waves of enemies. And it's got some really satisfying progression. The levels are quite arcadey. You kind of do a mission, and then you get this like mission / location select screen where you have visual novel-esque dialogue going through, telling the story, and then you go into the game. You do a mission. Maybe there's a boss. The bosses are quite a lot of fun, to be honest. Lots of different ones. Although there are some difficulty spikes which are a little unforgiving. Mostly not the bosses, though. There was this one club level where there's like 12 guys with bazookas kind of above you on a separate level, shooting down at you constantly. And it took me a while to figure out how to deal with them, and it didn't feel very intuitive. So yeah, the difficulty curves are a little tough in this one. You gain access to multiple characters as well. You start off with this pretty standard guy who just slows down time, but then you get this girl who can blink, and this guy, he's a martial artist with a dragon kick ability. And this ability is my favorite thing in the game. You basically stick your leg out and you go flying forward, and you go like, hoo-cha! And you just fly towards the nearest enemy. And you can just like chain do this. You can just keep dragon kicking until all the enemies are dead in the room. Even though it uses special meter, at this point I could just chain dragon kick like almost everybody in each altercation. And it was so much fun to do. And it's just so goofy and kind of exemplifies this game as this weird power fantasy Matrix style game. Very PS2. It's very clunky. It's very charming. The music also adds to that. It has a banger OST. Jazz music it has is just top tier, and I've never heard it before. And after this, I put it in like all of my YouTube videos. It is one of the best soundtracks ever. Really, really great. Wow. Really glad I found it. I think it's an underrated PS2 gem, and more people should find it, emulate it, or buy a copy. It definitely deserves a play, and I would give it a...
Yeah, I love hearing about games like this, like hidden gems, especially action games. It just seems cool, like with the Matrix style dodging and stuff like that. And because you did mention this game to me like a week ago, I did jump in and try it out, just like the tutorial. I was playing an Italian man, and I actually found the controls actually really good. Like I picked it up super quick. And
they're good, but it took me a while to learn everything.
Oh, yeah, I was surprised. Feels really good. In a lot of PS2 games, sometimes the controls are a bit clunky, but this felt pretty smooth. I hope more people play it because it sounds like just the perfect thing for people to find and appreciate. Sounds like a gem, so that's a strong B tier. I'm really glad to hear. Hopefully I'll play it in full sometime.
Yeah, that'd be cool to see. Back to you then.
Yeah, so my next game, as I talked about a Naruto game, I lament because I really love Bleach. Bleach is one of my favorite TV shows, or like just media in general. Like, it had a very big impact on my sense of style and my artistic journey. And it doesn't have any good games. I played a DS fighting game, it was okay. That's pretty much it. Aside from Bleach Brave Souls, which for a long time I paid no attention to because I thought that it was the same as Bleach Online, which is a browser-based, turn-based RPG game that really sucks. It was like a bad browser game that for some reason... This is Bleach if Jennifer Lopez coded it. They got Jennifer Lopez to code it. Yeah, it's not a good game, and it's a little bit trashy, Bleach Online, I feel like. But Bleach Brave Souls is completely different. And I'm really glad about that, because I thought people were like, oh yeah, they've added more stuff. I'm like, really? I'm not playing that stupid browser game. But no, it's its own thing. It's kind of like Pokemon Rumble, semi-top-down, light action gameplay where you fight standard enemies. The environment changes occasionally as you go through the story. You're playing through the main story, and you get like drops for different characters, and there's even boss fights. Some of them are quite substantial. Others, like the Zangetsu fight, which is the last thing I did, was pretty disappointing. In general, it follows the story very closely. Sometimes they even talk about stuff I would expect them to like brush over, and sometimes they're talking about stuff that doesn't really make sense without the visual representation that the manga or anime has, because it's basically just visual novel style. And it's decent though. It still pulled some emotional moments off fairly well, and I was like, oh yeah, you know? So some emotions to be found there, but really I think it's not the best way to experience the Bleach story, and you're probably best getting the most out of it if you already kind of know the story, at least generally, because then you can be reminded of the specifics and go through it. But I think having a general understanding of it probably helps. My issues with this game is that it is kind of like a gacha game. You load in, there's like a lot of different currencies, there's microtransactions. It is free though, and the game bombards you with like millions of gold and all these different things and daily challenges and quests and logins, and it gives you a choice of like really strong characters to begin off with. So I started off with Mayuri, and although there is a mode where you can like play through the story and be restricted to certain characters, the default way to play, just pick any of the characters that you have, and because for some reason it gives you high value card pack openings or like character box loot boxes, I don't know how to call it, at the beginning. Like you can be with Ichigo at the beginning fighting hollows with Rukia, and you can just switch on the fly to Mayuri or Kenpachi or like Yamamoto. So it's a little ridiculous in terms of that. I curbed it myself, and then for like the side missions or the daily missions, I was using like Zangetsu and Grimjow and stuff like that, like the later characters. I will say they tend to scale the character's strength instead of like the actual strength, like in the series, with like how rare they are or how late they are in the series. Izuru, one of my favorite characters, as like a lieutenant, is way weaker than his rarer, and when we see him later in a flashback of him like at the academy, and his academy moveset is insane. It's like better than most of the captains, and he's a 5 or 6 star character, which makes no sense. It's a little silly. It's like halfway through like, oh, actually like playing things by the story and following along and scaling the characters properly, and halfway through like, just whatever. Oh, this character's wearing a swimsuit and they're a 6 star, so they freaking dominate the king of the universe. It's kind of it's partly like artistic and partly infected by this kind of gacha. I don't even know how to explain these. Do you know what I mean, Caleb? Like the type of game that has a bunch of currencies and pack openings and like
mobile games.
PowerPoint. Yeah, yeah. I mean, not most mobile games I play aren't like that, but you know what I mean. That kind of microtransaction-y.
Stuff now is full of microtransactions regardless of region, really.
Yeah, well anyway, it's a decent action game, but it's also mixed in with all of this stuff. Like, one of the things is when you go on a mission, by default, a random player will just join you for the boss fight. And that random player literally almost always is like level 8 billion and will one-shot the boss for you. So every single time you have to manually cancel any sort of social summoning. This game does have its drawbacks, but it is genuinely a solid game. I like the gameplay. It's nice, it's simple, and it's a Bleach game, so I really appreciate that, and I'm gonna give it a solid C. Game ain't for everyone, but if you're a Bleach fan, really check it out. You might like it quite a bit, and still had better combat than the Surge. So that's it.
That's Bleach.
I was like trying to get through the Surge. I honestly would boot up my PS.
We've done the Surge. It's over.
Anything but that.
Next with me, we have Wildermyth. And Wildermyth is a game I played early on in this year. It's a very like tabletop-inspired RPG game where the main gimmick is your characters age over time, and there's a kind of generational idea to it. So you'll do one campaign and the characters will grow up and grow old, and they might appear throughout future campaigns as characters you can recruit, or just within the mythos of the story. So there could be a statue of them or something, or a grave of them. This way, like, it just interweaves all of these stories you have together. The general gameplay is very it reminds me of XCOM, strategy game where you have, I think the party size limit's like 6, but sometimes you'll get like more people involved, and there's tons of monsters you have to fight. The classes are pretty standard too. You have a warrior, ranger, / thief, and then a mage. They all have like the standard skills you'd expect, but also a bunch of other skills. Like the ranger can set things on fire with fire arrows, or maybe the warrior can like push objects in the map around. The wizard, though, is where it gets more interesting, and their magic depends on their surroundings. So if there's a fire around them, they'll be able to cast fire spells from the campfire that's there, or a torch. But if there's wood around, maybe they'll be able to grow a tree to just kind of box enemies in, or build a blockade, or maybe just splinter the wood to do a kind of AoE splinter attack or something like that. So the magic system I really like. I think it's very unique and interesting. Most fun, though, is probably the random events that happen. So all your characters, in between having these battles, will engage in random events that will happen. You get to choose like what they do. There's like one involving a tavern where you can just go off on a side adventure, go to a tavern and like protect it from bandits, for instance. And I think there's tons of different variables and things can change, and the outcome of that thing can change as well. But the characters will get like new traits, or maybe they'll find a new weapon or piece of armor. Stuff can happen, like they can lose an eye or lose a leg even. And you can also gain special kind of abilities through some special events. Like you can get a hand made of fire, or you can grow angel wings or something like that. So it adds to the story's dynamic. It just makes for a really interesting game. Even deaths matter as well, like I mentioned. Like you can get graves and stuff, and your characters likely will die, and sometimes can die of old age within the story, which is pretty neat. I ended up making Shrek and Joey on one playthrough as well, which was cool. It was cool to see how those characters evolved and changed and then reappeared in future campaigns. Visually, it's pretty cool too. It's got a kind of storybook vibe to it, like a pop-up book. Really like that. It's neat. The one drawback I would say is it takes a while to kind of, at the beginning, you obviously have no previous characters to draw from, but you're kind of learning the game, so it's okay. But after about 3 campaigns, I was kind of burnt out because I was seeing the same events happen over and over. It was cool seeing the previous characters like return and stuff, but by that time, it just wasn't as fun anymore. And this might be a game that's better, like, if you just come back in a year after you've done a few campaigns, because you'll see the characters from like years ago come back, and you'll be like, oh, I remember that time I did this one. So it's a game that just kind of gets better over time the more you play it, but you should probably not just binge through it. I don't think it'll make for a good game that way, if it makes sense. I'd say pick it up on a sale, and I would give it a solid C.
Nice. And are they updating this game anymore?
Yeah, I think they still are. I remember there being an update recently,
Right.
which added a bunch of features, and there's also a modding scene as well if you like adding extra content that way.
Because it's a slow start, and then it gets a little repetitive at the end. So it's like there's a bell curve where somewhere in the middle it's like perfect. So it sounds like either they need to add more or like make the beginning quicker. I think one thing that you suggested last time was like having quicker, shorter campaigns. To like
Yeah, I mean they
get
are
yourself
shorter, but
comfortable.
maybe they could be even shorter.
Yeah, just to build up something. But yeah, I really like the concept of this game. But it seems really pliable. Good natural storytelling, right?
Yeah, it has some just nice, interesting story beats you can come out from it with the characters you end up with, especially when they come back in like future campaigns, because they're kind of a season hero then, I guess.
And my next game is a big one. It's Armored Core 6: Fires of Rubicon. What do you think about that, Caleb?
Well, I said I would play it on last year's Game of the Year. I was looking forward to it, but I never ended up buying it because I bought another hot release this year at around the same time.
Yeah, well, this game saved me while I was playing a bunch of terrible games for a bit, like in October. Really down. very low. But I played this game, and it definitely did cheer me up. This is my first AC game, by the way, so I had a little bit of trouble at the beginning, but when I realized, always keep moving, I managed to beat the tutorial boss, thankfully, that is a feat. It is kind of tricky if you don't quite understand the concept of the game yet, or like what it expects of you. And I would say that's true. This game definitely does expect you to play in a certain mindset, but in that mindset you can play in different ways and make different builds. But you definitely have to kind of learn the boundaries of that. Specifically, one issue that I had about this game was the dodging. There's multiple times in set pieces where there's like a massive cannon or a really big enemy or something like that periodically will fire at you, and if it hits you, it will like do most of your health. And as I remembered later, you can heal, because I forgot about that in the early game. You have 3 heals, but really taking major damage is a pretty big deal in this game, I feel like, because although sometimes for longer missions you get a resupply, you only have 3 heals, and so if you get hit once and that does most of your HP, you're in trouble. That's a really big issue. That's a major blow to you. And doing like the boost charge, which is like the fastest maneuver basically if you want to get somewhere, flying or boosting, it doesn't avoid it. Like, attacks just stick to you and track to you. The only way that you can dodge many attacks is by pressing the dedicated dash button instead of the super boost, which is way faster, gives you way much more maneuverability, and also takes up more of your boost. So it feels like that should, investing more in it and going faster, it's more like evasive action, right? But no, it just wants you to do like little dodges and dashes, which I can understand, but it didn't make any sense. Like, it really felt like, the game just wants you to use this button to dodge instead of you actually maneuvering around it. Otherwise, this game has a lot of customization, which I really appreciate. Although it gives you like a lot of guns and a lot of parts, there is some nice tools to test it out on the fly. You can change your AC halfway through a mission and stuff like that, which is new from older games apparently. I never quite got the appeal of mech games before, but I kind of got it here, because like I was just in an ancient city. A character that I was controlling was like several stories tall, and that was fun to like knock into cable wires, and not quite like kaiju level, but to just be a really big building sized character was like fun. Yeah, the graphics are pretty impressive. It runs really nice, and it has some humongous set pieces. I think Shadow of the Colossus, but scaled up by like 3 times. There's some really amazing, like, whoa, set pieces. That being said, there is equally as much, if not more, missions which are just really boring and menial. You don't get really any choice. You just have to change the order you do them in. I found the story is really like cog in the machine. You don't get much say. You're made to feel bad about your actions, being like a mercenary. Often you'll get like missions where you have to fight and kill a liberation front, anti-corporation people who just want to live on Rubicon. And sometimes you're fighting for them. So, it's really a mishmash, and I was engaged with the story for a while. There's no faces, but I still found the narrative and all of these political things coming together interesting. But it just lost me at some point, and as soon as I got uninvested in the story, it really didn't mean much to me. So I've heard some people just say like, oh yeah, the story's awful. It's a good story, but you do have to invest your concentration into it. Like, it's not something that grabs you. You do have to invest in it purposefully, and if it lost my interest and it didn't get it back. I played this game for maybe 12-15 hours possibly, replaying quite a few missions, trying out a few different things. I ended up with a quadruped build, so I could get a lot of weight on me, a lot of big weapons, yet still have decent maneuverability, and the hover was very important for me. So I really felt like I didn't make my own build. Sometimes the options were overwhelming. I didn't like some of the gamey aspects of it. Amazing set pieces. My enjoyment of it kind of pitted out when the story wasn't really giving me anything. But I will say, there was one boss fight that was incredible, amazing, and it is up there with some of my favorite boss fights. It really competes with like Dark Souls games where it's more revolved around boss fights. This is not so much, it's like mission based, but the boss fights go from decent to astounding. That's a big plus. I came into it thinking it was going to blow me away, thinking it was going to be more ambitious than it was. So I was hoping it might be my A tier, but really it's just kind of a high B tier, I would say. Really good, but kind of failed to keep my interest. But the time I had with it was excellent. I think the next game you might talk about, Caleb, might have some interesting play off the game I just talked about.
Yeah, we're going to talk about another game from 2023, Gollum. So Armored Core 6 and Gollum have some things in... No,
Gollum is actually
we're going
the
to talk about Armored Core
prequel.
3. We're going to talk about Armored Core 3.
Yeah.
I'm just going to go straight into AC3 and kind of compare it a little bit with 6. So I didn't end up playing 6 this year, but I did end up playing 2002's Armored Core 3 on the PS2. It was a fun time. The controls definitely don't sound like Armored Core 6's. They are clunky, at least to me. I had to really get used to them. The turn radius especially was something I really struggled with. You really feel like you're controlling a big, clunky, hefty machine in this that takes a lot of power to just move around at points, which is a positive in some senses. And then control-wise, it's a little difficult. I really had to kind of rely on some hover parts to make the experience enjoyable for me. Although some of the legs were fun to just mess around with. I'm not sure how much you talked about experimentation, but I experimented a lot in my playthrough with various weapons and stuff, doing all the missions. I think that's, at least for the original Armored Core's, experimentation with just builds is one of the main draws to the game. I remember using flamethrowers, grenade rifles, a sniper at one point, SMGs. They all had their different uses. They worked in different missions well. They worked against different arena opponents well. Arena opponents is something I fought a lot of. I did most of them. The last 2 or 3 I didn't get around to just because they were pretty tough. The overall setting as well, I thought, was pretty cool. Rubicon sounds really neat. I'm kind of eager to get to know it eventually. Armored Core 3 takes place kind of in this underground city, I think, or just this kind of very walled off, very dystopian, but kind of corporate controlled city. With all of these companies vying for control and stuff. And I think it's run by like a massive AI computer, which might be the final boss. I didn't get to the end of the story because the game got a little too hard. Some of the missions, which involved platforming and these psychic slug things, which I couldn't kill, kind of destroyed my momentum, took all my money away, and I got fired or died or whatever. And I didn't want to just keep playing. Because I had a good time with what I played. I customized a lot. I did a bunch of missions, and it was a fun time overall, I think. I do like the overall setting and kind of narrative that's going on. You do kind of get a choice, at least in Armored Core 3, of what missions you take. They kind of rotate a little bit, and maybe you can either miss them or you can just take different missions. But the flavor of having, say you have to take down a bunch of workers on strike who are just using construction vehicles is very interesting. You also get missions where you have to put like a bomb in a rival company's base as well. I'm not sure if they kind of get angry with you or anything like that, but I think it does determine like how well those companies do and what access to different weapons and gear you have, maybe, which I think is pretty interesting and a unique direction to take your gameplay in. The kind of standout thing for me, though, is the music of Armored Core 3. It is, again, like 10,000 Bullets. Banger PS2 OST. There is some amazing tracks on this. In My Heart is one of my favorite songs now. I love it to bits. And I've heard a little from some friends that the soundtrack doesn't quite measure up with the older ones in terms of just weirdness, which is a bit of a shame to me. But it does sound cool. But yeah, Armored Core 3's soundtrack is so good.
If I may,
maybe it's one of the standout ones. I don't know.
I heard that people mentioned about AC6 having like a surprisingly good OST, and I think that is the word, surprisingly, because it's quite quiet in the default mix of the game. And for me, like, I did try and pay attention to it, but it was kind of cool. A little generic. There was some unique sounds to it, but it didn't jump out at me. It was decent, maybe slightly above average, but it doesn't sound anywhere near as unique or like industrial or electronic as the older games. It was very much just like atmospheric music, more backgroundish.
Calling it generic, Armored Core music generic sounds like a certain from what I've heard of like past games. So that definitely leads me to believe that 6 is maybe a bit just more operatic or something. Because I've heard a couple of tracks and they sounded good, but just not the just crazy fun 3 has at least.
It didn't add
or some
it
of like
didn't
4
add flavor into the game, but it was decent. It
Okay.
added some
I'm
suspense,
definitely
some suspense in the quieter moments. But that was pretty much
I'm
it.
definitely gonna try play Armored Core 6 at some point as well. That'll be fun to bring up one year.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's Armored Core 3 for me. Yeah, I was really looking forward to 6, but played this instead. I'm not sure 6 was the kind of big explosion I really thought it was, at least critically, and maybe for Armored Core fans, though. I think they enjoyed at least getting a new game after 10 years.
Well, I think it's a good starting point. At least it seemed control-wise, it seems much more approachable. So if you play AC6, if you're interested in it and you play it a bit and maybe don't like it that much, maybe a little bit disappointed with the story or the atmosphere or whatever, consider it a gateway to the older games and you might have a great experience.
Maybe. I'd probably say if you don't like Armored Core 6, you probably don't want to play the older games unless you really like PS2
If you
jank.
like it but a little disappointed at it, try the other ones because they sound way more atmospheric and like
maybe
driven.
Depends what you want out of them. It's a very unique and dense series from my understanding.
Okay. Well, to me, I'm going to round off my PS4 games with the remaster, Mass Effect Legendary Edition. This is the whole trilogy, but I only played the first one, so let's just consider this Mass Effect Remastered, basically. Mass Effect was the first game that I played that was like more of a mature theme, or like first like actual shooter game I played as a kid when I was about 14. Obviously, it was my favorite game. Like, it was the best game I had ever played up to that point. I just loved it. I loved it. And so going back to this was really interesting because I played so many games that are probably better than the original Mass Effect. Mass Effect seems to review kind of middling, and people always talk about, oh, 2's the best, and oh, 3's awful. But for me, when I played the series, like, I thought each game was as good as the other, but just with different strengths and weaknesses. But going back and replaying Mass Effect, I still really enjoyed it. I was suspecting that I would not enjoy as much because, you know, I wasn't blown away. Oh, I can shoot. Oh, I can talk to people. Oh, I have characters that follow me, you know. Everything was new to me. You know, I've played quite a few games like that now. It's Knights of the Old Republic, and I play BioShock, and so a lot of the stuff is more baseline that used to be super impressive to me. But I actually still really, really enjoyed it, which I'm very happy for. I like the side missions. I love the visuals. I love the design. I used to be super into Mass Effect, and going back, it was good. I would say some parts of it I actually enjoyed even more. I know a lot of people complain about the Mako. I love the Mako. Planetary exploration. So I like it a lot. It both balances out, you know, finding some unique stuff and then getting some opportunities for more gameplay, whilst also being able to explore empty alien landscapes like moons, uninhabited worlds, dangerous atmospheres, stuff like that. I love getting to read about all the planets and travel throughout the galaxy. I will say again, the saves are really bad in this game. That's something that you should change in a remaster, because there was instances where I lost like 40 minutes of progress on the Mako missions and planetary exploration. And there were some missions that I were better than I remembered, like on Ilus. Yeah, that mission was really good with the speech and stuff like that. But there were some bits of the game that I was actually kind of disappointed with. Spheros was okay, but Novaria actually disappointed me. When I last played the original Mass Effect, that part of the game was kind of glitchy, and I did actually run into a game-breaking glitch. That was my ending with the original. I remember it still being really atmospheric and cool, and with like having to figure out how you can get into the garages and going to Peak 13. And although there was a bit more content in Peak 13 than I remembered, in the corporate area it was really simple and straightforwards, and I actually found that mission a bit disappointing with the choices. And it was mixed, but I still enjoyed the experience overall. The music's still great, ending's good, I love the characters still. Played as female Shepherd this time. I know the game's so known for the romance, and it does have some good written romance in the later games. I feel like the first game really doesn't have well-written romance in many aspects. I was playing my character as like very straight, fairly renegade, like to the rules, strict, get the job done, and I was always out there to be mean to Ashley, but nice to everyone else, because I hate Ashley. I don't like her at all. She traumatized me as a kid. I did end up having some sort of flirtatious or feelings with Liara, but I chose to not pursue that, which I think is a really, really important choice to have in a video game. Ha 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 ha. Having choices. The Sunrider from last year really messed that up in an awful way. This game was good, not as good as I remember it. I think the major change that I noticed from this game was in the first mission, Eden Prime. They add like a bunch of color, like, particle effects and stuff like that. They really worked very hard on that level to change it and make it really look different. And I appreciate that, but what they also did was they changed the time of day from like this dusk where the fire's everywhere and it's all red and atmospheric, and they changed it to being like in the middle of the day, which, oh, thanks for all the visual effects, but you kind of lost the atmosphere by changing it from like this fiery dusk to midday. So I do feel like there was some artistic issues, and I noticed with some of the alien characters never jumped out at me before, but in the remaster, a lot of the character models were very, very repetitious. I don't know how to phrase that in an eloquent way, but like the Asari had the same blemishes and head patterns. I never noticed the like spotty white head patterns, and like most of the Asari had that same pattern. And the biggest disappointment for this game was the Elcor. The Elcor are some of my favorite, and the new models that they have for them, don't work. They look all plasticky now. I don't like that. As a remaster, it's very mixed, and my experience with it was mixed, considering that and how it used to be my favorite, and it was the first of many things for me as a kid. I was expecting to be a bit more disappointed. But yeah, it was more complex than I thought. Although originally I was hoping that this would be my S, just like revisiting one of my favorite games. It's still a solid A tier, but I'm definitely not giving it an S. If the remaster actually improved it across the board, which I guess it kind of did, but it didn't feel too substantial, and I feel like they really needed to put more effort in or pay more attention to the visual changes they made. Especially, I feel like they should have added a lot more models, like the Witcher Enhanced Edition did. That's what I got. Great game, half-baked remake. Or remaster, sorry.
Haven't played much Mass Effect. I played the original like years ago. Not really for me, but I'm glad you enjoyed it with the remaster. And speaking of remasters, we have Dark Souls Remastered, which I played this year. I had a craving for some Dark Souls. A friend of mine just mentioned like Dark Souls this year, got me really hyped up about it again, talking about it, and I wanted to play it, but I only ever played it on 360, so I put it on PC. Yeah, it's just as good as I remember, although this time I played it very differently. I asked the same person, I want to do it like a challenge run with like one weapon type, or magic type or whatever, and I asked them what should I do, and they said use bow and arrow only.
Yeah.
And I was like, no way, that's going to be way too hard and like borderline impossible. I'm not Lobos Jr. How am I going to do this? But surprisingly, it's pretty doable. There's some very fun stuff at the beginning where you have limited arrows and you need to make your way to Undead Burg as soon as possible. Access the merchants, you can buy more because otherwise you have a finite amount of arrows. And that's really cool. Trying to just remember the game and just get back into speed of things, but having this odd, not time limit, but arrow limit. And then after that, you start thinking about how you approach the game in different ways, not only because you're using a ranged weapon, but also the amount of enemies you kill determines how much souls you get and how much arrows you can buy, because arrows are now very, very important, because unlike using like swords and stuff or magic where it recharges, you need to keep buying more arrows to keep playing this way. There's also another really cool thing about this run, and it's going to New London Ruins early on to grab the compound bow, which is one of the best bows in the game, I think. Trying to navigate that area of the game, which I usually never go until late game, was very, very fun. Kind of learning, basically speedrunning that area to try to get to it was a nice little challenge early on. And then from there on out, it was mostly just playing the game in this very different way, going through a game I love again, remembering things and fighting bosses in an interesting way. Some of them were harder, some of them were very easy. I also did the DLC for the first time, which was an interesting experience. Some bosses, like Artorias, were extremely difficult first time with the bow, but eventually I managed to get him down. And then others like Calamite weren't actually that difficult at all once I just got down to the arena with him. You can just kind of kite him around and shoot at him. But it was fun beating them first time with the bow, and learning. The hardest boss is probably Stray Demon, back when you go to the Asylum again. He's horrible with the bow.
He's horrible in general.
He took a while.
Yeah, I remember struggling in my SL1 with him majorly. Like he was the hardest boss for me in SL1.
Yeah, he was one of the hardest.
Artorias was pretty difficult too, but he was at least way more fun and rewarding, and I died less.
I died most to Artorias for sure.
Okay.
Think. Or maybe Stray. It's hard to tell. But at least with Artorias, I'd never fought him before, so there's that there. Gear-wise, I had the compound bow, I had the dark wood grain ring to kind of flip around. I just kind of wore whatever was kind of best alongside the Faris hat, the archer-themed hat, Robin Hood style, so I could look cool, and kept light rolling around and shooting with the bow, which was a lot of fun. And after all that, I also had some time to do some multiplayer. I built a character made for low-level Sunbro play to help out people with the gargoyles in Undead Burg. So I did that, assembled my character, got Lightning Spear, which was really cool. Just helped people demolish all the gargoyles for a while.
I wanted to ask, like, were you mostly using lock-on or close distance, or like
mix? Depends.
Okay.
Really depended on what I was fighting and like where. I started to use the lock-on less as I went along, I think.
And
but
more
it depends
like
on
the zoom in,
enemies.
or were you freehanding?
Just a mix of stuff, I think. Like zoom in, probably mostly.
Nice, awesome. Yeah, I
yeah.
I really like challenge runs. When I go back to Dark Souls, because I have the itch for Dark Souls 2. I'm really trying to restrain myself, make it to my 1-year anniversary.
You should play the original.
I don't have the original.
What the heck?
It's so cool to approach a game that you love in a different way, fighting bosses in different, with different methods, in different orders sometimes too, and like having the extreme finiteness of your resources at the beginning reminds me of like my left hand only Bloodborne run, where just using the torch unarmed and the gun, so bullets, so fairly comparable there. I know how much you love Dark Souls. I know we bonded about that in the past, and it's cool to hear you playing it again, having fun with it, and playing the DLC. I love the DLC. Find that good? Better than the base game? I consider the DLC.
I don't know about better than the base game.
I consider
I'd say,
it
like,
higher quality. Not like, obviously the base game is bigger, but like 1-to-1. I feel like it's slightly higher quality.
Of comparable quality to the rest. Like, some of the bosses are higher quality, like Manus and Artorias are like very good bosses in the grand scheme of things, but the general quality of it's like up there with, I think, the best parts of the original game. I mean, actually, I'd say the original game has better parts. Like Undead Burg, definitely better than the DLC. But
in terms of areas, I suppose
it's up there with the first half of the game.
Yes, good distinction.
Yeah, it's really good. I love Dark Souls a ton, and it was just as good as I remembered it. And approaching it in a new way was a lot of fun. So I've got to give this an S. It is one of the best games of all time for a reason. People cite it all the time.
Yo, baby. As I said, I finished my PS4 games, and now we're going on to the PC games. The first one of that is a demo, but it is pretty substantial. This is Death Trash, the demo. I actually wrote this on my list 3 times somehow, but I really enjoyed it, and I got like a few play sessions out of it. Probably played for, I think, 3 hours. It's really substantial demo. It's an isometric action game, post-apocalyptic in a world which is afflicted by these tumors or mounds of flesh. So there's like flesh creatures, there's zombies, there's this blight on the land. Yet the bigger these flesh creatures are, they seem to like connect with each other and gain intelligence, like just like a mass of writhing bits and bobs. The game does have a bit of a gross, gritty aesthetic. One of the first things you do in the game is you're just walking around picking up trash, basically, using what you can, using your own vomit as lubricant for machinery. Pretty crazy stuff. And the vomit is a strange mechanic because in combat you have some ammo you can use for guns. You have kind of a more traditional stat sheet for like small guns, big guns, melee, HP, stamina. Melee, which might probably be your main thing. There's a little bit of a stealth mechanic. You can also use abilities like you can shoot lightning from your hands on a cooldown. Using the lightning also increases, can't quite remember what it's called, but like your sickliness or like your infectedness, because you get kicked out of this underground bunker, like this safe environment, kind of like the Fallout vaults in a way, because apparently you've caught an illness or you have some sort of affliction, and your purpose is to go out in this wasteland, try and find out how to cure your illness. Part of that which appears in the combat is like shooting lightning, and the healing items, you can get some medicine, but mostly you're eating bits of flesh and organs, and it makes you feel sick. And so when you get too sick, like if you heal while your gauge is up high, you'll throw up mid-fight, and so there's an animation where you can get hit, and HP is kind of scarce. It is kind of difficult. I died quite a lot in this demo. So what you got to do is you got to manage your health or sickness level by purposely changing your ability from health or lightning to throwing up. So you have to intentionally dodge out of combat, vomit, then heal up, switch back to lightning, use that a few times, dodge out, and then vomit again. And there's a cooldown on the vomit, but the gauge is quite big, so often there's not that much pressure to vomit more than like once, and even a bigger combat scenario. So it is quite forgiving in that sense, but the health and damage is very on a knife's edge in some ways. Dialogue was nice. There's some crazy stuff like a meat kraken that wants friends. The map overview is really cool, and you can wander around the map, but you can only like enter into gameplay in certain parts. And there's a naked man who is just doing his own thing, and you go up to him and you're like, why are you naked? He's like, leave me alone, I'm just trying to living out my life. So there is a naked old man there, but he's kind of chill. Don't heckle him, he's doing his own thing. It's just a demo, but I had more fun with this than I did with a lot of games. Very substantial to it, like 3 hours, and I'd replay it too. So really good. It's a 2021 game, and definitely highly recommend playing the demo. Try it out, it's for free. It's very substantial, it's fun, it's got a cool aesthetic. It's a little gritty and grungy, but not too explicit. There's not like real nudity in it, there's gross goriness to it. It is all pixely and a little tongue-in-cheek, but still gritty and aesthetic. Highly recommend it, and I'm gonna pick up the main game at some point, even though I already feel like I've had my fill with the demo. So really high praise from me, and usually don't rate demos, but this was just so memorable. Like, it really quite a highlight of my gaming year, so I'm gonna give it a B tier, just for the demo alone.
Yeah, I played this game briefly as a demo as well. I thought it was pretty solid, kind of isometric, Fallout-y experience. Very unique aesthetic with all of its like grittiness.
Hell yeah, I feel like I did a good job talking about that also. Back to you, Caleb.
Yeah. Fairly succinctly, we're not going to do a demo. We're going to do a demo revisit. We're going to talk about My Friendly Neighborhood, which is a game we covered last year as a demo. And the general premise is you're a handyman who's gone to this old kids' film facility where they used to film a show called The My Friendly Neighborhood. It's been accidentally broadcasting the show kind of on top of other shows, so you need to go there and take down the antenna. So you go there, you start to do your job, and you notice that there is like puppets kind of going around living, and I don't know if they want to kill you, but they go after you, and if you don't shoot them down, they'll take you out. And it's a Resident Evil style horror game, but it's puppet themed, so it's not actually that scary. I really love the aesthetic. The puppets themselves are really cool looking, very well designed, and their voice acting is phenomenal, like Sesame Street grade. They always say these quirky things, and sometimes they repeat them, but generally, I didn't get tired of them at least. I think the dialogue and the amount of it was really, really good.
Also, the repetition kind of adds to their craziness. I think we mentioned, I mentioned at least it's like a social horror, because they just scream at you and pressure you and run at you, and it's just like, it's like frightening and not like it's so gross and horrible, but it is genuinely like heckles raised and like, get out of my face. It's very much like a cool twist on the horror genre. So appealing yet still stressful.
Yeah, it's got a really nice sense of style to it. The general aesthetic overall is really good as well. Like the weapons you get are themed around writing tools, I think, which is interesting. You kind of shoot letters at things. So each magazine is 26, which is cool. And you can, if you look in your inventory, the letter corresponds to the amount of ammo you have with that gun, at least, which I thought was cool. The locations are pretty varied as well. You pretty much get to explore one whole area in the demo, which is the sewers, but you also have the kind of main filming studio, then you get the sewers, then you get the theater, then you get the kind of outside gardens, and then you get the main tower portion. So about 5 areas, kind of 6. There's some side stuff and secrets around. I think I did the main secret to unlock a secret weapon, which was very cool. Surprisingly, it isn't just shoot the puppets and do tons of puzzles. There's some interesting stuff you can do with some special inhabitants who are kind of bosses, I guess, although there isn't really many boss fights per se. There was a nice little kind of heart to this game with those puppets. Really spoke to, I guess, some levels of mental illness and burnout, and the main character relates to that as well. And that feeds into the ending as well, which is surprisingly really solid and has a really nice message about media consumption and being creative, and how important kids shows are. And kids learning the right lessons through things like that. Yeah, that was a really nice kind of cherry on top final moment for me. Some other bonus stuff in the game, there's a kind of horde mode, which I messed around with as well, which was a decent chunk of fun. And I think there's a lot of speedrunning achievements, so there's some replayability here. And if you like old school horror games like Resi's and Silent Hills, I think there's something here for you. Just expect like something different in tone that's more creative, but it's a nice short experience as well, clocking in at probably about 5 hours for the main campaign. I spent a bit more to do extras and play the horde mode, so I did 6. I would give it overall a really solid B. It's almost at that A rating, but there could be a little bit more content maybe for how much it costed.
Yeah, I remember playing the demo and being pretty impressed and seeing certainly the potential for it to be a strong contender for an A tier. 5 hours does sound a little short considering the demo was like 40-50 minutes. Demo follow-up, then a revisit, I would say, but I really like hearing about the full experience as we both played the demo last year. That's fulfilling. That ending that pertain around mental health and children's media, I really like that sort of stuff. So I don't really feel like I'm gonna play it, but I'm certainly happy to hear about it, unless it falls in my lap or goes on sale. Yeah.
If this is on sale or in like a bundle, this is a really good game to get, I think.
Yeah.
It's a really nice little experience. If it's in your library, definitely play it. If it's full price and you aren't super smitten with just this genre and the kind of idea, then just play the demo. If you love it to bits, then maybe buy it. But if not,
Yeah,
it's
pros of the demo.
maybe just wait. Yeah, back to you.
A little fun one here. Age of Empires 2 Deluxe Edition 2019 remaster for the 20th anniversary. I've been interested in
Real-time strategy?
Real-time strategy, thank you. It was nice to play it. I played it with some friends. There was a point at the beginning of the year where my friend who used to play it, who was also one of my old chefs, I don't work there anymore, but we had some fun. We had played together. Another friend would get in on the fun, to the point where, like, if I was doing some voluntary supervision after hours or after work, just being available for the other employees for answering questions or helping out with advice, I would be in my office playing Age of Empires 2 off the clock, obviously. Yeah, it was just fun having like half an hour break at work some days, hop on and just play a little bit. I really enjoyed the tutorial, which had like some story and some narrative, and you can place campaigns or scenarios from different parts of the world at different points of history. There is an enormous amount of factions, but my experience with it this year was pretty much just playing online with friends, and I always picked the Celts as my in real life historical cultural backdrop. So I had fun doing that. I like the made up languages, the Munica. I like to play games at a slower pace and immerse myself. My friends did not. They were very much arcadey and want to win and would build ridiculous cities that made no sense and cram everything in and build multiple story walls and stuff like that. Really ridiculous stuff. So it kind of clashed with my way of playing, but instead I didn't make an army, and instead I supported them with supply lines. And I would build defenses and towers, like archer towers for them. So I kind of had my fun without and keeping within my playstyle while supporting them. Played against some people, we played against the AI a lot, and I really liked the concept of this game. It was a really good break from work, and I just appreciated my time with it. I feel like this might be an A tier, but I can't give it that, especially as some maps kind of suck. Decent game. I'm gonna give it a B right now. Pretty middling B, but I hope to play it again in the future and maybe get some more out of it. Sorry for repeating myself.
No, it's okay. You just kind of loop sometimes, and you say like the same thing over and over for about a minute at the end.
You're right.
So I just wanted to snap you out of that a bit.
Happy International Women's Day.
Is it?
No. Ice cream makes you sexy.
Deep Rock Galactic is another multiplayer game. Came out in 2020. Played it on Steam, and it has content regularly, probably like every month or so. 4 players, max, kind of Left 4 Dead style. But instead of like going to the map and finding zombies, you are digging through a procedurally generated cave system to do like various objectives. Some of them involve mining specific ores, finding alien eggs, or building a kind of oil refinery system. There's a lot of variation in that. You fight bugs in the meantime, which just keep coming in hordes and waves. They're kind of similar to Left 4 Dead there as well. It kind of took over my life for a period this year with friend Cactus. There was at least a couple of days where we just played Deep Rock pretty much the entire day, ate, slept, and played Deep Rock, which was a lot of fun time. It is definitely a game you can get lost in and just give yourself over to. A lot of fun, and I guess it's kind of relaxing. Like, it's got a nice gameplay loop you can just fall into of mining and killing bugs. There's a lot of variation in the classes as well. There's the driller who drills. That's my favorite class. You can just go through rock faster than anyone, build really big tunnels. You also have a flamethrower or like an ice thrower, which is a really unique weapon. There's the scout, whose primary objective is to light up caves, and you can zipline around. He has a grappling hook, which is a lot of fun to use. The zipline guy is the gunner, who has a zipline he can place down in one point to kind of bridge gaps in caves, and has a massive gun, which is his main feature, and you then have the engineer who can build platforms, which is very useful, and set up sentry turrets, kind of a bit more utility focused. But all of them have a lot of different options in their side and main gun types, and you can further expand on that later on in, I guess, end game, where you overclock these different weapons to do different things and function differently. So there's a lot of progression to be had. Alongside that, there's tons of cosmetics for your dwarves, which is really cool. Get all sorts of different beard shapes and hair shapes and just armor color sprays and stuff. It really just rewards you for playing more and more, and there's always more to get. It has this battle pass system, which is free, like you don't need to pay into it or anything, but it constantly, you unlock more stuff, and then once the battle pass is gone, the stuff in the battle pass goes into the regular loot pool, which is how games should work, and not gate content like that.
Yeah.
Fortnite.
Marcus Browley.
Other than that, there's just a really nice character to this game. There's a button to just say rock and stone whenever you want to. There's some really good interaction between the dwarves and their mule, Molly, who you put the ore into. You can go and drink different beers at the main hub, and some of them give you a bonus of X for your missions, which are very useful. You can dance, you can play little mini games, and just mess around there as well. It is just a really fun multiplayer game, first and foremost, that isn't too expensive as well. And if you have a group of friends and haven't played Deep Rock yet, I highly recommend it. It is a great multiplayer experience. Again, keeps getting updated, so you'll have future content for hopefully a long time, which is why I'm giving it a solid A.
I'm glad to hear it's that up there. Co-op game I'd really appreciate playing with you maybe sometime.
It's not just like killing zombies like in that game. There's a lot more like mining and traversal stuff.
I like
so
that.
So if you like the sound of that, that's definitely like a plus to this game. Yeah, I guess back to you then.
Okie dokie, everybody. Welcome to Shattered Planet. It is a dungeon crawler type game. Think Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. It is indie games on Steam, 2014. The premise of it is the world has blown up, Earth is blown up. You are on a spaceship and you are sent down by your scientist friend to discover things and to catalog, not really on the surface, but on the fragments, bits of continents that are floating in space now. Pretty generic loop for a game. It's like you go on runs and you go on the floor, you scout stuff out, you find items, you fight little enemies, you can find the teleporter that teleports you to the next fragment of Earth. The aesthetic themes are a little all over the place and mishmashed. Default enemies, kind of like this head crab looking thing. You have some interesting enemy behaviors. Some are passive, like tribesmen for some reason. So I don't quite get. It's not like, oh, modern day Earth blew up. It's kind of a weird. Maybe it isn't even Earth, and I don't quite understand. But anyway, it's an alien planet blown up into space. You explore it. There's a lot of pop culture and video game references. There's a lot of like Star Wars items, like the laser sword and storm helmet, and it's like a stormtrooper helmet. There's other things too, I swear. There's some unique items, like a little teleporter gun and stuff like that. But I think the major unique thing about this game is that it puts pressure on you to not explore the entire floor, but instead to get what you can and find the exit pretty swiftly, because when you begin on a floor, there's this corruption tile that you start off on, and as you explore, the tile begins to spread, and it spreads faster and faster, I believe. While you stand on the fully corrupted tiles, it does damage to you. Health is pretty valuable in this game, pretty precious. Every few moves, when the corruption's developed a decent amount, it will spawn like the head crab enemies, but bigger versions of them that are much stronger. So you don't really want those, and if you really leave it too long enough, you might get trapped where the teleporter room has the corruption between you and it. Level will be crawling with these buffed up enemies, so it is really a pressure that you have to respect. It's a force that you have to keep in mind constantly and operate around, so it really gives you pressure to actually keep a good pace to the gameplay. And one thing that I do like is if you're really stuck, but your health's quite decent, you can actually jump off the ledge of the shattered fragment to fall onto the next floor, and it does like 80% of your HP. So it's a risky one, but there it is. You get tokens when you do runs and collect stuff. You can use those tokens to get a random piece of loot, and you basically try and build up a little storehouse of loot. Use the bad ones and then keep the good ones for the 3 main missions that it has, instead of just like the endless run. That is the main gameplay loop. And then you can also use that some points to upgrade yourself, get more HP, get more reuses of your unique ability out of the character select. Each character has 1 unique ability, and the levels are not transferable, so I kind of only stuck to 2 of them. You can get a little companion that follows you, that's quite nice. You can come across little encounters where you have to like roll a dice to see, oh, do I have enough wisdom? But really, I almost always had enough stats for that. So there's little unique things you could do, like often aliens will flirt with you, or you'll find an egg and you can choose to hatch it or like crush it for some reason. I always do the nice one, and when you die, because the idea is you clone yourself and send someone out, that's why you can do multiple runs. It'll be like, clone 317 died in the cold grips of space. They were a lover, or they were an anthropologist, or they loved animals, if you have like an animal follower. So it's kind of a little basic, but it's a little bit of nice flavor, which ties to your stats loosely, well, directly, but not in a very meaningful way. And that's pretty much the game. I played it for like 10 hours or so, and then I was like, oh, okay, let's try the main missions, because the main missions are like labeled as hard, very hard, and insane. So I didn't do them immediately, but when I actually got round to doing them, I breezed through the first one. The second one was a little tricky. The third one I managed to do fairly okay, because I had good equipment by that point and high level. And that was it. Not very climatic, and it just ended, which I'm glad it did, because otherwise I probably would have kept playing it, and it wasn't a super engaging game. I usually pretty much always had a YouTube video on playing, and I'd play it kind of in the background. So I played it for about 18.5 hours. I'm glad I didn't play anymore. I really had my fill with it. Probably could have stopped a few hours before then. It was kind of getting boring after like 15 and maybe a little bit after 10. So very generic looking game, not too interesting, but it's something. My brother played it a bit, so it was nice to hear how well he was doing. Really, it's a C, and it's nowhere near being anything else. Maybe you could say it's a D, a little below average, but nah, I think it's decent. It's a C, but it is miles away from being a B. Like, it's really stuck in that position. And that's all I have to say about it, so let's move on. Nice. What did you get?
I did not get 6 pizzas.
What? Are you fasting?
No, I lied. I just cooked stuff in my fridge.
I cooked fusilini with haricot and black beans and some salsa and paprika.
I made burgers.
You made burgers?
No, I didn't. I did not make the burger. I cooked the burger.
Oh. So wait, you ordered 6 pizzas and then made a burger. You made burgers.
Then I ordered 5 burgers. No, I didn't spend any money.
Is Joey vegan?
Maybe? Okay. This game is going to be an interesting one for me. We are doing a mobile game. We're doing Pokemon Sleep. Arguably isn't even a game, it's a sleep tracker app. I put it here because I thought it would be interesting. It came out this year, and I need a Pokemon to put on my side of the thumbnail.
Oh.
The visuals of this are really nice. They've kind of minimalized Pokemon a little bit. They've softened them up. It's got some really nice colors to them, and the little animations all the Pokemon have are really cute. I've gotten quite a few Pokemon. There's a good variety, mostly Kanto Pokemon, but there's a sprinkling of Pokemon from other generations.
Whoa. They added Kanto Pokemon?
No, like it's majority Kanto.
That's a bold choice, isn't it?
Very bold. They put Charizard.
You think they'd put the newer
there.
ones in, the ones that people actually
They put
know, not like the
Pikachu.
ones from the 90s.
I think the cap is Gen 4, other than like Sylveon, because all the EVs are in there because they have
Right.
to be because EV's popular. But yeah, like Krogunk's in there. I've also gotten a couple of shiny Pokemon. I've gotten a shiny Caterpie, a shiny Eevee, and then shiny Bayleaf,
Oh my
who's my
goodness.
favorite. They're not as hard to come by, I guess, as you might think. The gameplay portion of this is really not substantial. You figure out what Pokemon kind of give you the best berries and food items to level up your Snorlax. And your Snorlax gets bigger and bigger, and the bigger your Snorlax, the more different Pokemon will come. It's also very microtransaction heavy. Although I haven't paid anything, I did manage to get like quite a few balls and catch tons of Pokemon while I did play. Got some performance issues though. It lags quite a bit. The transition to try to go to sleep or wake up in the morning takes quite a bit of time just to process the game, just to get into sleep mode, which isn't ideal when you either need to wake up or go to sleep. You should try to go to sleep, not wait around a little bit for it to just close up shop. Yeah.
If it's trying to be a sleep aid, there's something to be said about awkward transitions from and to sleep, because that's usually where most people struggle.
Ideally, it wants you to put your phone on charged right next to your pillow, which does not sound good for battery life. Potential fire hazard, maybe. I'm not sure about that anymore. I think phones have progressed, but it's really not ideal situation there. It's kind of silly. The sleep tracking itself, I think, is pretty good. There's this alarm that adapts to your sleeping, like what part of sleep you're in. So if you're in a deeper sleep, you can set an alarm so it won't wake you up, and it'll wake you up at a time where you're more likely to be less groggy. And that feature works really well for me. I was consistently waking up feeling good, regardless of kind of how long I really slept. But I don't know, just the things you have to do to get that are just not worth it. It's not with the slowdown and the weird little stuff you have to do and all the time you have to spend like on these Pokemon. It is kind of predatory with your time, and it's trying to get your money. So it's not great. It's barely a game, but I thought I'd mention it because it's pretty topical and it's Pokemon. I think originally I gave it a D, but I'm gonna actually give it an E. I'm gonna put it down a peg.
Why has it gotten lower in your mind?
It just kind of failed at its goal, and I realized it was a massive time sink. Like, it looks very pretty, but I don't want to use it ever again.
Or to say, like, you
In
said it
fact,
was
you know what?
successful, yet it has all these other things that make it worse. So in some way, like, it could be a good sleep aid, but it just it has
could be, but
many things that are counterintuitive to that.
yeah, exactly. And I don't see it getting better either. I think they're just going to gun for more money with it, because that's why it exists. So I'm going to uninstall Pokemon Sleep right now.
Oh, shoot! Also, I wanted to add that with purchase bundles and microtransactions, what I find telling is how big is their biggest bundle or package. Because in some ways, like, oh yeah, you don't have to get that, you can just get the smallest one. If they were like, okay, well, it's just a little app, we don't want people spending like more than $20 on it, then have your biggest be $20, or have your biggest be 10, and then they buy it twice or something. Pokemon Sleep's biggest bundle is £80 British.
Yeah,
and
it's insane.
That's like 120 in Canadian. So that's more expensive than every game I played this year combined, in terms of like what I paid for it, So
there's also like a monthly subscription for it.
Really?
Which isn't, I can't remember how much it costs. I think it's like £8 or something a month.
For the have you been paying?
It might be even more than that
per month?
No, no.
There's a free version.
Like that's there's like a
premium.
bonus subscription where you get extra stuff like premium. Yeah.
Okay, that's silly. Premium Sleep.
It's not good.
Okay.
Find a better sleep app. I'm gonna try to find a better sleep app or a way to try to get that adaptive alarm.
Pokemon just makes things worse.
The Pokemon skin is great, but everything else about it sucks. So
I see.
Yeah,
Yet it's not in your gripes.
Would be cool.
Sounds gripey.
Not originally. Maybe it would be now, but when I made this list originally, it wasn't.
The list changes. It's okay. I have those too.
The list changes. Back to you.
Yalla! The Elder Scrolls V5 Special Edition Skyrim is a 2016 re-release of Skyrim. Thank you, Mr. Todd Howard. I enjoyed playing you in my space adventures, you dark power wielder. With 16 times the detail than the original, the Elder Scrolls V Skyrim Special Edition also includes all of the DLC packs, and it includes a survival game mode, kind of like Fallout New Vegas. Has a little content update with graphical changes, particularly with the water, and has fishing in it now. So there's fishing gear, fishing rods, little stations. And it has the same mod platform as Fallout 4, so there's like official skins and little missions and stuff you can buy from the Bethesda store. Don't bother with that, sometimes they release free stuff, and there's community mods. And on PC, that involves new content. PS4, it's just in-game content, so all vanilla. I played the original one a while back, and it really captivated me, but I know Caleb knows this very well. It lost its magic with me, it lost its luster, and I really disliked Skyrim for quite a while. Replaying this, I played it in January, a little bit again more recently, when things were kind of tough in my life emotionally. And being able to hop on Skyrim, role-playing my character in Riverwood for like an hour or so around midnight was just really relaxing. I do question Skyrim's capacity for role-playing. In longevity, I seem to always give up maybe 5 or 10 hours into a role-play playthrough. I feel that coming upon me quite soon, but it's been fun so far. It's very immersive, and although Skyrim has many flaws, I just so love the music, I love the forests, I love the mountains, and it's nice to play it on PC, have all the content, and be able to have access to mods too, to change things up a little bit. I appreciate the assisted tools for modding. I'm not really a big fan of like doing it manually through Nexus. I only do that very rarely. I mean, it's Skyrim. It's nice. I'm appreciating it more than I usually do. But it's a little difficult what to say because, you know, it's Skyrim. Looks like I'm going to just try and play through in 2024 non-role-playingness. I'm going to give this a B, which for me is generous for Skyrim. I definitely feel like in the past I would have given it a C, but I'm giving it a strong B because I had a good time with it, but not quite an A. I'm going to see how, like, typical gameplay fares for me.
That's fair.
And check out the DLC and stuff like that. So I'm giving it B for now.
I will say, Skyrim is on last year's list with me as well from the multiplayer one, and mod Enderall, which you can play for free.
Oh yeah.
You can just download that. I definitely recommend like checking that out.
Yeah.
It's really good, and it's a different experience.
The comment
different map entirely.
Comment I was gonna make was about survival mode. I really like how harsh it is. Like if you're in the cold with the wrong clothes on, your max HP will drop to like 50% within a few minutes, basically. So you have to have all armor rating and clothing has a warmth rating and stuff like that. And as someone who's getting into camping, I quite like that. You know, it's not super realistic, but I appreciate the role playing. I can get into that. Me myself having almost frozen on a mountain before, as an exaggeration. Although I did have a complaint with the food, how the food is really not balanced right with hunger. Potatoes, carrots, vegetables, cabbages, cheese, stuff like that. When you get hungry, your debuff kicks in around, let's say, 50 or something like that. 50 hunger. All of that good stuff, potatoes, cabbages, that gives you like 2 or 3, like maybe up to 5 hunger, while like just bits of meat, like salmon, only costs about twice as much, maybe gives you like 300, 200. It's very unbalanced, but I think there's a mod that can fix that, but I'm playing through vanilla to get the achievements and just to experience, okay, what is Skyrim? Do I actually like base Skyrim? Do I actually like vanilla Skyrim? Obviously I have the DLC, but like unmodded. So that's a little issue I have with the balancing of a survival mode, but so far it's definitely been a very positive addition to it. That's made it way more fresh.
Something I'd enjoy.
That's it. So Beta, back to you.
Skyrim again. Todd would be proud.
He would.
Okay, moving on. We're gonna do looking up. I only see a ceiling. which is a very short visual novel style game in the same vein as Milk Inside a Bag or Milk Outside a Bag, which we covered last year.
Mm-hmm.
I won't go too into detail with the plot because it's so short, but it's a very personal feeling story that delves into some mental health stuff that I think is very relatable and well told. The art's really, really nice. Really like how unique it is. Definitely feels like it's from one person. Like the aforementioned Milk Outside a Bag and stuff. It's very distinct in its visual style, which I love with these smaller indie games because I don't know, you just get they have a massive personality to them, which is nice. Some horror esque stuff as well. Has a strong message. Pretty short. Took me about 40 minutes to complete and get some of the bonus achievements by going back through the story. And it's appropriately priced as well. It's really, really cheap actually. Costed £1.60, £1.50, something around there. So it took me about 40 minutes to complete fully. And I would recommend it to anyone who likes visual novels or just wants a short experience in an evening or an hour even and just want to support like an indie dev, then I think this is a nice little game to check out. I would give it a C.
Would you recommend playing this with your lover?
Maybe? I don't know.
Oh. The next game, it's a game maker's toolkit, basically. You can count that as a game. I'm counting it as a game. RPG Maker VX Ace. The light one, so the free version, which is substantial enough for me. It just kind of limits how many screens and items you can have. Basically just how big your database is, but you get pretty much almost all the features, but you can still script with the tools that you have, and it's fairly pliable. For an RPG Maker game, you're not expecting to be able to bend stuff, otherwise you would just, learn a coding language, use Unity, use Godot. I've tried to learn how to code games, and really it is probably the one medium that I've tried a few times and just completely failed, like no progress at all. I can't do it, even though I feel like my brain could work with coding kind of well. I just can't do it. So something like this is really exciting because I get to make a game. I have all the assets. I have everything that I need to make a simple game and still make it a little bit unique. So I put about 35 hours into this. I've been making a game based on some of my characters that me and Caleb share. Caleb, do you want to say anything about it? Because you've played the game I've made with this
Shrek and
toolkit.
Joey's Adventure, is that what it's called?
Yeah, something like that. I'm still working on it. It's on 0.24 is my progress. So
Maybe it'll be on itch.io one day.
That's like alpha.
It's a really nice, quirky little RPG Maker game. I think it really brings out your style of humor and I guess just style of creativeness. There's a lot of like set pieces around because it's pretty much walking around an RPG world and then bumping into very interesting characters or just weird events, which I was always thoroughly engaged with and found very funny. Some of which, like the infinite key glitch thing, was funny, even though that definitely wasn't intended. But there's other stuff like
still don't know how to fix that.
You should lean into it.
Like I'm definitely working around my lapses in knowledge and understanding of scripting because I'm just keeping that in.
The rats and the wraiths are great. The infinite desert dimension is a really funny thing too, and some of the dialogue I found really witty and just a joy to read. So yeah, I'm looking forward to more for sure.
Thank you. I'm doing this all on the light version. It's doable. I actually invited my friend recently to try and make a game also. The beginning mulings of their own game there. So I think it's good. I think it's pretty beginner friendly, like really, seriously. If you don't have any skill with coding, you don't need any. If you have no skill with game making, you might just have to learn a little bit of logic and experiment, and you can make something. And it's rewarding. It definitely feels like a game because I get to play a game, I get to make stuff, and a lot of games are based off of level makers like Little Big Planet and Mario Builder. What's it called? Super Mario Level Builder? What's it called?
Mario Maker?
Super Mario Maker! Super Mario Maker 2. It's in that sort of vein, but it more towards the tool categorization. But yeah, it's good. Get on it. There's plenty of tutorials online, and you can figure out yourself. It's nice. It's rewarding. So I'm going to give it a C tier just because, well, I might give it a B tier because it kind of has all I need. I just have to maybe learn it a bit more. It's a decent tool. Definitely a bit better than middling. It's assisted me, and I wouldn't be able to make what I've made so far without it. So B tier.
Okay, I guess back to me.
Yeah.
Demon Lord Reincarnation, which is a 2023 game I played on Steam. It's a riff on old school dungeon exploration games, particularly the ones where you have to make your own map. And by that, I mean physically buy some graph paper, get a pencil and a ruler out, and draw the map yourself. That's definitely the most fun I had with this game. Making the map myself was just the highlight. It was fun to do, kind of outside the game, I guess. But the basic premise is you have to assemble a party of adventurers and navigate this labyrinth to kill the demon lord within. There are no maps of the labyrinth because the demon lord is so strong. They didn't want anyone to like go and rescue him or send support. Solid game where you're just going around mapping with your characters and trying to get further and further. The level up system is interesting because your characters don't have levels, they just kind of get more skills and stats as they grow. So there's no cap there or anything. And the skills they get are random. So different characters can get different skills. Say you have one mage and then another mage. If you level them up or just get XP with them, they'll get different skills, which is an interesting system. The thing that bothers me about this game, and I kind of realized like why the system works like that, is it's not set to scale. That there are no scaled enemies. They just kind of scale to your level and they get stronger and stronger as you get stronger and stronger. So there's no feeling of progression throughout the early game. You just kind of keep playing and you think maybe you're grinding and getting stronger characters and leveling them up. But the enemies are just kind of the same level of difficulty and they keep like killing your PCs if you're not careful. I originally had like a lot of attachment to my characters. I had this like prince and this knight who I kept throughout the entire game. They never died, but the other characters died like quite a lot. And so it had this Nuzlocke quality to it, like Pokemon, which I love. But then as soon as I found out that the enemies are just scaled to me and the game would never get easier, it would always just be this level of difficulty, no matter where in the dungeon I was, other than I think the bosses are set. It just kind of lost meaning for me. It didn't feel sense of individuality it had. Another thing that cheapened the game a bit for me is the art, which is absolutely stunning. The sprites are amazing. The thing is, they're not from this game. They're a free to use resource asset pack online, which is a great reuse of assets and stuff. They changed them around a bit to suit the game's art style, but the game just ends up being kind of hollow and it just doesn't really have a sense of self to me anymore with the way the gameplay is structured and just the art, which leaves it kind of a bit hollow. It definitely cheapened the game quite a bit for me, sadly. Yeah, that's Demon Lord Reincarnation. I would give it a D, kind of a low D as well.
Oh yeah! Okay, my next game's Gloom. It's the 2017 roguelite-esque game inspired by Dark Souls. I'd say more Bloodborne than Dark Souls. You could say it's a generic, but I think it's done pretty well. It's kind of a silhouette art style. Gloomy and a little dreary, but not drab. Not drab, no. I love this game because it feels like a game that I could make, even though I clearly couldn't. But it's that sort of, like, it's compartmentalized, it's small enough, inspired by games I like, it's fun to play. You start off in a little hub area, there's NPCs you can talk to, and if you have tokens that you get from other runs, you can buy equipment to assist you. There's no long-term upgrades, but you can invest a little bit in your next run. There are 3 different levels, each ending in a boss. First level is kind of this parish area. The boss could be one of 3. The second level is a forest area, the ending boss being one of 3. And then if you have a special item, there's a side boss you can take, which is pretty important. Very important to the lore, that one. And then the third area is kind of this underworld swamp amphibious creatures. And that ends in one of 2 bosses. After that, there's a lot of spoilers for this game. There's like final boss fight, then a boss run, and then another final boss with 2 stages, and it has basically the whole lore is based around dreaming, and supposedly your character's in a coma of sorts, and there's like this theme with this baby and some maybe paternity stuff. I'm a little rusty on the lore. I used to know it. I've been playing this game on and off for a few years now. I have a lot of my boss fights actually posted on my gaming channel. That was the first things I really posted there. Apparently Steam says I've already beaten this game, but it only took until recently for me to actually beat it. Apparently it was the second time. I don't remember a first time. So for me, I felt like, finally, I've got these few years. I've been playing it again this year to try and finish it. I'm part of the Discord server. It seems like a lot of people have managed to finish it earlier than I have, but I think it took me about 40 hours of playing, although I did play some offline, and it's really good. It's got some nice weapons. You kind of build your own character as you go through, getting like lifesteal is important, buffing your stats, getting orblings, having a ranged weapon, and then melee weapons. And if you get the right upgrade material, and if you do something for the blacksmith, there's like a merchant too, you can upgrade your weapon and get like special weapons. There's legendary weapons to acquire also, which are really good but not too overpowered. And yeah, it's just a good game, good runs, pretty bite-sized, feels like a total package. I've spoken to the game dev a few times. He's really nice. He's a Scandinavian creator. He's nice. He's made the Tree Man game also, which is a bit like Spiritfarer. I've not played it yet, but instead of it being more like a Dark Souls roguelite, it's still like a roguelite running thing, but you basically operate a boat, a ferry on a river. You collect NPCs who will help defend you from attacks from monsters, and it's based in the same universe. There's a sequel that was being developed on a few years ago, but the dev dropped it to work on his education, college, university. So after Gloom may still come out, but it'll be a few years ahead. It's looking like Gloom, but bigger and better. So it's a game I've been following for a while. I've been involved in the small community for a while also, and it's just a really solid game. It's kept me in good company. I've done hundreds of runs, and I give it a solid A tier, really. It's just really good. Doesn't push the boundaries of anything, but it's solid. It's always been entertaining, and I highly recommend using a controller. It's a good price too, cheap on Steam. Get it when it goes on sale, or get it full price if it really sounds like your thing. Support the dev. It's got to go to school.
Nice.
Helwick is the dev, I believe, is the pronunciation. Really solid A tier, long time coming, but I finally beat it this year.
Ooh, that's a good segue, actually, I think. Another game that's been a long time coming, which I finished this year, is Professor Layton and Pandora's Box.
Oh yeah.
On the Nintendo DS. So I played Kira's Village in 2021, I believe, and I finished it, and I had a grand old time with that. And I'm back this year with the next game, Professor Layton and Pandora's Box, which I originally played while I was about like 8 years old, probably. So I'm coming back after 13, 14 years or
After
something like that.
Some intelligence upgrades, you've leveled up a few times.
Yeah, 100%, because now I understand what's going on, and I understand how to do the puzzles without having to use the hints or brute force.
You didn't accidentally put it on Spanish either.
I definitely didn't do that. Well, maybe I did. I don't know.
As a kid, you're like, I don't understand.
What is these words? Española? But yeah, this one has a really good plot hook where Luke and Layton go to visit a friend in London who has the Elysian box, sought after treasure, I guess. And when they arrive, the box is gone, and the guy they're trying to meet is seemingly dead. So they engage on this kind of trek, with the only clue being a train ticket for the Mollentary Express, which is also in the game's box in the manual, I believe. You get a fake ticket. And that's really useful because as Luke and Layton are going on the train, you stop at a few places. You stop at like this nice little town, but you need to stop at a point where There's a secret carriage. To get in, you have to solve a special puzzle by using that physical ticket, which I thought was really, really cool. Different places you go in this are great. Like in the first game, it was only the small village, but in this, you go to a similar, quite nice little village that's having a festival. You obviously have the train, which has its own puzzles and stuff. And then you go to a secret underground city called Falsense, which is just amazing. It has just looks really cool, has a bunch of interesting puzzles, and it has a nice kind of lore to it. The previous stuff from the other game kind of still stands here. The art is amazing. I love Level 5's designs, and they're just penchant for little creative dudes. I just love how all the characters look. The animated cutscenes as well are really, really good. It's nice to have these little things in the game with very chunky visuals and voice acting on the DS at least. The voice acting as well, Luke and Layton, are phenomenal in the English dub. Very English and British, and I love it. And the music is even better than Curious Village. I adore the soundtrack to Pandora's Box. It's one of my favorites ever. I use it in a ton of my videos. The puzzles as well, good. I always like Layton's puzzles. They scratch my brain in some good ways. Not really much to be said there. I don't know if there's a quality difference between the first and the second game. The story, though, is a massive upgrade, I think. I enjoyed the Curious Village, but Pandora's Box is so vibey. It's so atmospheric. It has this fun, kind of dangerous and mysterious train journey at the beginning. And it slowly leads into a calmer, but kind of almost sad part in Falsense. There's this air of desolation and sadness, I guess, which feeds into the kind of main plot, which is a bit of a meditation on loss and things changing over time. And it had a really, really sweet ending that I really enjoyed and kind of was very appropriate for the 13 years I kind of waited to finish this game. The final puzzle involving the DS's microphone feature where you had to blow into it, which is really cool. And I managed to simulate that through emulation by
cool.
blowing through my headset microphone, which was very fun and a nice way to just cap off the game and just cap off like this massive amount of time in my life I haven't finished this game. So
It's
the
like
ending for
it's
me
like
hit very
capping
hard.
off some unfinished business from over a decade ago.
Exactly. Yeah.
Like, oh, that's tied up, loose end, gone.
Very, very satisfying for me personally, but just as a game as well, it's phenomenal. So this gets an S for me. It's definitely there in my favorite games category.
This game sounds like my bedroom, so
Interesting comparison.
yeah.
I think you'd enjoy it. If you want some puzzles, like you can't beat Layton. They're bringing out the New World of Steam.
Well, like Skyrim
2025.
has some good puzzles. You got to match the whale with the whale.
Nah, this is way better. I know
You got to
that's a
match
joke
the
on
spider with the spider. It's pretty clever if you think about it. Yeah, the Layton games they seem they seem very orientated towards kids, but they seem universal. Like puzzle games are puzzle games, and
they're accessible
it's
to
appealing.
kids, but they're really not. They're for everyone. They have really good stories and good production. They're available on like iOS and like the app stores and stuff, but I really hope they just add them all to Switch.
They should have a
Switch
mega
games.
collection on Switch. It seems good.
They need to do it like Ace Attorney. They need to do a 3-pack of the first 3 and the second 3. I would probably buy them again.
Yeah, maybe trial that collection on the Ouya or something.
I do not think the Ouya is in circulation anymore.
Damn it. Don't tell me the servers
Rest in
are
peace,
offline.
Ouya.
Oh shoot! Hey, you know what? FIFA 17 since last week when I logged on a few days ago, they closed down the servers. They're like, "Thanks for playing."
Really?
Yeah, I didn't use the online feature, but they've shut down the servers already. And that was this week. I just remembered that. So
interesting.
There's something.
Topical. Okay, back to you then.
La la la. Okay, so I feel like we're on a bit of an uptick right now.
So we gotta bring it down.
The depths of the middle bit of the list. Yet we haven't gotten to the gripes, but we're up here now. Because this is another game from the last few years I've been playing on and off. But I played it again this year and didn't hit anything conclusive like with Gloom. But FTL, Faster Than Light, 2012. the darling indie game. It's one of the best games of that year. It's such an awesome game. It has the advanced content now where it adds another alien species, more ships, more weapons and systems like cloning and the leeching drone or something like that. That leeches the power from the systems, kind of like the ion gun mixed with drones. And it's just a good game. It's a good game. Basically in control of a starship where you can control the doors, the engines, you can allocate staff with different skills. You do like little scenarios where you can use your resources fuel. If you have a special particular alien species on board on your crew, or you have missiles or a particular weapon, you can use that to resolve text-based scenarios, and you can get rewards from that. Or sometimes, if it's the space spiders, they'll take one of your crewmates, or if it's a crazy man, just leave him alone. That's my advice. Basically, the idea is there are 8 systems. You play as an Imperial ship, running away from the evil rebels. They did a switcheroo from the classic, generic space story of bad Empire, good rebels. The rebels are the antagonists in this game. They are powerful. You're running away with some information to inform the Galactic government of something important to do with the rebels. But the thing is, you are going through a system while a wave of rebel ships are searching for you, and you have to exit the system whilst getting all the opportunities and resources and crewmates and upgrades that you can. You can find shops to buy like robots and weapons, and even like just upgrades to your ship, like a scrap recovery arm, stuff like that. You have 3 slots for those. It is kind of difficult. There's an easy mode, normal mode, hard mode. Again, there's 8 systems that get progressively harder. Shields are very important. Bypassing shields are important. Timing your attacks are important. It's kind of a mixture between turn-based, because you're waiting for your weapons to recharge, and real-time strategy, which is nice. I like the Harbinger's laser beams that like cut through ships. Really good for room damage. Once you get to the final star system, the 8th area, you have to fight the big mothership for the rebels. It's like a 3-stage boss fight that it changes variably for each stage, and each stage you have an opportunity to dodge and evade it and fight auxiliary rebel ships whilst like trying to get a repair down or things like that. And it's really tough. I've beaten the game on easy. I've beaten it on normal a few times with some ship. There's different ships and different layouts. Some are definitely better than others. But I've never beaten it on hard. I don't think that I will ever beat it on hard. It's pretty difficult. There's some nice other little features, like if you run out of fuel, you have to pause and you can send out like distress beacon, which is nice. I like those details, because a lot of the situations you bump into is, oh, there's a distress beacon, or there's a distress signal from a ship. I feel like there's a lot of that. Like, there's a lot of missions revolving around that in like Mass Effect, and it's nice to actually, if you're in a bad situation, you can pull up and use a distress beacon. So stuff like that is cool. It's immersive, really affordable. I've put over 100 hours into this game, just about, and it's great. My brother loves it. It's so worth the money. Angry Joe loves it too, and you gotta love anything that makes Angry Joe happy.
I wanted to tell you about another really freaking awesome game called FTL. I know what you're thinking, another good game on the Angry Joe show? Well, shut up, fool!
He's got a cute face. This would be an S tier, but again, I played it more this year, and I've closed it this year, but I didn't have like a really cool experience this year, or like my best run ever. And so it's a solid A tier, but I just don't think I can give it an S tier for this year, just because like I had fun with it, but it didn't blow me away. Again, it's not like Dark Souls where I like rediscovered it. I just played more of it, and I think I'm done with it, and it's a great game. Not in my top 10, but it's still pretty up there. So A tier, that's a high A tier that is there, especially with the advanced content. And I like that that's optional too. That's it.
FTL is always a classic game, really cheap as well. So if you see it on the store and want to play a roguelike, pick it up. It's so good.
Heck yeah.
Guess we'll do another kind of banger game, another detective game, Return of the Obra Dinn. Critically acclaimed, but also just acclaimed in general in gaming spaces. And if you've never played it, like seriously consider, because it is one of the best detective games ever, probably. I tried to play it a few years ago, but just got sidetracked with other things. But this time I came back to it and streamed it with some friends so we could kind of work out the puzzle together. And the general premise is you're sent to investigate this boat, the Obra Dinn, which has been found by people, and no one on the crew is on board alive. And you have a ship's manifest, and you need to document how everyone on board died or disappeared. Just kind of fill out all of those names. You need to figure out who is who, how they died,
Their favorite breakfast cereal.
and when they died. Yeah, and their favorite breakfast cereal. You do this with the help of this magical compass, which kind of teleports you to the moment someone died, but you don't necessarily know like whose corpse they are immediately. You get to see how they died, and you can try to match them with some photos and stuff, but you need to use deduction to figure out who they are through their clothes, who they talk to, their accents, and their just relations to people. And as you get more and more into the game and you fill out more people in your book and you unlock more of the story, you just start to feel like an amazing detective. The game just really pushes you in that direction, and it is just an absolute joy to uncover everything this game has to offer. It also has some great just story twists and turns, which you wouldn't expect from the outset, which make it very engaging and surprising as well. Visually, I love it. It's very minimalistic, I think, two-toned in its art style, very pixelated, and you can change the color options in the menu as well to make it look a variety of different ways. And I switched it around in my playthrough, which was a lot of fun. There's a couple of music tracks and like music stings, which are very memorable and great. And the voice acting, as mentioned, which is very important, is very good. And all of this stuff just coalesces. And for me, it's kind of perfect. Everything about this game is great and just serves itself in the best way possible. Like, the voice acting is on point. The visuals are on point. The music is great. The story and just the sense of gameplay, I just feel the best. Like, it did this idea perfectly for me. So because of that, I'm giving it an S. I struggle to think of any better puzzle kind of detective games other than maybe, like, I love Layton, but there's a bit more personal reasons there. This is just a genuinely well-crafted game, and I think everyone should play it.
Sounds like a template S, like, does something unique, does it perfectly.
Exactly.
Uses to elaborate.
It's also made by the guy who did Papers, Please. If you like that game, check this out, because it's also really, really good.
Yeah.
They both have a lot of style. Definitely innovated from Papers, Please.
I got weak game. That's me this year.
Do you not have any?
I have, I mean...
Okay, you have
I'm
one.
just saying, like, in general, I'm saying, if a rapper was diss-tracking me, they'd be like, your games had weak game this year. I don't know. My gaming had weak game. Well, anyway.
I think I get what you mean.
Banoffee spread me up, bro.
And I've got the...
Come on.
And I got the banoffee spread on my bed.
Come on. And I got the banoffee spread on my bed, in my sheets that turn red, with my menstrual bled.
Oh boy.
Here again, we have another game that I couldn't fit on my gripes list, so it's here. Realm of the Perpetual Gods, or Guilds. It gets confusing. This is an RPG Maker game, because I wanted to try out RPG Maker games, and I found like the worst reviewed one. I was hopeful for this game because it seemed like people were upset and disliked this game because it didn't really have much of a story, and instead it was combat orientated. For me, I was like, okay, this game is probably better than people make it sound, because with RPG Maker games, like the best ones or the ones you hear about the most, it's like, oh, they have a unique story. It's very emotional, deals with dark subject matters. The gameplay in terms of like the battles, most of the best ones like try and do something kind of unique, but it's not the focus. Lisa the Painful has some really interesting characters and like abilities, and they do have some unique. Definitely, the combat is evolved over like basic, Final Fantasy 1 turn-based combat. But this game, that's kind of all it has. It's not using that combat to retain your concentration for the story. It still includes the story, but it's really obnoxious and silly and pointless. It's really kind of out of context. And then the fighting it does have an interesting system, but I don't think it's worth it, because I only played maybe 2 or 3 levels and I was done with it, basically. Interestingly enough, it does try and do something unique. So instead of having each of your 4 party members have a turn, the number of party members you have equals your turns that you can use. So your Berserker can use 3 of your turns, and then your Mage can use another one. You can spend your whole go using those 4 actions to buff and set up your Barbarian, and then the next turn they can just clean house, basically do the high damaging moves. What this does mean is that protecting your weak party members are very important, because if your weak party member goes down in like a more classic one, then it's okay, we only lost like 10% of our power. Whilst if they go down in this game, it's, we have 1 less move, so that's 25% of your power no matter who goes down. But with that, it's more stringent, and like, I need to heal, but I don't have enough moves, and so really, like, losing 1 party member can actually create a knock-on effect and maybe, like, cut your efficiency in half. The difference between having 4 moves and having 2 moves is pretty significant, more so than it sounds. You get to build your party at the beginning, so it's really not like you're collecting characters, you're collecting fighters, basically. So at the beginning, you're like, who do you want? Do you want an Earth Mage, an Ice Mage, Fire Mage? Do you want a Berserker, a Paladin, a Monk, an Assassin, a Thief? So you have to do some reading, and you have to, like, team comp, instead of, like, come across a character. I think they might fit in well. It's like, no, you've got to sit down, and you have to design a team. And I think that's cool for an RPG maker, to, like, basically delve into the databases and try and balance everything. I find it commendable that they're taking kind of the weak aspect and the limited aspect of RPG makers and trying to make that the game. That being said, obviously it didn't turn out in a very good game because it's just kind of slightly innovative combat, and it's innovating on like a 20-year-old really generic standard system we've played a billion times. So it does try to do something with the story, but it's basically like in the game it's just obnoxiously annoying and self-aware NPCs that are like, I wish I could go adventuring, all I do is stand it all day, isn't it weird that I just sit here all the time? I'm here to sell you stuff, I don't actually have anything, you just get them when you give me money. Things like that. It's like, what's the point? Just don't have this. Like, if you're not even having your fighters be characters, just have the NPCs be like dispensaries. Like at the beginning of the game, it's just like bookshelves you interact with to build your team. Like, it's pointless, basically. It's not funny. It's just, you're minimizing the time you're wasting, but you're still wasting some time, basically. The real story of this game is that apparently the game that you're playing is a RPG Maker game made by these immortal people where all they do is make RPG Maker games. They've been doing it for thousands of years. They're getting bored of it, so they want to use an old experimental device that puts you in the game like it's a VR headset, but you get put in an RPG Maker game. So like there's literally no point. And at the point of the game I was in, they're like saying, we're still making the game, you've almost reached the end, we're making it as you're playing it. Your characters just start like grunting and hinting towards that these godly RPG Maker people partially inhabiting the fighters, the generic fighters that you have. And that's pretty much it. And the king of these gods doesn't want this device to be used, but this story is so slow, and most of the gameplay is just a few hours of going through 2 dungeons per area to just fight increasingly harder enemies and try and figure out what type of attacks they're weak to. And if you have a bad team comp, you just have to start all over again. This game is very mediocre. I want to give it a D. I remember last time we recorded this, you kind of were convincing me it's really an E, but I think if they just didn't try anything with the story, I'd give it a D. But because they tried something and it was just annoying, it was really reductive. So I'm giving it an E with interest. It's not a harsh E. It's what it is.
An E with interest.
Yeah, it's like I was interested in the combat, trying to do something unique, trying to do a combat focused RPG, because mine is dialogue based basically. It's very dialogue heavy, very light on combat, but I'm including it. This is like the opposite, and after 2 hours, it's not worth it. It did not get me out of my slump when I was playing this and the other game I won't mention. Continue to back to you.
Okay, we're gonna do a shorter one. We're gonna do my only demo, which is Twin Peaks Into the Night. It came out this year, and you can get it on itch.io. And it is a fan project trying to adapt the TV series Twin Peaks into a PlayStation 1 style game featuring the music and voice acting clips from the original series, but with like fully built up player models and assets and things. And they really nailed the PlayStation 1 aesthetic and meld it with Twin Peaks in a really cool way. It feels very authentic to me. There isn't too much done yet. You have the hospital scene at the beginning, some intro stuff, intro cutscenes. There's some cool little Easter eggs in the hospital and some fun scenes and rearranging a little bit where they try to make the red room sections more interactable. And
Can I hit his shadow? Is this a gimmick boss? No. No, that wouldn't work. There's a lock on. Fuck. No, it's doing no damage. There's no, either it's doing no damage or there's no hit detection. Or like this.
Smash the test and then go to her head.
That was very unclear and made no sense. It just, I don't have any time.
his face is burning.
Right, go to the second
Fine.
leg.
Oh, what the?
You don't
And there's not
understand.
really much you can do
Of course
about it.
I don't
This
understand
is
anything. Stupid.
Annoying other
This
people
has
is
to be
still
one of the
wrong,
most
though.
memorable
This is something you don't
bo-
understand,
I mean, I'm
it
gonna
seems.
remember it because
Remember,
What is this game? This game is Silent Hill. It's horrible. It's hell.
stronger emphasis on more interactive combat. The Red Room is a big influence, I think, on Silent Hill.
This game is Silent Hill. It's hell.
And its Otherworld. So it's cool to see this PS1 fan game take inspiration from Silent Hill, which took inspiration from the original Twin Peaks. Kind of going full circle there. I really, really like that.
Oh yeah, it's all coming together.
Yeah, it's all coming together. Really excited to see more of this. Love Twin Peaks. It's one of my favorite pieces of media of all time. And this is just a love letter to the series. I think the demo was about 30 minutes long. I did mess around a bit in it. It took more time, so it's not very long. There was like some cool trailers on their socials showcasing some of the next parts of the game, which I'm really hyped to see, hopefully, next year. If this sounds interesting to you, definitely check it out, even if you haven't watched Twin Peaks, because maybe its weirdness will convince you to watch the series, which I highly recommend.
Thank you for
Back to-
recommending.
back to you.
And no rating?
Oh, I would give this demo an A. Like right now, I'm
Really?
a massive Twin Peaks fan. I think this is super faithful. It's just great to look at. Sounds great, and there's potential for this to be a nice, cozy fan project. I'm
Right,
really
that's
excited
the
about this.
potential. Do you want to give it an A, or like most of the time
Yeah,
with demos
yeah.
we give it an A, or keep an eye on it.
I'm Twin Peaks crazy. I'm just gonna give it an A. I really enjoyed my 30 minutes with it.
Okay, sweet.
Yeah, check it out.
Nice quick one. Back to me, I suppose. Goodness me, what's next? Oh yes, Viral Outbreak. This is an itch.io game that was part of a roguelite month game jam. So this game was only made in a month. It was the loser on the one that got the least points in this game jam. But I played a few of the other games and I actually like this one the most. Basically like an upgrade game where it's like a top-down twin stick shooter sort of thing. A timer, which I kind of wish there was endless mode. I don't quite get the timers. It is just like a 12-minute game where zombies come in, progressively more and more of them, then there's runner zombies, then big bulky zombies, clown zombies that throw projectiles at you and stuff, and it just gets more crowded and hectic, and the spawn rate goes up until the end, and then they chop it up into 3 different modes, so you have to beat the first 3 minutes. Gotta get enough upgrade material to unlock the timer to make your runs longer, basically. There's some upgrade stuff, so you basically just start out with a gun and you fire, and as you collect XP points, you level up, and you can upgrade, make the bullet bigger so it hits enemies easier, fire rate and movement speed to trim down the horde, or to be able to backpedal enough from the runners, which can really munch through your health when they get to you. You're pretty fragile. Spacing and pacing is important. Space and pace important. It's rare. There are some other little currencies, like if you destroy these little things on this map, the map is limited, although when you get to the edge, it's a bit like Snake where you appear on the other side. But that's risky, playing near the edge, because that's where the zombies will spawn, like right next to you. They'll spawn several meters away or on the edge. So if you're a meter away from the edge, they can spawn right next to you. So very cautious, but you can use the edge to escape, because when you teleport to the other side, they run all the way to you. They don't use the edge to teleport. So that's kind of a risk-reward thing. There's little structures that if you spend bullets shooting those instead of the zombies, sometimes it can drop scrap. If you get enough scrap, you can build little barricades in certain areas that will, if you kite the horde over there, you can get quite a few kills on it. The bigger enemies, the bulky ones, can drop money, and you use that in the shop to unlock the timer, buy more upgrade potentials. So when you level up, you can buy a thing like knife or grenade or something like that, where now instead of just your 4 choices, you have 5, where you can choose to get a knife that will periodically go off if a zombie's near you, or you can get a grenade that will be thrown in a general direction every 10 seconds, and you can upgrade that too. And so what I like about it is, first, the music. It's got 2 themes. The menu music is awesome. Super catchy, super... You know what I'm saying?
Am I right? Yes.
Very nice, very funky, groovy. And choose your upgrade paths to either make like move around really fast and shoot big bullets, or you can try and make like a little automatic pistol, increase the fire rate, increase the damage, and there's weapon spread too. The bullet spread, so you can like shoot multiple bullets. The damage is a little iffy on that one, but again, it was made in a month. Really solid game, simple. I really like this style of upgrade game as opposed to kind of the approach Vampire Survivors has. So in some ways I prefer this game. It's way more quaint, doesn't have as much content, and there are some issues like with the bullet spread and the progression with the timer. But overall, I love the music a lot more, and I played it more. Big props to this one. Solid C tier and enjoyable, and that's Viral Outbreak 2022 game. I probably played it maybe for like 3 or 4 hours, and I got everything out of it.
Sweet. Good amount of time. Nice little, sink your teeth into it for a bit. To me to you. So this year we have another Silent Hill game. We have Silent Hill Shattered Memories. PlayStation 2, I emulated it. Not Homecoming, which was horrible last year, and I think has to be the worst game in history, and probably will be the worst game we've ever covered on the Game of the Year. But this was really good, and it's a little sad because a lot of people view the post-Team Silent games, so from Silent Hill 1, 2, 3, 4, some people include 4 as one of the bad ones. They think they're all bad. I can kind of see why based on Homecoming, but Shattered Memories is really cool. Shattered Memories is very bold in its gameplay decisions, so there is no combat. There is instead some chase scenes, which I'll admit are a little janky, but they get way too much hate for what they are. They genuinely scared me a bit, and there is some interesting mechanics where you can put flares down to ward off enemies and stuff. But they put me in some tense positions, and there aren't many of them. And by the time you get towards the end of the game, they start mixing them up in some really clever and fun ways. So they really don't overstay their welcome. And then the rest of the game is pretty much pure exploration around these weird environments, these abandoned towns. So much to look at and just sift through. It utilizes the mechanics of a phone in game, which acts as your GPS. You can call people from it, including numbers you find across the world map. These can be numbers you find in a toilet stall, or a helpline you see on a wall, or the Konami customer helpline in the Silent Hill booklet you have from the manual, which will give you a funny little message if you call that one. There's also these like memories you can pick up as you go, which kind of involve other people of the town. It helps flesh out the background a bit more, and also is thematically relevant, which is really nice. Another aspect people don't like too much is that it's a reimagining of the first game. Some people point that out as a negative. I really like it though. It takes aspects of the first game and reinvents them in some really fun ways, in my opinion, anyway. And with that, the story is pretty much the same as well. You are Harry Mason, passing through the town of Silent Hill, and you're looking for your daughter Cheryl, who has gone missing. There is some really unique other mechanics to this game as well. So while you're not exploring and kind of being chased when you're Harry, you're in these psychology therapy meetings, which is really interesting, where you have to answer questions or do little activities like color in a house, like your ideal house, or it'll give you pictures of people lying down, and you have to order them in where you think, if you think they're dead people or if you think they're sleeping people. There's just these psychological exercises the game makes you do, which is really interesting and relevant to the main game's themes and ending. And I guess spoilers, I'm going to just briefly talk about the ending for Silent Hill Shattered Memories here.
I'm muting myself for this ending because this game actually sounds interesting. I'll mute myself for like 3 minutes.
Okay, so the ending is really interesting. You are constantly kind of pushing and pushing, trying to get to this lighthouse by the end of the game. And as you enter the lighthouse, you get another psychology session. And the game kind of pulls back the camera and reveals you're not playing Harry in these sessions. You're playing as Heather and her daughter, who has lost Harry, her father, in an accident years ago. So the Harry you're playing isn't real. He's a kind of figment of Heather's psyche and imagination. Oh, sorry, not Heather, Cheryl. I'm going to be confused there. But it's a sudden twist, and some people just kind of throw it under the bus, and it's like, oh, it's like Silent Hill 2's twist. But it does so much more than that. It recontextualizes the game in a really fun way, and all the psychology stuff feeds into the game and how you play, what you look at while you're playing. If you look at alcohol or sexual orientated things, it will change how the game plays. The locations you visit will be different, and the characters you meet will dress differently depending on that, as well as the endings of the game will change. So if you were more sexually orientated, you'll get a kind of skeezy dad ending. So how you played affects what Harry was actually like as a father to Cheryl. So he'd be more skeezy, or more of an alcoholic, or just more of a wimp. Or the one I got was just kind of more casual, but eventually Harry needs to be divorced, he needs to leave, which is the trigger for his accident. But there's also a separate kind of tier of ending stuff where Cheryl needs to either accept her father passing, and she can either just kind of accept. I'm still talking about it, I'm sorry. Okay. No, okay. I'm gonna keep talking then. So Cheryl is Cheryl, man, you're gonna have to edit this or something. Cheryl is Cheryl. Oh no, oh no, I'm looping. Cheryl, yeah, she either has to accept that Harry, her father, is gone, and that her view of him is not what she thought, and she needs to move on with her life, or she can kind of cling on to those memories It feels very, I don't know, natural. Feels like something that can happen in the real life, and its exploration of trauma is just really clever and impactful to me. Its ice themes are also kind of interwoven in this, with this idea of frozen trauma, that she's kind of just stuck in limbo because of this, and she just needs to move on. And I thought it was very powerful, and was a Silent Hill game, and it it kind of traditionally tried to do things Silent Hill games do, but it tackled it in a different way, and it really deserves more credit with that. The ending also, when you finish the game, you get psychologically analyzed. You get a little profile, which is really cool. It tells you about all your stats, and I thought that was really neat as well. But overall, it is a fantastic little horror game. It's not very long as well. I think I finished it in 3 play sessions, which range from like 2 to 3 hours each. So probably like 6, 7 hours max you're looking at, I think. Yeah, I know you're back, by the way. Yeah, it's a pretty brief game. The lack of combat, I think, really helps it in that regard, and it's definitely a great vehicle for its messages and themes as well, with that shorter runtime. For me, it's actually pretty close to an S. This might be my second favorite Silent Hill game. I'll have to really think about that.
Wow.
Maybe replay like 3 and 3. Yeah, it is really good. I'm going to give it a high A.
Bruh.
Hiatus. Awesome. That's very high praise coming from you, saying it's your second favorite. And I do plan on playing that, as you could probably
Yeah, I
tell.
recommend.
Nice. Finally
Back
get
to you.
into it. Hello, who's there? Is anyone? Where are you? How am I supposed to defend myself? I carry unused needles.
Don't want to mess with you then, I guess.
It's a first aid thing. I collect first aid supplies.
Memorabilia.
Memorabilia. I remember when I will do my
Gotcha.
final one, and then you'll do 2 consecutive ones. My
Gotcha.
final one is Half-Life Uplink. Half-Life had its 25th anniversary. They released a documentary, and they also released an update for Half-Life that included some content that's not being used anymore. They reverted it to the original menus, maps that were used exclusively in the early days. So there's more maps, so the online's been bustling a little bit more, and I think they changed the physics on the grenades, because the grenades were always really floaty and strange when thrown. Minimal gameplay changes. The main thing was that they released some new content. I played it. You know, I was going to compliment how, it's just like back in the day, put the voice actors and used all the original assets seamlessly. But it's not. It's the original demo. That was very unclear until I had to like research it online. I was under the impression that it was new content. No, it's the original demo that never was publicly released, I believe. It was out there temporarily. People played it as like a test thing on like a separate disc maybe. But it's never been included with the main game before. I was expecting it to be about an hour. I thought it was original content. I had a blast with it. It was really good. Shipping container level, really tightly designed, and used this device to call the American nuclear organization that has about 3,000 employees. I looked that up. Public records, go check them out. There's some messed up stuff over there. Anyway, the nice situations, you get to see head crab, zombies, carrying people, which I've never seen in Half-Life before. So some interesting and unique AI actions, but the ending was kind of disappointing because it like was teasing one of the bosses from the main game. But to me, I was like, oh cool, we're gonna have like this scary spooky section with this enemy that we've seen before. No, you hear it coming. I think it's gonna charge through the wall. The vent breaks down and falls onto the floor. You use it to crawl up and get into the vents. You pop out somewhere and you see the big thing with the flamethrower arms, and he is angry. I can't escape. I'm like trying to jump over stuff while it's distracted, and I can't do that. And then the rail breaks, and then I'm stuck in a corner, and I can't jump over like these ankle high objects, and I'm like, what's going on? Why can't I jump over them? But it's basically like controls taken away from you, screen goes black, ends. And then I found out it was a demo later. So it was really good. I was thinking like, oh, this is great. This is like really solid B tier, A tier. But then it ended short prematurely, and it wasn't quite what I thought it was. I thought it was gonna have like a self-contained story when it just kind of ended, and the spookiness of it fell flat when I realized, oh, my agency is being taken away from me in a Half-Life game, which kind of breaks the rules. You know, back in 1998 or 7 as a demo, that's fine, but as new content, a little disappointing, but it's kind of novel, I suppose. Other issue is that when they update Half-Life, Blue Shift and Opposing Force, the 2 expansions, I believe they still don't work, even after a few weeks now, when they are way more valuable than this extra demo. So also, in preparation for playing this little extra demo, I did replay the whole base game, and I played Half-Life many times now. I always wondered, like, I don't get why everybody loves it, why it's like one of the most influential or best games ever. But honestly, when I replayed it this time, I had so much fun. I really clicked with me, and I've always liked Half-Life. I've always been a fan, but now I really get it, and I had so much fun with that last playthrough. It went from a B, maybe a low A, to like a high A. And if I played this back in 1998, this would have blown Marsh's socks off. Pre-fetus socks off. I don't want to even talk about pre-fetus me. So, there's that. I'm not ranking Half-Life. You know, I just played it again, but I play it every year, basically. So, Half-Life.
Interesting.
High A tier. On my list is Half-Life Uplink, and Half-Life Uplink is a C tier. It's pretty good. But it only has about 20 minutes of good content, a little bit of downtime, and then a disappointing ending, so C tier. But there is some unique stuff there. It's definitely worth playing, but I do want to play Opposing Force right now, Valve. Could you please fix that?
Yeah, that's kind of busted. The DLC's broken.
I'm sure they'll fix it eventually. I played Half-Life, and I loved it. I just clicked with it so well. And even when I still really liked Half-Life, but it hadn't clicked as much with me, Opposing Force, I was like, this is way better. Half-Life wasn't a B tier, Opposing Force was definitely an A tier, and now I appreciate the core game design of Half-Life much more. And so I feel like I could have another excellent newfound experience with it, but I can't play it. So for that, it's definitely C tier, Half-Life Uplink.
I'm interested in playing Half-Life for the first time because it was given away free this year for the 25th anniversary. So
yes,
hopefully that'll be on my list next year, and I can gush about it.
I'd love to hear from you from that. And it has a lot of really good mods. It has a Max Payne mod that's really nice. I've played.
Okay, we will see. Yeah. But for now,
very important. Just a note, that's the end of my list until the gripes. But Caleb has 2 more, so he's gonna do 2 in a row here. So the floor's yours.
Yeah, it's starting with the Outer Wilds from 2020, not to be confused with the Outer Worlds, which I think also came out in 2020.
Yes.
They are both sci-fi space games as well. But this is the one that's more indie and heavily praised by everyone. And I think that hype kind of killed the game a little. The general concept is you're a kind of brand new astronaut and you are about to embark on your journey into the solar system to kind of just find your fellow brethren in space and to explore and discover the universe and the old races that existed before you. You go and fly around, you land on the moon, you talk to some people before you start to realize the sun is slowly, I think, imploding before it just goes bang and the universe ends. And then you wake up again and you realize it's a loop game. You could say
it's a death loop.
Whoa. Connection to last year.
You could say this game is a returnal to form.
Yeah, this is a kind of loop game. So every time you die, you start from the beginning of the day again. The sun doesn't have to explode. You can just fall or crash a spaceship. Physics are really cool, by the way. I love flying around. The gravity is really fun to just mess around with. Sometimes you'll just fall down to a planet and die, which is funny. And other times you'll slingshot yourself with planet's gravity throughout space, which can be very fun. Space as well is pretty vast. You can go to the outer reaches of the solar system and just kind of gaze at the solar system as a whole.
Wait, sorry.
I definitely recommend you do that at least once.
Gaze?
Yeah, gaze.
Oh, good representation.
Yeah, great representation because you can gaze at the solar system in this. Um, it's oddly kind of peaceful and nice, even though the world is ending. Exploration is really fun as well. There's a bunch of different planets you can explore. Timberhearth, the main one, is nice and forested, has some interesting secrets. There is the Ash Twins, which are these two dual orbiting moons. One is full of sand and the other is kind of rocky, and the sand slowly goes to the other moon. There's a water planet, and there's another planet which is slowly crumbling and falling into a black hole at its center. And there's also Dark Bramble, which is this massive evil-looking brambles. And there's a whole other bunch of little secrets throughout the solar system you can find. And on each planet, there's like little facilities and secrets to discover, and slowly you build up this perspective of what happened to the civilization before you. And I guess your aim, you're trying to figure out how to save the universe. Even though it's ending like over and over again, for some reason you keep coming back. That mystery is pretty cool, especially at the beginning. For the first chunk of hours, the game is so much fun, especially if you love exploring and solving mysteries. The ending run, though, is what really took the wind out of my sails while playing this. I think it's way too precise and just kind of janky and wastes your time. And it really, I don't know, it left an acrid taste in my mouth.
Did you say an acrid taste?
Acrid.
That's a great word.
It is a nice one. I could have just said sour, but
this is after the hours of footage. I'm like, yo, that word's fire.
That wasn't in the script. It just kind of wastes your time at the end, and people love the ending. I think I kind of get why, but I just didn't. It didn't click with me. Sadly, I can understand why it would click with people, but it just didn't with me. Bit disappointed at that, but I think it is a good and interesting game and worth playing if it sounds interesting to you. I think your experience might not be like mine. I just think like people should lower their hype about it a tiny bit, because some people act like it's the best thing ever made, and I really don't think it is.
You're gonna disappoint or scare people away.
Sometimes you can, yeah. I mean, I'll say the same about Disco Elysium, and then someone about Disco will play it and be like, this sucks. But
I'm gonna start saying that about Realm of the Perpetual Guilds. I'd be like, "Oh, it's exquisite. The story and the
beautiful, exquisite." Have you heard much about Outer Wilds?
I've heard a lot about it. Well? Definitely. I don't do this as much, but back in 2020, I listened to a lot of video game essay people who think they're a bit more intelligent than they are, and this game cropped up quite a bit. I never really learned much about the specifics. It was more kind of about the gameplay structure, and it sounds really unique in terms of like freedom, having this sandbox. I think the thing what you might be talking about is this game is about a sandbox and having kind of this time and having these lives of expeditions, and it's like all the potential things of your first expedition is like a new astronaut. Like you might fail or misnavigate and die, or a phenomenon might happen, something like that. And it's like all of these runs of the ways that space exploration could be, all these risks and all these new environments to navigate. Yet the ending forces you to kind of reduce all of this sandboxiness to basically play its game. A lot of open world games, most people just play in the open world and try and have fun, and then the story is just completely separate and linear. Think of GTA, right? And it sounds like this is the same thing, but it's forcing your hand in a different way. Instead of having like a structured story with like cutscenes and stuff, instead you explore, and then it tells you, okay, to finish it, you have to do this specific thing.
Which is very tedious.
And you gotta figure it out. So, like, the figuring out seems right, but then the execution just completely goes against all of the qualities of the gameplay beforehand. So I can definitely understand why that ending seems so wrong, because it's a sandbox that all of a sudden there's a one solution, because then it discounts all your other runs in some way. All the successes you found is actually just info to do it the right way. I can see how that would make you lose your luster or drop the wind from your sails.
Yeah, definitely agree there. I think people might approach it a bit differently though, so I don't want to come off too like harsh on it. I still think it's a good game and worth playing, but did disappoint me, especially with that ending. And as you said, it does feel a little railroady, like you have to do this to finish it, which kind of makes sense, but I wish it wasn't so tedious to do.
I think the concept of it that always confused me is like, how are you supposed to save the universe? It feels like the natural
well, you'll
progression...
have to play it to find out.
I guess, but it feels like the touching point of this game would be like, it's okay if the universe is ending, you know? There's nothing you can stop. Like, this game sounds like a lot of my dreams.
I haven't explained like what the actual ending is. It's just the process to get to it is just... I didn't enjoy it. It was not fun.
Okay. Well, I can't speak on it as much as you can,
fun.
but from what I get from it...
Yeah, I think you should play it, though. I definitely recommend it.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I do like the idea of, like, just the freeform sandbox.
Yeah, if you like that, definitely play it. Like, you'll love the beginning section of the game for sure.
I can't wait. I mean, it's
I gave it a B, by the way.
B tier! It's still with you.
Yeah.
It's not back to you. You just got it.
I threw it up in the air and picked it up again. We are going to do the first game I played this year to end off this section, which is Hades. It is the only Switch game on my list this year, I think. And I started playing pretty much as soon as we finished recording last year's Game of the Year, so in late December, but throughout the early parts of 2023, I played Hades through. I have some new data, actually. The Switch retrospective came out. Apparently, I only played 13 hours of Hades this year. I don't think that's correct. It does not sound correct. I must have played it offline at some point.
I was gonna say, the way you talk about it makes it sound like you put like 50 or 60 hours into it.
I felt like I put 56 hours. Maybe I'm being hyperbolic. I put more than 13 in. I swear.
hey, time moves differently at Grandma's house.
True. I spent so much time playing Hades, though. It is amazing. It is a roguelike game. I love some roguelikes. Slay the Spire is one of my favorite, and that's the card-based ones. And I'm usually a bit scared of the more skill-based dexterity ones, where you need to actually, like, real-time move and fight. My hand-eye coordination is not very good, and my dexterity is not great. My brain is okay, though, so I like cards. This, though, is fine. Hades works just really well. The way it feels is great, and all of the kind of abilities you get just feel really good. And even if you make small mistakes, you can still just kind of recover. You have to make lots of small mistakes to lose, or the mistakes that cause you to lose are more choice-based. So it's about how you build up your run and what God's boons you choose and stuff like that, which really kind of determine how good you're going to have each run. The main premise is you are Zagreus, you're the Prince of Hades, and you are trying to go through the underworld back up to the surface because you don't like your dad and you're having daddy issues. Things are boring, I guess, but more and more stuff becomes apparent as you play. The gods decide to help you because they feel connected to you. They offer you their boons, and that's how you build your different builds. There is a lot of variety, so you have tons of different gods. You have Zeus, you have Demeter, Poseidon, Aphrodite, etc. Tons of them, and you also have a bunch of different weapons. I think you have, I want to say 6. You have like a sword, a spear, a shield, a gun, fists, and a bow. So there's those. You also have like these little trinkets you can equip, and there's even further secrets and things. So there's a lot of content in here, and you gradually unlock it, which is really fun. But alongside that, you not only unlock like more stuff to play or just see more stuff as you play. There is so much dialogue in Hades, fully voice acted and very well voice acted. The voice acting is stunning in this game. Zagreus's comments on the environment, Zagreus talking to the various gods, Hades tormenting you, the other side characters just talking about stuff. Throughout your runs, you'll constantly hear new dialogue and new things will be said, which is great. And then when you die, you return to the House of Hades, where there are all these NPCs you can just talk to and further their quest lines. Some of them you can romance as well, which will unlock little doodads. And just got this amazing loop where you do a run, you fail, you come back to the House of Hades, and you're like, okay, I'm just going to talk to everyone and like wrap everything up. It's a nice little kind of way to end, I guess, your run. You talk to everyone, and maybe you'll unlock something new, or a character will kind of motivate you to try again. And for whatever reason, it just puts me in the mood to do another run. And the cycle just repeats like that. You do a run, you die, you go back to the House of Hades, you unlock more dialogue, you unlock more stuff, you progress, and then you just do another run. And it's just, its loop is probably the best game loop I've ever played. It is phenomenal.
So you're saying that there's a distinctive loop. The size of it is punctuated by the death, like how long your run is, how much you endure, you know?
What do you mean? So
there's death loops, you're saying?
Yeah, there's death loops.
Good. My favorite cereal.
But also... the death also is contextually, like, it makes sense because you're in the underworld, so you dying, coming back to the House of Hades makes sense. I really like that. It makes sense. And then when you get to the surface, there's some really cool ways it uses things to just progress the story. I won't spoil too much, but it involves Hades and Persephone, and it gets very, very emotional. And I've cried multiple times playing this game. To quote-unquote finish the game, you need to beat the main boss 10 times, which sounds like a lot, but you'll get there eventually. You'll get better and better as you play the game. I managed to do that and managed to get the final ending, although there is I think a final ending where you have to do even more stuff, but that's kind of more of a bonus from what I understand. It is perfect in almost every way. I went back and played Bastion this year as well, which is Supergiant's first ever game. Playing that, I definitely see the Hades DNA and just the way the voice acting and art style is handled, and especially the gameplay with all the different weapons and how they're used and upgraded. There is a core gameplay loop there, and it feels almost like a prototype of Hades from years before. Bastion was cool. I'd probably give it a C, maybe a B, but Hades feels just like they took ideas from there and probably ideas from the other games and just put the quality to max, and they made a game with just perfect music, perfect voice acting, perfect gameplay, perfect art, and the art's stunning, by the way. Just look at those character renders. And perfect story, so it is a perfect game to me. It is amazing, and I was so set that this would be the best game for me this year, but I think we have a few contenders, really.
Oh, shoot. If I played Hades, I know it would be the best game of my year.
Probably, yeah. It's really good.
I mean,
I recommend.
You are voicing things I've heard before about Hades. I think what makes it so attractive is, like you're saying, it's very well-rounded and high quality. Games like Doom do something really well, but it's constant uptime. There's barely, maybe there's a little bit of platforming, but people get tired of it. Not many people finish Doom 2016 because it's so intense and single-noted. But Hades, what you're saying is, like, you do the run, you get back, you have some really refreshing dialogue, you get to clean up a few bits, get to do some stuff, listen to some voice acting. You're constantly being fed new things, new voice lines, decorating your lair. The gameplay varies too. Like, it's the same good gameplay, but there's different weapons and builds and effects and stuff like that. And so it's like a game that great feedback loop, you just want to keep playing, wide appeal because you have characters, you have gameplay feel. The interest, like you said, with the Greek gods, how it's getting you interested in the pantheon. It has these things built up upon each other, which makes it so encompassing in its appeal.
Super appealing. And I think the stuff about the refreshing downtime is especially, like, I don't know, it makes the game so much more replayable. I recommend everyone try Hades. It goes on sale a lot, and the second one's coming out. I think early access 2024, and I am hyped to try to play it. Man, they up their game so much with Hades, and it's such a good game. I can't wait to see what they do with the next one. Okay, is that all the games done?
Yeah. And now, we are moving on to our gripes section.
I'd rather have a bowl of
banoffee bread.
Go get 'em.
I have to begin because my gripes list is overflowing. I probably had a note a long time ago in this recording, near the beginning of this video, that we've recorded this twice because I'm not about to do this again. Last time I reread out Caleb's review of this game from 2 years ago, and he was like oblivious. He was like, yeah, I agree. Oh man. Well, my first gripe is Turnip Boy commits tax evasion. It is a 2022 Zelda-like clone, basically, and the spin on things is, firstly, vegetables. I love vegetables. The second spin is not so nice. It is bad humor. This was an intentional choice. It's all basically based on puns and little gags and
References.
Yes, references. Classically, there's a cherry that has a JoJo face.
Do you like JoJo?
That's the reference.
Yeah,
It's
the
not.
reference.
It's not something clever. It's not something entertaining. There's just a character who has a face drawn like JoJo. These are the things that I thought of when I was making my RPG Maker game in like 2018, and I was like, no. Like, we constantly have bad ideas, like, all the time, and we're like, dismiss them. We get, like, bad thoughts. We get intrusive, toxic, horrible things in our minds. We get awful, nightmarish dreams. But what do that's healthy for us and healthy for the world? We don't manifest them. We don't dwell on them. We just say, no, reject that, try and focus on something better. This person just had an idea, was like, that'll be funny. The gameplay is nothing to write home about. The gameplay is designed for people who can't quite write home yet because they live at home still and they don't know how to write. It's for young children. Caleb also had a savage line. I think my favorite thing about your review was, I think this game would be good if you're like quirky, if you're a quirky person or a child. I think you might enjoy it.
Some people would like, quirky people would like, or children.
But you won't get any of the jokes or references if you're a child. I think the bit that really pushed me over the edge for this game was the freaking Twitch sub. The Twitch sub. Woo! It's like a house filled with pigs that you gotta go into. And there's a lady vegetable sitting at a desk, and I think you have to go get her a sandwich. And there's this side quest thing where there's a bit of dialogue and she's being a bit annoying. Eventually, you go do this, you interact with other characters, you solve a puzzle, you get a sandwich, right? You give it to her, and then they hold this suspense, and they have this big moment where they pull a dialogue line where she's like, thank you for the Twitch sub, and then she starts making jokes about Twitch lingo, and it's like, did you design a whole side quest and break the flow of the game, so I had to go backtrack to get a sandwich so you could make a joke about Subway and Twitch? Yes, that's why I did that. Awful. Like, it sounds like maybe we're being pretentious. It's like the delivery of this is bad. Like, it's not cleverly done. It's bad delivery. It's slow paced. It's not good. The gameplay is really... I'm not going to talk about it because it's just really insubstantial. It's not interesting. This game is short. It tries to do this thing at the end about, like, you see it a mile away. It's like a nuclear thing. I know, there's this underground stuff and the mayor's been tricking you. I think the only fun bit I found was, like, Turnip Boy. Whenever you saw any piece of paper, you would rip it up. Like a birth certificate, you'd rip it up. A wanted poster, you'd rip it up. The mayor tries to make you sign this thing for his evil purposes, and you rip it up. That was the only funny thing, is like paper appears on screen and you press a button to rip it, even if you don't want to rip it. Like, it's this kid like, oh, my pet Pongo's lost, I need to find him, have you seen him? And then you rip up his poster. Turnip Boy's not a nice person. Caleb was upset at this game because he was like, this is not, it's like 2 hours long, this is not worth it. Caleb paid $15 for this game. I got it for free from the library, and I felt like I wasted my time. My friend came in and was like, this looks like a good game. And I was like, it's not that good. I was feeling a bit apathetic about it, but there were just moments that so cringy, and like nothing was redeeming it. Like, if at least it had interesting gameplay or interesting puzzles, like I could look, but nothing redeemed it. So the cringe was the payoff, and like they were like, oh, should I play it? And I was like, honestly, it's not even worth your time. Like, I don't think you should even be watching me play. I think you should go do something else. It's not worth your money. It's like, even if this game is handcrafted for you, don't pay more than $1. Don't do it. I think they're making a sequel. I think you told me this. I don't know what that's gonna be
Yeah,
like.
I
I
think
feel
it
like the
came out
developer
recently.
could make a good
The
game,
info
but
on
this
it.
is not a good. They need to evaluate their ideas instead of like. It's like a YouTuber who wrote a poetry book. It's bad. That's it.
I don't know what that means, but sure.
Okay, it's like a gossip
the grade?
YouTuber who wrote a poetry book.
Sure.
It's like
yeah,
if
that makes sense.
It's like if James Charles wrote a poetry book. There we go.
Or made a game, yeah.
It's like if James Charles held me. That's how playing this game makes me feel. I don't know what that means for myself.
I don't know what that means.
It's a ET.
Bruh.
Back to you.
Bruh.
Okay.
Bruh.
Back
I
to
don't
me
like what I
and
just
my...
said.
Bruh.
I need to wash your mouth with soap.
Yeah, you know what I liked about Shattered Planet is that when it inserted like Star Wars reference, it was like gear that was useful and you could just ignore or be ignorant of it, and it didn't stop and talk to you about it and make a joke about it, or have a whole character revolved around it. Just a little note there.
Okay, we are going to do Patch Quest. Patch Quest is this really cute-looking roguelike game that blends light roguelike elements with monster catcher genre. You go around to Patch Island, or whatever it's called, and I can't remember what your job is. You just kind of have to go through each of the areas and collect these little monsters who help you out. You lasso them, and then you get to ride them, and they have special abilities, and they all look really cute. The general art style as well, just really cute. It has just all these patches on the ground, and the general structure is always the same, but the patches on the ground are always different. So it's like semi-random, and then you can keep the monsters you get in between runs. And it was shaping up to be a cool little game until after about an hour or so of playing, and I realized this game is really, really boring. Just is the same thing over and over again. You catch one monster and like they'll have a set of abilities which are pretty interesting, and you'll catch another, and some of them are different, but they usually always end up being kind of the same thing. They have like some movement tech, they have just some basic attacks. You have very basic skills from at least from when I played. And I just found myself bored out of my mind, and I would only ever die if I just wasn't paying attention or just wanted the run to end. It just was a slog to play. The areas like change and the monsters like change visually, but it always feels like the same thing over and over again, which just stripped any joy from this game, which just sucked. There was like some dungeon areas as well, but that was never exciting for me. You get different perks after you do some runs, but they were never that game changing, or at least I wasn't ever too excited to get them. And yeah, I don't know, that there's no like build variety to this or anything. I never felt like there was any challenge to this. It just looks really nice, but is really boring, and I think you could just buy a better roguelike game, sadly. I think it's made by a solo developer as well, which is a bit of a shame, because they clearly put tons of effort and love into this, but their just gameplay just does not hold me. If you want a more mindless game, though, to maybe play while you're watching a show or listening to a podcast, then maybe this will do it for you. That's Patch Quest. Disappointing, getting a D.
Bruh.
Yeah.
It basically sounds like Shattered Planet, just even less substantial.
Cuter.
And cuter.
Yeah, back to you then.
Oh, goodness. I don't want to... Oh...
You got to do it, Freddy.
Okay, can you... Okay, give me a minute.
Okay. Compose yourself.
Balan WonderWorld is a 2021 Square Enix game. Oh, I really don't want to talk about it. I don't want to say...
You have to...
Can I not talk about it?
You have to talk about it. You can just say the bare minimum.
Okay, the first level has a bowl effect, so it makes you feel sick because instead of flat plane, for some reason they put the effort into far off objects. Instead of disappearing or being around the horizon, instead they're like on the wall. Oh my goodness, it's such a stupid way to like decode something. Oh my goodness, it makes you feel sick. It doesn't make any sense for resource concept. It's anti-game design. you go through levels that are pretty standard. You collect gems. To get upgrades, every level has like 3 different upgrades, and the way you get these upgrades and hold them is really poorly designed. It leads to a lot of backtracking and winding back and getting stuck in places. That's a lot of the game. The upgrades, unlike Mario, like, oh, I can shoot flames, and it's basically that sort of thing, aside from it's a 3D platformer, so you expect like cool movement or like attacks. It's pitiful. In some way I thought, oh, maybe it might be cool to have like these really low stakes upgrades that like just slightly augment yourself, and they're all different and you can get to know the little unique differences, but they're so unsubstantial and so many of them cross over each other. There's so many like jump and hover a bit. There's the pig where you hover a little bit and you can ground pound. There's the little bird thing or whatever that can hover a little bit and can't ground pound. There's the bubble thing that makes you float, but if it touches anything, it pops and it only lasts for 2 seconds. There's a dash that makes you dash about 2 meters. You look at a ledge and like, oh, I can't get there. Oh wait, I have the dash, and it gets you about 1/3 of the way that you expect it to. Or like, oh, you can climb up specific types of walls only this direction. Oh, you can touch these certain objects. And also some of them are just combat based, or like just solve very specific environmental things, but you only have 3 slots at a time. You have to constantly balance and find these upgrades. So often, and they act as your life, so if you lose them, you have to start all over again. And you can farm them from the spawning point, so it's not even balanced. You might be stuck somewhere, there's a combat encounter, and I don't have any combat ones. The upgrades don't like give you more abilities, they give you a set of abilities. You don't have any base abilities, you can just walk and jump. That's all you can do. You can't attack. So if you have like the pig costume on or something, you can't attack because the pig costume only makes you flutter in the air for a second. So you have to switch to a different costume to do the attack where it spins. And a lot of the attack ones are like, oh, you spin. So basically you have to collide with the enemy. Colliding with an enemy damages you and you lose your upgrade. But you have to do that and press the button. But obviously the attack timing's weird, so you press the button, you walk into the enemy, press the button too early, you do your attack, and then you instantly stop, and then you just walk into them and die and lose your upgrade. So you have to jump down, go back in the level, get the upgrade again, and then swap out the right upgrades so you can have the right movement ones to get back up to the point of the level while reserving the combat ones. And I don't even know how much I played of this game. I got to see the farmer dance. I got to see the second thing dance. It doesn't get any better. If this game was my child, I would banish it with a grieving heart. The Square Enix, why would you do this to us? Why is this, if this is your business, how do you operate when you send things out like this? You're just trying to recover your losses, aren't you? What, like, this game has a cutscene at the beginning, and this game should be like a 15-minute YouTube movie, and it would be fun because you get to see the dancing and the kangaroos and the pig. There's a water level. I gave up at that point. Goodbye. F tier game.
I love hearing about this game. I like how you brought up stuff you didn't even bring up originally.
No, I can't keep track with this game.
So
like,
much
that's why at the beginning I was like, I don't want to talk about it, because when I start, I don't know where my mind will take me.
So crazy. I'll always come back to this fact with this game.
This game makes me feel like I'm supposed to be Gandhi. It makes me feel like there's such pain in the world that I have to focus on inner peace instead of live my life as a regular person.
I love how this game is called Balan WonderWorld and not Balan Wonderland, which is, it's right there, guys. Come on. You messed up the title.
Isn't it so disappointing? I mean, I suppose they're a localization team because they're a Japanese-based company, but it is annoying when you see something like, oh, you're so close to having a good title.
What a game.
Anyway, What's up with you?
Next up is Remnant from the Ashes, which honestly isn't
Oh, but I
that
like this game.
that bad a game. Most
I
play
played
this.
some solo of it recently, actually, and
Okay.
didn't have a bad time.
The thing with this game is I didn't have a bad time, mostly because I played it with you, though. It was very funny to play. The story, the intro, and its general vibes are just off. I don't get what aesthetic it's going for visually, what kind of story it's trying to tell. It's very confusing, and it feels like an asset flip. I'll always do this. It looks very ugly, minus some set pieces. It has some nice looking stuff with the red
I said
trees.
this last time, but the developers have shared their asset library while making another game. But I think this game came first, so I don't quite know if that's an excuse.
I like reuse.
I will say, like, when I think about the beginning, I'm like, ugh, yeah.
Yeah.
And I think the reason why I had a good time solo is because I used a character where I already did the beginning stuff, which is like 30 minutes.
I like reusing games. I love how Yakuza reuses the same maps and stuff in a lot of their games, but I don't know, the way this is just constructed and looks just does not look good, and procedurally generated levels look nicer than the actual like made stuff. Like the base you start in looks trash, and it's hard to move around, and the tutorial sucks. It's such a boring mess. The game gets better as you go on, though. It's very fun with friends, and we messed about a lot. We equipped the ring that you do 10% more damage, but you take like 50% more or something.
You take 300% more damage.
You never
heal 30% more.
Okay. More significant, then, I guess. This led to some interesting consequences, like the first boss of the game being extremely difficult. Although I still stand by that boss is horribly designed. It is one enemy who sends homing attacks to you and summons just infinite ads.
It's also a boss that you see pop up in regular gameplay. Like, often bosses will pop up.
Yeah.
Like, in the dungeons, and it's the same guy, but you just never get to beat them because they always run away. So it's not even like too unique of a counter because you've already seen them around.
It just doesn't feel special. And then the second time I thought we were going to get to a boss where there was this like epic church. We go into the church and there's this woman like in a tree, and I thought she was the boss, so we killed her and we got a game over. And you actually just meant to wave defend her. It's really boring and just disappointing. I kept comparing this game to Dark Souls because I really thought that that's what it was trying to tap into, and I'm still adamant it is trying to tap into the Souls-like formula. I expected cool bosses from this, and I got none. I was thoroughly disappointed, and I will continue to make fun of it. Its saving grace was when we got to the next area, there were enemies with guns, and it felt like a really cool, like tense shootout situation for a bit there, which I enjoyed.
The urban aesthetic is very ruined because like some games doesn't look ruined. It's not post-apocalyptic. In Fallout, like yeah, it looks bad, but then everywhere's stocked. But this is like very much an empty world. Like cars are eroded and turned over. The ground has broken up. It looks like there's been earthquakes and fires. And although it looks kind of ugly, like I do appreciate some of its aesthetics. And I think at least it's more interesting than a lot of the Surge looks like. Though I do think it's an inferior game in terms of like its systems and stuff. Like I think there's more fun to be had. There's co-op, there's procedural generation. With the Surge, it's like, oh, well, this is all you get. At least this game was developed in a way for it to be more give and take, less linear. This game, I feel like, has way more potential, and it didn't soil itself as much. But I do agree that the quality just isn't quite there, but I really hope that we do give it another shot. Maybe take the rings off, Caleb. Try out the next area, because I know there's like a dragon at some point, and I know there's like a swamp area at least. So I think there might be some more interesting parts. And I did like the weapon skills too. There's the flower you can throw down that acts as like a bear trap. The healing thing that you had. I had my incendiary rounds. I'm talking about it because we both played it also.
Yeah.
So I don't blame you for not liking it and for taking big issue with its flaws. I remember hearing about this game and being very excited. You'd think I'd be more disappointed because I have more expectations, but I also think I enjoyed it a little bit more than you did.
I think I had low expectations going in, and I had fun with you, but I don't think it's a very good game in any way, like visually, mechanically, like story-wise especially.
I like to give it another go.
Yeah, I still want to play more. I just don't think it's that great. I'd give it a D personally. It's like you have fun with it.
I would give it a... I think I'm on the edge of a D and a C.
Okay.
What pushes it to a C is it does have the voice actor for Lee Everett.
Clementine?
I'd make some bourbon in that tea.
I could make some bourbon in that tea. Oh boy. Yeah, let's Brandon, back to you.
Okay, gripe number 3!
Oh boy, what a doozy.
Minecraft Bedrock.
Minecraft Story Mode?
No, Minecraft Bedrock. The console version, PS4, it came out in 2017 apparently. I think Minecraft Bedrock, when they changed the console exclusive Minecraft version to Bedrock to make it more universal for like the PC users or whatever. Might sound crazy putting Minecraft in the gripes. It's a good game. I was obsessed with it for a while. I had a creative world with a lot of builds I accidentally deleted and very sad. Survival's good. I really like classic Minecraft. Mostly played it with Ender Dragon and Redstone, but kind of before the Wither, I believe. Not super certain on how the updates were, but I kind of get the general gist of them. What I don't like about the Bedrock version of Minecraft is that it doesn't run well. It's Minecraft. It's blocky. PS4 should be able to run Minecraft. I used to play it on the 360 and it ran okay. Minecraft, it ran on phones. It ran on like the iPhone 3. It could probably run on the PS2, given a port or something. But it doesn't run well on the PS4. The menus are so slow, the loading is long, opening your inventories is struggling. It's filled with a lot of content that I could enjoy, but it's also like packed to the brim with stuff that I've not played for several years, so it's confusing. The wave thing with like the villagers, the attacks, they got like triceratopses. Be like, oh, you can't go near that tower, oh, don't go near that village, otherwise there'll be like a wave defense boss fight that you need diamond armor for, and I'm like, hey, I just want to chill, man. It's filled with a lot more animals and creatures, but it also feels more crowded, and there's some annoying things in it. But also, like, they got rid of the mini games for the online. What I love, and what gives me so much inspiration to play, what like gets me in the mood for exploring, is knowing that there's a world with a limit. I don't like the infinite generation of like the PC and stuff, which is how Minecraft Bedrock operates. It's an infinite world, and I don't like that because I like the idea of like on the Xbox 360, yeah, the maps were tiny, it was about a kilometer squared, but it's like, okay, kilometer squared, I can explore everything, I can find my desert, I can find my jungle, I can go underground, I will loop back and find old passageways I've been through. And although I might like the 8 kilometer squared map more, at least I have the option. And a lot of the options are gone. Like, I can't make a super flat world and change out the materials. I can't customize stuff. There's way less options for customization. There's a storefront now that you can get some, like, little free adventure maps, like with the bees. I had fun with my brother on that one. But generally, it's just slow, sluggish, and introduces microtransactions. A lot of it's paid for, not much of it's free. It's just an inferior version. I don't have the options for world sizes and the additional things that make the game unique to me. I don't have a quick menu. It's too clogged up right now. I can't choose what update I'm on. I don't have that choice, and I really don't like the world generation. What I ended up doing is turning my PS4 offline, uninstalling it, and downloading like the 2014 patch of console Minecraft. And yes, it's missing some things, but compared to when I was big on Minecraft, it still has a few new things. It has like the last couple updates, so like I can still enjoy some stuff like the witch huts and things like that. So there's still some new things compared to the 360 version, which I'm happy to play that. Firstly, not an infinite world, and you have more options for the size of the world now. All of the worlds are larger, and there's an even bigger size where it's like 50 kilometers squared or something. It's really nice, and it just runs smoother. The chunks load in faster. The menus are nice. And the biggest thing is, oh no, I've lost my mind. Like, give me a minute.
Oh no, I've lost my mind.
Yeah.
That's such a great quote. It's broken you.
I lost my mind. Yes! the music.
Oh,
When I
yeah.
booted up the original game, the nostalgic music came in. Not only is it nostalgic, Minecraft music is really good. It's so nice, classic themes, and it just puts me in such a good mood to like explore slowly, find the snowy spruce area, make a tree house, go mining. And I realized the Bedrock version of Minecraft rarely has those nice classic console Minecraft tracks. It's much quieter. It has more atmospheric music and noises, and it doesn't seem to trigger like the really nice chirpy ones, electronic. It's just like, I don't know what it is about, whether it's like they've added more songs that have diluted it, or the songs don't trigger as much, or the songs don't play in the menus. But like immediately going to old Minecraft, the music comes in on the menu, nostalgic. Things are more simple. The atmosphere's nice. I can enjoy things. The world's not flooded with stuff and events and things, but it has just enough content, and it has just enough size where it's finite, just so juicy to explore. So I love the original Minecraft, and that's why Minecraft Bedrock is in my gripes. I'm giving it a D tier because it turned a great game into a really kind of annoying game to play, and I had to delete my game and turn it offline, and I wish I could choose which update you play as. I wish there was that compatibility, player choice in that.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Minecraft changes and the whole Bedrock stuff, and just updates in general. I mean, I haven't played it in a long time, but I just don't like the direction they've taken it.
We added geckos.
Geckos, yeah.
They're like, we added a single mob. It's like, don't you have like $1 billion? Can't you just add the mini games back in and the online? Can't you make things run nicer? No, you gotta go back to the 2014 build.
Huge issue. Also, this year they were like, oh, if you don't move your Minecraft account or whatever, we're gonna take away the game from you, and you'll never be able to play it again. You'll have to buy it again. I was like, what the hell?
That's stupid. And do you know what I find funny? They started to do votes like, what mobs should we add?
Oh, the mob vote.
You should have the choice, and it's like, sorry, do you not have the resources to add 4 animals to the game? Are you kidding me? How profitable is this game? And yet they're like, you can only have 1.
I understand, like, it takes time to make games, and like, the devs definitely shouldn't crunch, and they should have, like, free time and everything. But this company is so large, and they should have so much money behind it.
You're turning into a Pokemon. Stop this.
Dun, dun, dun.
Okay, and let's move on, because that's a pick.
Yeah,
I have the Minecraft I like now, so like I said, D tier. Okay, is this the one you're excited to talk about?
I have 2 left. Okay, this game is so Yomi Hustle is a fighting game where instead of playing normally, you select one move you're gonna do, and then your opponent selects one move, and then they happen like one after another. So you will choose to move forward, and they could choose to punch forward, and this repeats until somebody wins. And it sounds really fun, cool, and there's all these quirky characters like the ninja and the cowboy and the robot, and they all have weird moves, and it is very novel at first. But I'm getting to my bit now. Let me talk about fighting games. When you play a fighting game, you're playing for about like around like 2 minutes, maybe, like max. At least if you're like me. People who actually play these things can usually figure things out much quicker.
Like a minute and a half is like the standard timer, I feel. Probably
something like that, because when you're playing, you're fighting. If someone has the upper hand, yeah, maybe they'll combo you, at least in Guilty Gear. Guilty Gear is what I'm most familiar with. You can burst, you can like Roman cancel to try to get the upper hand back to actually have a fighting chance to fight back. But say you just get comboed out for 1 round. That's about 2 minutes of your time gone. Big
17.
Deal, like do the next round.
17.
So try to win like
17.
Matches, or just like end up losing and you just play another match or pick another character, whatever. In this game, if you get comboed, you are not spending 2 minutes of your time getting comboed. You are spending up to like
FIFA
10, because you're picking like the one move, like your opponent's doing one move and then you do one move. And what happens is when you get comboed in this game and you can't do anything, you're like being juggled in the air, you have very, very limited options and you basically cannot play. So there's extended periods of this game where you're just waiting on your opponent to pick their move. And I only played this with my friend.
Oh, okay. I thought it was like you write a script.
Oh no,
right?
it's
then,
one at a time.
And then it like plays out in like 10 seconds.
No.
Like you would write like low punch, high punch, jump,
No.
wait. I thought the whole point of the game
It's
was like
turn-based.
you plan a strategy, and instead of playing it, you just get to see it happen. 10 seconds, see the exchange.
No, you see the exchange at the end, which is cool, but actually playing it's moment to moment, and it sucks. It is.
So it's like
horrible.
somebody has the pause button.
After every
Hold on.
every punch.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Think about this. Think about this.
Yeah.
Instead of reacting and playing. That is stupid.
Yeah. You do, in fighting games, you do use your brain. You do think, like, good fighting game players, from my understanding, they'll like know the matchup. They'll know, well, what can this guy do? But they have to think about that in a split second. And it's not only that in the fighting game. You combine that with things like just general instinct and just your reactivity to things. And this game is just removing those elements and just giving you this moment-to-moment gameplay. And I just think it's super boring and dumb. And all the Steam reviews of this game are either memes or they're just saying, get good. When this game just is... I hate it so much. It's horrible.
I hate it when Steam reviews are like that. They can be funny, but I hate it when it's just all memes. It's like, oh, what's the freaking game about? Like, you can't even trust if they like give a good review, because some people will like do a joke where they don't like it and they give it
like
a good
Silent Hill
one.
Homecoming's review section.
Oh, yeah.
It's just such a waste of a game to me. You look at the Steam page and it's overwhelmingly positive, I think, and the images look cool. But the actual game is so reductive, I think. It just takes like a tiny element to fighting games and tries to do something with it. But then you realize, oh yeah, there's a reason why fighting games aren't like this and they work like how they do.
That's a reason why they're not turn-based.
Yeah.
They're basically just like, what if we gave RPG Maker combat to a fighting game? This is like I feel like they were twins and they were separated at birth, and one of them went to make Realm of the Perpetual Gods, and one of them made this.
Maybe. I actually refunded this game. I did not enjoy my time with it. It was not what I thought it was. I just dropped this thing. I bought it for my friend as well. He still has it, but man, this game sucks. I'm giving it an E. It is not Silent Hill Homecoming level, but it is trash. Yomi Hustle. Back to you in the studio.
Vampire Survivors is a 2021 game,
What?
and I like these types of games, but I do not like this game. The way it goes around progression is overly slow and passive, and I can understand the power fantasy in verse of like a horde of enemies you're trying to keep synergizing and make yourself untouchable. You know, I struggle with it a bit, and it feels very passive. I can't just play this game, like I have to be listening to something else. Was it 15 minutes or something of just walking around? And like, especially if you ever get the garlic, the first 5 minutes nothing can touch you and you're just walking around. The infinite map is just kind of boring. The idea is I just go and then I try and find the magnet thing that draws everything to you. I played a bit of the second map where it's a big corridor. That kind of adds something to it, but I just found things very slow, and I like these types of games, but I just didn't like the augmentation that this one went on progression. I'm glad a lot of people have enjoyed it. What I don't quite like is the game genre I like it is now being perpetuated by this game's title. You know, Viral Outbreak, I played so many games like that. That's why I got annoyed last time, because Caleb was like, oh, so it's like Vampire Survivors.
I swear you put this on your list last year.
No, you had Vampire Survivors on your...
You played it,
You
though.
had it on your list. I spoke a little bit about it, because I also had played it. Kind of like with Remnant from the Ashes, it's not on my list.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So, yeah, I guess listen to what I said last year about it. Kind of respect it, but it's just... It's a game format I like, but done in a way that I don't really like. So, I could give it a C tier. I'm kind of feeling D tier, but I think I'm going to give it a low C tier. You know.
Good. I'm glad.
That's it.
It
Back to you.
inspired a whole genre of games.
It did not. I've been playing these games for years. It's like saying when Sekiro came out and then Elden Ring came out, and you're like, oh yeah, Elden Ring is really riffing off of Sekiro. Lies of Pi, it's an Elden Ring like.
Lies
It's like,
of
what?
Pi. I love Lies of Pi.
What?
Lies of P.
It's Pi.
It's Lies of
It's
P.
P-I. It's P-I.
It's not Lies of Pi.
It's 3.148.
The Life of Pi.
Oh, sure. Sorry, I'm silly me. Lies of P.
Lies of P. Actually, now that you mention it, sounds kind of funny.
Pinocchio.
Yeah. No P on my key. Kyo.
Are they gonna do a sequel like Lies of O and Lies of Q and R and S?
Lies of Okio. Okay,
Right.
this is
okay. What's your next gripe?
I'm sorry, Freddy. My next gripe is another demo we looked at last year, and a game you bought me, I think, for Christmas.
Oh.
It's Fashion Police Squad.
Really?
Yeah.
I thought you liked this game. I want to play it.
The demo of this game is the best part of this game, I think.
No, they
Sadly.
They tricked us.
This game is an FPS like Doom style boomer shooter, but with a modern trimmings and a very cool art style and aesthetic. Your fashion police, your guns are very interesting, and it focuses on trying to make unfashionable people fashionable. So you'll have people with like suits that don't fit them, or people wearing like brightly colored clothing, so you have to suck the color out of them with a specific gun, and you've got to like tailor people's suits with a different gun, and you have like a whip you can whip people with, but it's also a grappling hook, and you whip across the kind of skylines to do some parkour. Musically and visually, it's very strong. I like the environments. I think the enemy designs and voice acting are good too, but after the first few levels, the gameplay starts to get kind of annoying because you have to keep switching between all these different weapons for these different types of enemies, and there's so many weapon types, and you're just constantly switching guns all the time, to the point where there's just too many enemies in the later levels. There's these GIMP enemies later on, which I found so frustrating to deal with in this one level that I stopped playing. I could not finish this game because it annoyed me too much. This game, for me, was borderline unplayable at the end. You get like a super mega gun at the end as well, which I felt the hitbox just did not work and did not work as intended. Just super unresponsive and just bad. I don't know. The platforming as well got really boring and annoying with the whip. I think you actually joined the call when I was doing this, and I got very frustrated.
Yes, that was the one bit I was there for.
It's this game that has like a lot of really cool ideas that is held back by poor gameplay and probably some QA testing. They should have tested the end more. And I feel really sad to just say like, yeah, this isn't a great game. The demo was really the best bit.
Play the demo, guys.
Yeah, I hope this team like makes new stuff, or like makes a Fashion Police Squad 2 and it does better, because I think it did pretty well. I think I'm kind of in the minority disliking it. It's not like a horrible game, but I'm gonna give it a D.
Bruh. Well, I'm sorry about that.
I mean, no, don't be sorry. I still had fun with it, and I'm glad you bought it.
That's good.
But yeah, what the hell? Back to you.
This makes me want to eat my shorts. 21 Plus is a 2018 Steam game. Do you remember 18 Plus? Game where the creator basically just smashed a few things together. I played that with Ollie, and then it credited the website they got the riddles from, and I was like, they didn't even make that. Boy. This year I had the pleasure of playing it with my friend Caleb. You might know him.
Yeah.
To my other friend Caleb, you are very lucky I did not play this game with you. It's upsetting. So 18 Plus was basically it was it's a game, it was bad, basically jokes / riddles that were really bad. 21 Plus is what you thought 18 Plus was. Instead of showing you pictures of animals, cute pet animals, and also dead in pain animals, instead they show anime girls, which are not very well drawn. It's basically the same I think it's jokes though. They're not riddles, they're jokes, and they're not good. It's basically the same artistic level, because they just took it from somewhere else. Literally, the only difference besides instead of animals, it's anime girls, is that this game is slightly longer, mostly because it has a mini-game where these bikini drawing people are falling from the top of the screen, and you have to click on them, and if you miss them, you have to restart. And when you click on them, let me give an example of the audio balancing. So there's some music in the background, and you're clicking on stuff and stuff like this, some music in the background, and oh no, you have to do the mini game. Oh, they're falling. You click on them.
Yeah. It was, yeah, that was it. Yeah.
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 Yeah. The first time you have to do it 20 times. The second time you do it like 30 times. And then you have to do it like 50. You have to do it like 50 times. Yeah, yeah. The rest of the game is just, again, bad jokes. At least the riddles I had like, think of an answer and think of something. These were just like, the girl goes to the beach and it's sandy.
There was also doctor ones, which were really weird.
Oh, yeah, there was a lot of doctor ones that were kind of weird. Okay, again, questionable like, not only did you just take someone else's riddles or jokes or something, but you also took like really questionable ones, a lot about like doctors having some sort of sexual lust towards their patients. So very strange choices. Again, same developer, same concept, same amount of laziness, slightly longer, even maybe more offensive. I don't know, at least there wasn't any pictures of depressed rabbits or dead fish. So at least it didn't punch me in my feelings, because I had a recent death back then. So, I don't know, man. It didn't have much to fall. I like want to give it an F, but like last year, it didn't fall from a great height. It stood on top of an ant. And oh, surprise, surprise, the ant didn't hold its weight of its incompetence, and it's just a mishmash. A thumbs up, you credited the people. Well, you didn't do any work. Literally, the game I made with RPG Maker is 1,000 times better than this. And it's not even finished. It's not even that good. It's my first game. Honestly, this is just such... I don't know. Did you let your creepy 7-year-old uncle make this? What is this?
7-year-old
I honestly don't know what to give this. Like, it's an E tier, but I really want to give it an F tier. Cause like, just,
I think you should give
it... You know what? It had some weird... It had some weird sexual stuff to it. Some, like, inappropriate...
I know what you should give it. You need to give it a Q.
Nobody's queuing up for this.
Give it a Q.
People are queuing up for refunds.
New ranking. Q. Just beyond the ranking, it's become a Q.
No, we have to stay within the ranking. Otherwise the ranking doesn't mean anything.
Q.
It's an F, Caleb.
Okay.
Bruh.
It is worse than the other game.
Pokemon Sleep is more of a game than this.
Oh, gee, let's just move on. This doesn't. It doesn't deserve our time. It's
do you have one more gripe, or is this it?
I have another gripe. Are you finished your gripes?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, don't hurt me. I can explain. Neir Automata.
What?
Caleb. So this game it's good, it's decent. When I try and go to sleep, I hear the gun sound effect. I hear that. Someone told me that if you delete your save progress, it like unlocks a new campaign. So I deleted all of my save progress, not just on the game, but on the PS4.
Oh no.
So all of my games were deleted. And I replayed the game and nothing changed.
That's not true at all.
That's not true?
No.
Wait, so...
To get to the next ending after ending A, you do not need to delete your save data.
I heard that you can... I heard that the game changes.
It does, but all you have to do is just replay the game again.
My real 24th game.
But it got bamboozled. What the hell?
I know. Is...
But... What are you waiting for?
I don't want to know. Garfield Kart Furious Racing.
Oh, I forgot about
this. It's a 2019 racing game. Furious Racing is the second game. Last year I played the original. I had a little bit of fun with it, but like, just genuinely, the controls were broken. The drifting didn't work. And it was just not good. Bloated, so sluggish pace, and stuff like buying boosts for individual races, ridiculous. So they decided to release another one 6 years later, and guess what? It's not a sequel, it's a remake. It's the same game, it has the same tracks, it has the same items, it has the same cosmetics. What did they change? It looks like it was made in Unity. The cartoon aesthetic is now mixed with realistic textures and stuff like that. The original one looked like the show. That was like the best bit, was that it looked like the Garfield show, like the 3D animated one. This new one, it's got better particle effects, but it just looks weird because it's a mixture of cartoony and realistic now. So it looks worse. It kind of runs a little worse too. I would say like the UI is better. In some ways it looks nicer. There's online racing now. Good luck finding anyone who wants to play this game. And guess what? The drift! They didn't fix it! They didn't fix their control scheme. It's still, you can drift to the left, you can't drift to the right. It's still broken. 6 years! This game has tiny little incremental differences and upgrades, right? In some ways, I was like, oh, this is cool. A terrible game being slightly better. That's nice. And the more I play it, the more I realize it was 6 years! Even if they weren't working on it that whole time, they at least spent months and months and months, maybe a year or two, making this game. How can I barely tell the difference? How is it still the same quality? The major thing is that they've added another cup, so there's like 4 more racetracks. Remember how I said how a quarter of the tracks are desert levels? They added 2 more. What? They ran out of ideas?
Because they're easier to make. There's nothing in a desert.
Oh! It feels bad, and like the abilities you can use, they feel worse. The spring, I love the spring. This is the worst bit. So the spring, before, you could use it to, like, you basically jump in the air. It's super pliable. You can use it to jump over barriers, take shortcuts, jump over obstacles that you're not supposed to. You know, the places where you're supposed to, like, boost over, like the grass or, like, mud. You can jump over it instead. In this game, the track is lined with invisible detectors, so that sometimes, okay, there's the track, there's a little bit of grass on the side of it, and then there's a fence. I try, in the original game, on the same track, on the first track, I would use the spring to jump over, cut across the corner, and drift. Drifting half works in this game. Drift around. When I do it in this game, not only is the bouncing spring power-up a little bit unresponsive, much more floatier, not nearly as satisfying, but when you get close to the fence, you load out. You load out like you fell off a cliff. They literally added stuff in. The fun bit was that you could skip stuff and like work across things, and this AI would still be competitive in the original. Now you don't have the aesthetics. Now you have an online that nobody uses. Now the game doesn't run as nicely, and now like the only few fun abilities that you could get are now just completely shut out. Sometimes I'm not even skipping over the barriers. Sometimes I just hover over the grass. You literally have to stay on the track, or they'll kick you out and send you a few places back, because when you get put back on the track, it's like they skip time for a little bit, because it's not like, oh, you lose a few seconds, you lose several, you're back way further, and you just get rid of the one fun thing that this game had going for it. You had so much time. You could have made something better. I'm not saying you could have made something good. You just added tracks. That's the only good thing I can say about this. But the UI is nicer. Oh, congratulations. They also added some other bits and bobs and props and other tracks that just made it so you couldn't do the fun skips that took skill. It's bad game design. It's like you child-proofed your racing game. I don't know the best way to describe it, but it just feels worse too. Garfield Kart Furious Racing. I'm sorry, but you're worse than the original. It's from 6 years ago. It's like they waited 6 years so that the dev team could give birth to babies and then teach them how to make the game. Like they thought their generation was cursed, so they had to wait a while so their kids could grow up and make the game for them. But you needed to wait 20 years, not 6 years for that to happen. I can't imagine I'm disappointed by a Garfield Kart game. How on earth did you do this to me? It's an F tier.
Bruh. 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 Bruh.
What is this, my 3rd or 4th F tier?
Jeez.
I'm really shocked by this one.
Rough.
Really shocked because the physics felt worse. Like the spring. It went from being good to bad. How? I think it's because they were like, oh, we're gonna remake it in Unity. That's a better engine. But they just like took all the shortcuts, and then they stopped you from taking the shortcuts. That's what they did. This, holy moly, that's the end of my gripes.
That's the end of the gripes as well. We're done.
Yeah. Jesus
the worst
Christ,
games.
Caleb.
We got through
Sorry
them.
for using the Lord's name in vain, but I really need him right now. The dev team need him too.
Those babies.
Can we take 5 minutes to like go outside and touch some tree bark and stuff
let's
like
take
that?
a breather.
Okay. There's a children's worker in my house who's playing Uno with my brother. I forgot that they come round sometimes. And I went upstairs. I was like, "Oh, did you hear me shout? Did you hear me shouting?" And my brother was like, "Yes." And I was like, "Oh, shoot." And I was like, I was just recording something with my friend, and she was like, "Were you gaming?" And I was like, "No, but I was talking about video games."
Oh no!
And then I was like, "How long were they up there for? Were they up there for the bit where we were both moaning and going, 'Oh yeah'?" I was like, "Yeah, I was just recording something with my friend." Oh goodness me!
God.
I was thinking of going in and being like, do I say like, "Oh, I'll be quiet from now on"? The shouting bit's over. I was like, no. I just went in and patted my brother on the shoulder and walked away.
Oh boy. Okay, glasses on.
So, with that embarrassment gone, we move on! I'm glad we reserved this, honestly, Caleb, because we need I need something to uplift me right now.
Yeah.
We have a special pick, which may or it may not be our game of the year, but it's probably at least a contender, because it's special to us for this year. I've had it out of me, so please, do you want to go first?
Sure.
Okay, go ahead. This is Caleb's last game. Special pick, let's go.
We are gonna go down by the river. This is the game I bought instead of Armored Core 6, and was a very surprising one. Baldur's Gate 3.
Definitive edition.
Not yet, not the definitive edition.
Are you saying that the release edition is not definitively the best game of this year?
No, because they're still updating things.
Oh, okay.
It's been in early access for a while, but it released properly this year. Full game, end of August, I believe. I bought this for myself for my birthday. I played a lot of this game. I played over 130 hours of Baldur's Gate 3. Some of that is with a friend. I played some multiplayer as well. I might go into that a bit. This game is Baldur's Gate 3 Dungeons and Dragons. It's part of the Forgotten Realms. It is a CRPG, I guess, isometric RPG. Obviously in the same world as the first two.
Sorry, what's a CRPG?
CRPG is computer RPG. It was a term used like way back when the original Baldur's Gates were being...
Like when you type in pick up?
No, I don't really know why it's called... There's some reason. I forgot about it, to be honest.
Oh shoot, my hand's bleeding. Oh well.
Oh,
continue.
Continue on. So this doesn't have any major connections to Baldur's Gate 2. Like, you don't need to play them before you play Baldur's Gate 3. Or know a ton about D&D lore or anything. You can just play this, and I think it's kind of a testament that so many people just played Baldur's Gate 3 this year and enjoyed the heck out of it, and a massive fan base came around it. It won Game of the Year for the Game Awards.
Oh.
Hold on, take it easy.
I haven't played it. We can't make it our Game of the Year.
It was a very big game and it sold really, really well. This is the company who make Divinity, by the way. I can see the roots of Divinity in this, but this game is so much better. To start with, character customization is insane. When I played this game originally, my PC was broken, and this game helped me realize my PC's main fan has been off for months, potentially over a year, and that explains why
this
some
game
games were not
fixed my
working as
PC.
intended. I could not get through character creation because every time this game would crash, and I got to a point where I knew what character I wanted to make, and I made them after like 7 attempts, and then it told me to make another character, and I was like, no! And then I figured out my PC was busted. I was very, very sad and depressed because I thought the world was ending, and then I figured out my fan was not turned on.
Just turn it on, mate.
And I turned it on, and oh my god, I can actually play every single game. And I made a character. I made a half-elf rogue called Pianelius. He's kind of noble, he's dumb, but kind of charismatic and good at heart, but his main focus is kind of fame and he wants to be a famous hero. That's kind of his goal. And I was really surprised that there's so much dialogue and choice in this. It kind of lets you play like that through your dialogue options and how you pick, and different characters will react to you differently based on what you say. There is a ton of choice in this game. It is amazing. It feels like a tabletop role-playing game, like you're playing with a DM, really. Very, very close to Disco Elysium. They're different games, but these two games have given me that experience the closest. I hope some people who I play regular tabletop games aren't hearing this. This is way more fun than playing Pathfinder every week, I'm not gonna lie.
I thought you were gonna say, this is way more fun than playing with you. I'm just gonna play this game instead.
I mean, yeah, I basically said that.
You guys are boring.
I'm sorry. I think it's because of the systems involved and just how polished this game is, but man, this is such an amazing game.
So what you're saying is this should be the standard. Every game should be this good.
Oh, absolutely.
You hear that, everyone? Start crunching. You gotta make games this good now.
I don't think Larian crunched that much to make this, though.
Yeah, but other studios will have to. Think of the indie devs, Caleb. We can't hold them to this standard.
I mean,
it's not realistic.
It depends. I mean, like, AAA games should meet this standard. BioWare making whatever...
They should aim for this standard
Andromeda.
Instead of settling for whatever they're doing now, right?
Yeah, this game is beautiful. It sounds amazing. The voice acting is incredible. My God, some of the voices in this is just... Neil Newborn, the voice of Astarion, won the Game Awards for his voice. He's stunning in this. Everyone is really stunning.
Apparently, it has 46,000 lines of dialogue, which...
Yeah,
apparently
I believe that.
Other games have way more. Like, somehow... Knights of the Old Republic has 200,000 lines of dialogue.
The voice?
I'm not sure, but like I don't like that doesn't make any sense to me. I really feel like some games make that go way further. Like their mileage on that is crazy, and it sounds like the mileage on this is incredible. And it's still a lot of dialogue.
There's so much unique dialogue as well for various decisions. So there was a point in this where Astarion, the vampire character, who I really, really love, he reveals to you he's a vampire and you're not surprised at all. He asks you, like, oh, can I drink your blood? And I'm like, yeah, because I love vampires. So of course I'm going to let you drink my blood. You can kind of just let him keeps drinking and drinking. And I guess, sorry to spoil this for you. If you let him drink too much, you'll just die. But the thing is, the game just doesn't end. You can switch to another companion and revive yourself. And Astarion will actually like comment on this, that he has drunk your blood and killed you. And you have like special options. You can like forgive him. You can just give him a punch in the face because he did kill you. Yeah, that's just one instance.
I've seen a clip of this game, I think, where somebody sacrificed a companion and then they resurrected them.
Yeah, I
all
think
sassy about like, how dare, why did you do this? It's like, it's in the past. It's like, no,
I know that clip.
I'm not gonna hang out with you anymore. You friggin' say you sacrificed me. Look what you did to me. I don't like you anymore. Get away from me.
I don't think I got to that.
I like how characterful they are and expressive. It's very cartoony.
They're all expressive. That's what I love about this game, I think, the most. Actually, I'll talk about that last because it's the best aspect, but this game is so expressive. The NPCs are all really unique and fun. Environments are great. All of the characters look really good. Your character customization has preset faces and stuff, but there's so many options. Every character I've seen of someone's has been really unique. I have some footage of my guy. Maybe I can send to you if you want to slot that in or whatever.
Sure.
My, what manner of place is this? A path to redemption? Or a road to damnation? Hard to say, for your journey is just beginning. Come.
Come now, why play hard to get when you're in deep over your tadpoled head? One skull, two tenants, and no solution in sight.
Yeah, the music, phenomenal. I'm actually listening to it now. I put in the character customization theme. It's great. There's some tracks later on which are phenomenal. People will know what they are with the kind of House of Hope music. Like, oh my god. The characters' like portrait art looks amazing. All the individual items, like the food is drawn immaculately. It looks so tasty. The armors are so unique. Like, you can get tons of different armors and weapons. I was collecting daggers because I was a rogue, and so many of the daggers were just unique looking daggers. It wasn't the same model over and over again. There was at least 8, 10, and then there's unique weapons as well. The combat is like Divinity, but better, more fluid, has more options, has more stuff from 5th D&D, which is weird. You can turn someone into a sheep. I made Astarion, who's meant to be a FIFA rogue, and he was just going around punching people to death. My character had like super jump because of the enchanted boots I was wearing. There's so much creative stuff you can do in this game. Definitely a step up from Divinity. Quests are really good. There's tons of side quests and little routes to explore, little side dungeons. And then you have the main quest, which is really epic and touches on different things to what I'd expect a Dungeons and Dragon games to look at. It looks at some of the more weirder stuff in the 5th universe and tells this grand narrative over 3 acts. It has some pacing problems. The second act, I had some stuff I didn't like. I felt like some of my agency was being taken away from me, and the area doesn't look as snazzy as the first or the third, in my opinion. It's all a bit grey and grim. That's kind of the point, but I would have liked a bit more variety. The story overall is really phenomenal, and it has a lot of strong messaging, I think, of themes about identity and having a sense of self, and then each individual side character has their own themes and stuff there. The ending I really loved. I was a little worried because people were saying it was rushed in the third act, and I believe it is. There's some things which definitely feel a little unfinished and unpolished in the final area. I hope they add them back in a definitive edition. But the actual ending sequence I really enjoyed. There's a really epic final battle where a lot of cool stuff happens. I'm not going to really spoil much. And there's some cool decisions. It was a bit sad, and it did feel a little unfinished, but I'm happy it was there. And they've subsequently added an epilogue to the game where your characters will talk to you like 6 months after the story's ended. I haven't seen this yet. I tried to do it. That was originally like a big thing people wanted. I wanted to. It wasn't like the deal breaker for me, but I'm super glad it's there. I hopefully can get an epilogue, but it is in there now, which is good. So I'm not going to dock it points for that. And they're constantly adding things back into the game as well. New fixes, new features, and hopefully they'll just add more for the definitive edition. The best thing about this game, though, is the companions. I think the companions in this game are the best companions in any game ever. Okay, minus like Kim in Disco Elysium. He's like on the same tier as these guys, but Disco Elysium only has Kim. Baldur's Gate 3 has Shadowheart, who is a princess. Like, I love her so much. Karlach is super cool and lovable, and hell, like, I want to cry like all the time with some of her story stuff. Astarion is beautiful and amazing. One of the coolest vampire characters ever. Then you have like Gale, Will as well, Lae'zel. All of them like can be someone's favorite character ever, like easily. Phenomenal and so deep and rich, and they can take different directions in their stories based on your impact or their own impact. And there's a bunch of other side characters too who don't get quite as much treatment, but are also very, very cool. They definitely are the blood of this game, though. They're very, very special.
This pulls the question into mind. I remember our first game of the year, at the end, you said, I don't know what will beat Disco Elysium, if anything ever beats Disco Elysium, and you're kind of hinting that it might be in the same ballpark.
It's close. By the way, this is multiplayer too. I gotta add that in. Ooh. I did a multiplayer run. My character, princey, noble thief, who kind of ended up being a bard as well. I kind of had a nice arc with him. I never ended up romancing anyone, which was very interesting to me. Not because like the game told me not to, or because I'm asexual or anything. I don't know, my character never ended up fitting with anyone and ended up befriending everyone in a really natural way to me. I guess he kind of learnt valuing fame less and valuing friends more. There was a nice little moral in it for me and my character.
I like that.
Then I played multiplayer with one of my friends, and we decided to make Dragonborn twins. And I played this Dragonborn lady who's a paladin, and I have killed most of the main characters. I am an oath-breaking paladin in that, and I'm taking a complete different direction, and it's really funny and wild, and I feel very sad when I kill off characters. But you can just do this in this game, and the game will still function and work in very weird ways. Just a good multiplayer experience, and you can play with up to 4 people. I can't wait until we finish Divinity 1 and 2 because we can play this, and this game is so good. This game's amazing.
What you're saying about romance, kind of what I was saying about with Mass Effect, how I didn't really feel like the need to romance anyone. Also, asexual people can still have relationships, Caleb.
I know, but I kind of meant aromantic people, I guess. Yeah, the romance in this is very good. It was very raunchy at the beginning, which was definitely what drew me to the game a little bit. That was the kind of character I wanted to play, but it didn't pan out that way. The scenes I did have with some of the characters were very, very intimate and just very sweet. There was a dancing scene which was beautiful. There's a scene where you have like wine with someone, just watching the stars. And some of these scenes I think have like non-romantic variants as well, which are very nice. There's also a lot of sex in this, and I think it's done in a really cool way. I like how it's represented in this. This game is good in that aspect. It's very good in the representation aspect as well. I do like how many gay characters and stuff there are in this, but there was a point where it felt like there was like one area later on where every couple I found was gay, and I was kind of like...
Oh, and you have a problem with that, Caleb.
I don't have I might have a problem with that.
It sounds like you do. It's okay. You can have a problem.
I have a problem that... I don't know, it was just a very, like, in this one area, there was, like, maybe that race of gnomes is more gay or something. I know that just, I noticed that and I thought it was a bit weird.
Like,
but
maybe they're not gay, and just the women gnomes also have beards.
I think you're making this weird.
I'm not making
but
anything weird.
In general, I like the amount of representation in this game of queer people. It embraces that like really strongly, has a great cast. Whether this is better than Disco Elysium is difficult though, because I did have crashes, there was unfinished bits, there's still more that needs to be added to this game. It is masterpiece potential. It's really hard to say right now. I think it has the potential to be my favorite game maybe, but right now it isn't quite. Maybe I'll play it again and I'll change my mind. I put A tier down originally, but with some of the recent changes, it has become an S.
That sounds good though. I hope that I can enjoy it. I'm sensitive with some subject matter, but it also sounds like it might be down my alley, but I think if anything, I can enjoy it with a friend or whatnot, even if I don't play it by myself.
You can 100% avoid it. I think there's a mode to turn off the sexual content.
Oh, well, you know, Cyberpunk had that, but it didn't work. I wish I could play in D&D, but I can't find the opportunity to get people to play with me, so having this sounds really cool.
It's I think the perfect thing to be like that. If you can't play D&D, this is a really great stand-in.
It's probably better.
Probably better than a lot of campaigns, to be honest.
Roki Groki. So very interesting that you choose to pick that game for your special pick. Because my special pick is the same thing.
What? Huh?
I said, can you hear me?
Genre of game?
Game based on a tabletop RPG.
Really?
Yeah.
Cyberpunk 2077?
I think I would actually rather cut off my nipples than play that game again.
A side note, I had a lot of fun playing Cyberpunk 2077.
Oh, I don't want to hear about it.
Earlier this year.
So my special pick, because that's what we're talking about right now, is Vampire the Masquerade Swan Song. Whee! Yes, so just like Baldur's Gate 3, it's based off of a tabletop RPG. Everybody's loving Baldur's Gate 3. It's an S-tier game. Me over here, I've not played D&D, guys. I play Vampire the Masquerade. What do people think about my special pick? GameSpot gives it a 4 out of 10. IGN gives it a 5. PC Gamer gives it a 5 also. So we're looking pretty good here. I think we're kind of on par right now of the caliber of games we're talking about here. I know that I have some A-tier games, but they were pretty much games I've already played before, basically. So this is my special pick. this is the best game I played this year that was this year's game. This game's kind of tricky because as I was playing it, it really... Sometimes I didn't like it. Other times I was really engrossed in it. I've only played a bit of Bloodlines, and apparently a lot of people say, oh, this game's about the story, but this is basically the story every Vampire the Masquerade game tells. For me, I still found it kind of a bit surprising, and there was definitely some twists and turns. It's like a narrative RPG. So you play as 3 characters, and it's set in Boston. You do missions as each of the characters across like 3 different nights while this incident is happening, and you can upgrade your hacking skills, and your detective skills, and your Tremere bloodline abilities, like Auspex, Selenity, the dashing one, the future prediction thing. It's like an RPG, but it's narrative based. There's not really any combat. It's all talking. There's some detective work and puzzle solving too, which was actually okay. Decent. I didn't really get stuck that much. I did get very remarkably stuck a couple times, but not too often. So a lot of people complain about this game, but you know what? Looking back at it overall, I think it was pretty good. So you play as 3 characters between missions. You bounce between them. We have who is a Toreador, who's like very fashionable and stylish. We have Caleb Bazori, who is a Ventru, my favorite character out of the 3, I think. And then we have Leisha, who is a Malkavian, which is interesting. I don't think I really get to see them too much. Each character is separate, and you get to choose and pick different skills. The setup is basically the Second Inquisition come to Boston. Oh no! And there's like a massacre that you hear about. And so there's a code red, everything's being shut down, all the documents are being slashed, and everybody gets called underground. And this game has a very poor first impression. First area is pretty awful and boring and uninteresting. The Prince of Boston, she is not very likable, and her voice actor is really, really bad. It's one of the worst voice performances I think I've ever heard. It doesn't match at all. Super disjointed, very odd, peculiar accent that doesn't really match their character at all. I thought it was a sign that, oh, this game's not going to be good. But thankfully, most of the voice actors are pretty good, but it's not a consistent quality. But there are some really good performances. For some reason, such a main character as the Prince, they really dropped the ball on that one, I believe. There's this massacre that's happened downtown, and the Prince is mobilizing forces to try and figure out what's going on. And the whole pretense of the story is, we definitely think someone has given out this information to the Second Inquisition. So people are pointing fingers, people are upset. A lot of vampires have already died. Half of them have already died in the city, supposedly, in this one attack. There was a party downtown and such like that. I'm gonna break into the characters. I liked her a lot at first because she was stylish, she was cool, and in an early mission, you go to like these warlocks, but you get trapped in this crazy realm that's like a prisoner realm, and you lose all your memories, and then you have to explore the level and find your memories. You be alive in World War II, and you had to flee to the United States, and you remember your romances and your primogen. You have a close relationship with your primogen, and sexy stuff like that, I suppose. This is definitely a kind of a sexy scene, I suppose, that I was very, very uncomfortable about. So I didn't like how I was forced into that bit. I would have liked if that was optional, but it was a little graphic for me. There's certain stuff that raises your suspicions, so like when you're cleaning out the vampire hideout, if you leave documents laying around, it raises your the suspicion of the Second Inquisition. If you keep like feeding off of too many people, start eating like a bunch of rats to get your hunger back up. Because basically every single action you take takes hunger. Using like high maneuverability, jumping from place to place, which is mandatory in some bits. Using your abilities, using your skills. There's also dialogue skills, because you have willpower and hunger, and you have to balance those two things and find items that help that. And like feeding from rats too much will also raise suspicion, but you can get some hunger back to do some more dialogue options. And basically it's this like really big balance of trying to explore the level, trying to not leave anything behind, trying to not do these actions that are suspicious, trying to conserve your willpower for choices that matter, trying to win dialogue confrontations, trying to get information out, because it all comes together apparently, and the higher the suspicion is, the more challenges you will face later in like tomorrow or the next night or later that night with other characters too. Everything's very tense, every action matters, every little thing, as meaningful as it may seem, might reveal an important clue. There's like hidden walls, there's characters you can talk to. I remember the first kind of disappointing moment I had was when you come out of this this dimension where you lost your memories. I scoured everywhere and looked every little corner, and I came out and I missed 1 out of like 8, and so it wasn't good enough. And so, oh no, you don't get all your memories back, and you don't get this, and now you have bad. So I felt like often I was punished really harshly for missing stuff. Maybe a bit too harshly. With Galeb, there's some cool stuff, like you get to sneak, pretend to be a security guard and see this police officer thing, and you can press your will against people to do what you want. And like in every level, there's at least one conversation, dialogue confrontation, where you're only allowed so many misses, and you really have to use all your willpower and use some hunger techniques to like get every little scrap, because they're majorly important. But if you fail them, you fail them, and you might not be able to piece together what's going to happen. You can just fail very important stuff. You can miss very important clues. So everything feels tense and everything feels important. With Alacia, she just came out of like this coma for a long time, and the prince is trying to use her for her precognition. She has like visions, and she sees the future in ways. So, and you have this little kid that you have around you. She's like your daughter. You call her like Sugar Fangs. You dress like a Redditor. At first she seems pretty cringy, but I warmed up to her, and she was my second favorite by the end. I found her voice acting really drove me up the wall. She's like, so like chill back and sassy, even when you're doing stuff like betraying your best friend. You'll make little jokes and like, I'm just so cool. Super annoying. Sometimes she really got on my nerves. But for me, this game, it went some surprising ways. There's some really cool places to find. Insanely scary section that almost gave me a heart attack. Where just all of a sudden there's a werewolf, and you have to like hide, and it's just so intense. The sound design in this game is really good, and I actually really like the music. It went from nostalgic to like rock to metal to atmospheric to like almost lullaby-ish. Some really cool stuff there. And as you get through the game, the settings get more interesting, stakes get raised more and more and more. There is some really gory, gross bits too, so there is like a content warning there. It just built up the game, and by the end there was this crazy sections where like you actually had to manually go to a database where there's literally thousands of entries, thousands of notes and emails, like actually, right? And the Second Inquisition is on your heels. There's one door in between you, and they're like cutting open the door with like a blowtorch, and you have to find out who's the traitor and use all the clues that your characters have found out so far. And you have to like look through the database, look for key words and stuff like that. You find something, they mention this code word, they mention they have an informant. You have to look up informant, look up informant Inquisition, downtown Boston, and you actually have to figure out and data breach through thousands of documents and find out who it is. I did have like a crash at this point, so I had to redo it, and basically it all changed, so it was a different puzzle every time, like the same thing, but like what I did the first time didn't work the second time because I started with different keywords, which is interesting. But it just feels high stakes. I'd say the biggest issue is that if you do miss something, you really feel like you're missing out. And I didn't get to replay it because it is kind of a really slow game, and it took me like maybe 12 or 13 hours to play through. And you could play it several times over, and it's just too slow and too much an investment to like see every ending or see every choice. It's way too much, I feel like. But I did feel what I did was mine, and consequences came my way, like definitely. And there's some really big twists, like with Leisha, you find out that your daughter, who's been hanging around with you, is actually not real. Like, she's this vision, and your doctor's like, you need to start taking these pills and she'll disappear, and you can choose to either live with this girl that you've made up in your head, or choose to get the support and say, I need to get better, I'll take the pills. Then there's a plot twist later that she's actually real, and you were imagining that she existed, but she is actually real somewhere else, and it's terrible, and you see her get shot, and then you have to save her, and the last acts with Leisha are insane and super cool, and it's just a cool thing. A lot of people don't like her, and she seems kind of cringy. To me, I love her, super invested with her. I liked how she was in such a precarious position, her mental health was unstable, she came back from like years of coma, now she's in this mess, and she's trying to find her daughter and get back like the one thing that she loves, and she does it in clever ways, but you can allow her to snap and do some crazy stuff. Or you can make her reserved and you can save your willpower for saving your daughter. But you can just waste that willpower on just like crushing Inquisition members' minds and just like really being cruel back and brutal. Final act, the reveal of who was actually the traitor. It was not very satisfying. The end of the game, my character literally scruffles in a cutscene for about 3 minutes with a character that was were close to. I won't say exactly who it was. And then you just get stabbed. And then that's kind of the end of the game, and my other character, they both just left. It wasn't a satisfying ending. There was a cool bit with Galeb Bizori, and Galeb is just super cool, like his voice is intimidating. Coolest bit is that he's the oldest vampire in the whole of Boston. So you play like a youngish vampire, you play a Malkavian, and then you play like a super old, well-respected vampire. I feel like with Vampire the Masquerade, you're always playing like this new, quippy, young character. Like with DJ Clot, when I played in the tabletop, like I was brand new, I had no idea what's going on. But to play as Galeb Bizori, it's so cool because you'll come up to someone and you'll talk to another vampire and they're like, oh, it's you! Oh, I hear about you! And they like bow and they respect you and they listen to what you say, and you have like this intimidating growl, you're like fed up with the world, you think you've seen everything. And oh my goodness, Galeb sneaks into the Inquisition Brotherhood, or like this, like the Pope, they're like connected to the Vatican. There's like this high priest thing, and it was like talking about the church, and then you confront him, and it's so, I want to talk about this, maybe a little bit of spoilers right here, but basically he's like this big guy who like represents the Catholic Church or the Vatican or something like that, and he's like leading these vampire hunts, and he's brutal. Like, he's sending the Inquisition in. They seem to have so much power. You're scared the whole time, and it's interesting because these people are like trying to protect the common good. That and you're like, yeah, I'm the vampire, I'm kind of the bad guy, but at the same time, don't we have a right to live? And you find this man, you track him down. He is told to have this legend where he can like shrug off anything. Galeb Bizori, this very old vampire who like you're really good at like persuading people, like crushing their minds and stuff like that, like making them do your thing. If you try to do that with him, he's like, I can see what you're doing, that's not gonna work on me. No matter how much hunger, how much willpower you use, you can't use your vampire powers against this guy. He's got like this holy protection, and he's so righteous. When he touches you, it burns you. It feels like, how on earth am I supposed to persuade this guy to give up? Like, I can't use my vampire powers. What are you gonna do, Galeb? It's so tense because you're only allowed so many fails, and I'm like trying to like convince him, like, oh, what you're doing is wrong, this and that, and he's like, no. he's so sure in his beliefs. There's the whole list of options, and you really have to think in this game. Like, you can't just pick randomly. You have to be paying attention, and I'm like, how do I get through to this guy? How do I scare him? How do I make him back off? How do I intimidate him? I can't seem to get through to him. He's like, why? Why do you exist? What good reason is there for vampires to exist? They can't live by themselves. They're parasites. They're leeches. Tell me one reason why you're here. And to say, like, we're powerful or we're better than humanity, he spits at that. What do I say? And what you do is you basically convince him that you turn his beliefs against him. So he's so strong. He's the man of God, right? And the only way that you can, like, actually get through to him and break his will is by saying, like, humanity is terrible, and us vampires are the reaction to that. We are your predators, we are your prey. And Caleb bares his fangs, and he basically strikes this fear into this guy who the whole game has seemed immovable and intimidating. And you convince this person that that vampires aren't a creature of evil, but that they're basically sent by God to be the boogeyman for humanity who's sinning. And so it has, like, these spiritual themes. Do vampires, like, are they actually the good guys? And yet in this one moment, like, you just on the fly, you're like, hey, how's this? And you just completely turn this man who the whole game has been so intimidating to just, he's trembling on the spot, he urinates over himself or something, and, like, all of a sudden his eyes just go wide and he realizes, I'm the prey, and Caleb Bazuri kills him. And you're like, holy moly, that was the most climactic, tense thing ever. And it's cheesy, it's vampire-ish, it's a bit gory and stuff like that, but just the ending is just like, holy moly, that is so cool, and so, like, the voice acting was amazing. This game, yeah, if you make a little mistake, it's gonna punish you hard. It's really repetitive. I had to replay a lot of scenes because of the saving issue and crashing, and voice acting sometimes not so great. But man, there are some scenes that blew me away. Even though the ending wasn't that great, the bit with Leisha and her child near the end, like their final act, and Caleb against this main antagonist rising to the occasion. The writing goes from, like, to, like, holy moly, you know what I'm saying? The soundtrack's cool. I've been listening to the soundtrack, jamming out to it, and, oh man, this game puts its worst foot forwards, and it finishes off with its best move. It's not a perfect game, but if you stick with it, maybe look up some guides for some of those really annoying and obtuse puzzles, it has some awesome moments to it. And it is literally the best game I played this year, that I began this year. Not Gloom, not FTL, which I played other years. When I think about 2023, the only good game I can fully associate with 2023 is this game. Soundtrack, cool moments, cool characters, crazy horror bit that made my heart almost give up. Whew! The web of choices you can have, definitely replayable, but I'd wait a few years because it is kind of a sluggish, you can't do one playthrough after the other. Really, I was thinking I'd give this a B, but I'm gonna give it a low A tier. Yeah, the heights really outdo the awful, really bad beginning act and a lot of the inconsistencies, but it has some good stuff in it.
Interesting. I haven't really heard about this, even as, like, a Vampire the Masquerade fan. Just kind of people just saying, like, oh, it came out because a lot of Vampire the Masquerade games have come out recently, other than Bloodlines 2, which is still being made.
Are you sure about
it? Sounds interesting. It definitely sounds gunky. For a while, I was wondering why this is your special pick, because I thought this was going to be like a C or a D tier.
I thought it was at the beginning. Like, thought I was going to give it a B, but I think I'm going to give it an A, because, like, I don't have anything else. This has to be an A. It did leave an impression on me. It is a low A, but I think it's just manages to get up there.
Some of the plot points sound interesting, and the selection of characters there sounds good. You got a couple different clans and different ages of vampire. Like you said, people usually only get to play young vampires. That's because of, like, power creep. Like, the older vampires are so strong they're really difficult.
Yeah,
to,
in this game, like Caleb
balance
wasn't any
in
stronger.
games
He
like
had the
this,
same
and
stats,
in
but
tabletop games.
socially, people reacted to him way different. And with other characters, if you just like asked, like, "Oh, can I have that?" They'd be like, "No, what do you think you're doing? Like, I'm not giving you this." But if you're Caleb, some characters would be like, "Oh, of course, take it." And that's where his power came from with his age. Like, he wasn't too much stronger, but
Yeah,
he was
they're
written
very,
and given missions that were way harder, but they were about as easy as the other ones, even though they were higher stakes. And then some characters held you in more respect than the prince.
That sounds cool. The stuff with the Inquisition sounds a little. I know they're going heavy on the Inquisition in V5. I've never heard of a strong character who can just kind of burn people by touch. That kind of stuff with religion and vampires is very interesting. So I just did an essay looking into them and their kind of connections.
How are they gonna
to
like write religious themes into this? But they did it in a good way.
Vampires and religion are intricately.
No, but like in terms
together.
of like a game's narrative, like how like what are they gonna approach? And I think they did it in a really interesting way that had my favorite moment.
I mean, you can very easily
tie them in, but do it well.
Just the existence of vampires. I don't know. Something clicked with me this year with how like vampires are this group of weirdos, really, who are the oddballs who are persecuted by the dominant religion of the time. Just kind of makes sense in historical like fields. It's the same with witches, like people who differed from the norm, who were hunted down by whoever was powerful in that period. So they've always been perceived as monsters and villains. But I don't know. I think there's tons more nuance with them, so maybe it taps into that.
My hand is bleeding though, which is nice. I feel like the heights of my game were like the standard for your game with writing.
Maybe
this is the best I had. Okay, I can't be like, this is my special pick for the year. It's a B tier.
I want to say maybe I'll have a bad year next year, but I'm not gonna let myself have a bad year for video games.
It's not worth it. What are we doing now, Caleb? What's up? That's all our games, right? Yay!
Section?
Welcome to the awards show!
The awards, Game of the Year awards.
Yes.
Biggest rat award.
Oh, jeez. Okay, so I suppose let's just do it. What was your game of the year, Caleb? What's your top games?
I think like last year, when I gave Elden Ring my primary game of the year, I think, or game that came out this year, I think Baldur's Gate 3 deserves the spot there. It came out this year, it was phenomenal, and it impacted so many people, and is just such a quality product. I think it's a better game than Elden Ring as well, so that definitely puts it above. In terms of like my favorite game, that's actually really difficult, because I had a ton of really good games this year. I think I'm just going to go with Baldur's Gate, because I don't know if I can kind of fight Layton and Hades and Baldur's Gate in my head over each other. Yeah, I'm just going to go.
Usually
I had a bunch of S tiers this year, but I think I need to put Baldur's Gate above them.
Okay, well, I'm going to put Vampire the Masquerade Swan Song up there, just because, like I said, when I think of this year in games, like, it is the game that really jumps out at me in a positive way. And I think I'm going to put the Mass Effect Remaster up there too, because I played that when I was feeling really, really depressed, and it was so nice to get to replay that game, and I had a good time with it, and I gave it an A, so yeah. Game of the Year, Mass Effect Remastered, and Swan Song. Now, you had many to pick from for that category. I have many for this next one.
The Grotty.
We did the Goatee, now we're doing the Grotty, the Gripes of the Year. So what was the worst game you played this year, Caleb?
I'm pretty sure it's Yomi Hustle.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I've refunded that. I just think it's a bad game. Bad name for fighting games. Like, what the hell? Play Guilty Gear Strive instead.
So mine, I'm sorry, I can't pick one. I'm gonna put Naruto Ultimate Ninja Storm. I'm gonna put The Surge down there.
Naruto?
I'm going to put Turnip Boy down there. I'm gonna put Balan's down there. Minecraft Bedrock's down there. 21 Plus Garfield Kart's down there. Everything's that Realm of the Perpetual. Everything. Half of my list is down here, but that's a bit unfair. I feel like putting The Surge, but I can't. I'm putting Balan WonderWorld and Garfield Kart Furious Racing. Balan for being literally the worst game ever. It's right. It's like it's trying to It feels like it's trying to rival Super Monkey Ball for me. And Garfield Kart Furious Racing for having 6 years to make a worse product and not even fixing the left drift. Worst games of the year: Garfield Kart Furious Racing and Balan WonderWorld. That's my final pick. So many bad games this year.
Yeah, not your ceiling, your basement, I guess, was horrible. The low tier games on your list, that's some of the worst. Just
I have 4
things
F
imaginable.
tiers.
Yeah, that's bad.
Okay, that is bad. So let's move on to the next one. Best ongoing game. Who's winning?
I think I gotta give it a Strive. I played a bunch of Strive this year. I think the Steam replay thing is out right now, and that'll probably tell me that I've played more Strive this year than I did last year, because I just kept playing it. An amazing fighting game. Multiple DLC characters unlocked this year, which are all great. Johnny, Elfelt, Bedman, Asuka. Asuka's insane. Has a whole like Yu-Gi-Oh card gimmick to him. It is one of my favorite games. It's definitely an S tier game now for me. So definitely best ongoing.
Okay, good. I'm glad to hear that. I was thinking about giving it to Gloom, but I kind of finished that this year, so it's not really ongoing, although I'd love to give it an award just to shout it out. I'm going to have to give it to Rome Total War, because I did my Thrace campaign this year, and I just started a Britain one, and I love it. It's my comfort game now, especially as I don't have Dark Souls 2 anymore. Almost 1 year clean. Thank you very much. Rome Total War.
Nice.
For our next category, we have the best co-op game, the best friend game, best game we
played or with other friends.
Well, I think last year we did it that we've played together.
Yeah,
but we've not really played much this year. So.
I'd probably give it to Da Vinci Original Sin again if it was just us two.
I did play it in the woods. I was outside.
Yeah, that was pretty.
So
cool.
let's do a joint. So let's raise up Divinity Original Sin again. It was not the second one. It was the first one. But then what's the best game that you've played with someone else this year? Is it Baldur's Gate? Or Lethal Company?
That's hard. I want to say I'd say Strive again maybe, but I'm not gonna give it to that twice. That's hard. Baldur's Gate is cool. I think Lethal Company though, just as an experience with friends, just really fun.
Yeah, I'm gonna give mine to Call of Duty Advanced Warfare, because I've been playing with my brother recently, and he's gotten into it. We've really had fun together. We're kind of coming off to the end, but it was nice to play multiplayer with someone. And we started to do Exo Survival, and I've gotten a lot more life out of that game now. Still, it's C tier because of what they did with zombies. But there's even a few maps that I haven't played, and I got to play some game modes like Bomb Defuse that I just couldn't play when I was playing it by myself. And my brother's had a bunch of fun, so it's been a bonding experience there. Call of Duty Advanced Warfare.
Nice.
And that's it. That's the awards.
What about the Game Journalist of the Year award?
Oh, well, that's Jeff Green.
Hi.
Oh, of course.
There is a surprise award, though, because you did a surprise category last year.
Did I?
This year, I have one for you.
Sure.
We're going to pick a game for each other to play next year. So,
okay.
My choice of game, you have to play, and your choice of game, I have to play. And we'll hear about that next year on the list. So it's a game we have to play and we have to talk about next year.
Sure. Yeah, that's fun.
You could say Silent Hill 2, or you could say Homecoming if you don't like it. And you don't have to play all the way through, but you got to give it a go, and you got to have a place for it for next year.
That's a tough one. Yeah, I think I know what I'm gonna pick.
Don't tell me there's a third Garfield card game. Okay, I think I have a pick too, actually.
Sure.
What is your choice for the Game Exchange?
Game Exchange. Yeah.
What's your Game Exchange award going to?
I thought about this. I was thinking about some PS2 games, but I think I bought you this game a few years ago, and I'm not sure if you've played it at all. I'm going to say Disco Elysium.
Ooh, okay.
It is
Yeah, I've not
100%
played it yet.
worth playing. I'm pretty sure I bought you it, so yeah,
Good, thank you
try it
very
out.
much.
It's still my favorite game. So
Thank
yeah.
you, thank you. Awesome. I'm gonna give you a game I really like too. I'm gonna say, Caleb, go play Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic.
Okay, I was thinking you're gonna say Dark Souls 2 then, but sure. Yeah, I have KOTOR somewhere.
Cool.
That'll be
Perfect.
interesting.
I'll hear about it next year. I hope you like it.
Yeah, that'll be cool next year.
So next year you'll be hearing about these two games again, Knights of the Old
Yeah.
Republic, the original, and Disco Elysium. But Caleb,
Oh no, I only have Knights of the Old Republic 2. I'll have to. I'll pick up number 1.
get number 1. It's cheap.
It'll be on
And
sale.
I do
Christmas.
believe that the sequel is like an actual sequel in some ways.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
yeah. Oh no.
Don't we usually talk about what we're thinking about playing next year?
Yep, that's what we're doing next.
Okay.
That's the transition.
Yeah, games I'm playing next year. So I guess KOTOR. I said Half-Life earlier as well.
Yeah, that's another one I could have given you.
Play more Ace Attorney. I played a tiny bit of the Great Ace Attorney this year. I might go back to that. But in January, the Ace Attorney Apollo Justice Collection is coming out for Switch. And I kind of want to get back to that instead of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. So I'm thinking of just selling my Pokemon games and trading in for that.
Good.
I also started No More Heroes the other day while I was on a trip. So I think I might play that next year as well. So finish No More Heroes. The rest, I just don't have any idea of what I'm going to play. I'm going to try to figure it out maybe in January. Yeah, there's a couple of games. There's no big games next year I'm super looking forward to, I don't think, like Armored Core 6 other than Ace Attorney Collection. Maybe I'll pick up Armored Core 6 and actually play it like I said I would.
Oh yeah. Okay, so my games that I'm thinking of playing is absolutely 100% I'm going to be playing Dark Souls 3. It's a long time coming. I'm going to play it. Gonna move on
Maybe
to the
I'll
series.
play it as well.
I gotta get an Elden Ring at some point, right? So it's a tradition of mine that I get a Dark Souls game on my birthday because they're usually released around then too. So I'm gonna be playing Dark Souls 3 for its 8th anniversary. Yes, that's right. And I'm going to do it.
Let me jump on.
I'm going to try and get as far as possible. I'm going to do a PewDiePie and see how far I can get with no deaths. I've been training all these years for this. Literally, I found out about Dark Souls when Dark Souls 3 released, and I'm like, one day I'm going to play that and see how far I get without dying. And now it's going to happen. Other games I'm planning on playing next year, I'm going to replay Neir Automata. I have a lot of games everywhere. I have itch.io games, I have miscellaneous games in my files, my 2DS, PC, on Steam, Epic Games, a bunch of different platforms. I have emulators, I have my PS4. So I think every month I'm going to try and be like, I'm going to play a few games on my DS. I'm going to play a few emulated games, so I'm going to try and play on a diverse amount of platforms, and most importantly, I'm going to be playing some good games this year, not next year, not like this year. I'm not going to play another freaking Garfield card, not going to touch that guy who makes 18, 21 plus. I'm going to avoid bad games. I'm not going to play Balan's WonderWorld or anything of that quality.
I think you've played all the bad games.
I think I've played them all. They're all gone.
No
all I have is Risk of Rain 2, and I know how to avoid that now that Kayla's informed me. I'm going to have a good year in terms of games. I'm going to play good games. I'm going to play Dark Souls 3, and maybe 2 a little bit. But Dark Souls 3! It can't get worse than this, right?
Flash forward. Put this at the beginning of next year.
My
and
special
it's like a flashback.
My special pick is Tetris. It's the only good game I played.
Last time on Game of the Year.
Game of the Year 1980 was like, oh yeah, Caleb, I played Pong this year, S tier.
We should do.
I just played Galactica. It's something incredibly new, but the noises are really annoying. B tier. Yo, I just played this ET game. It's pretty fire.
Oh boy, that would be kind of funny to do, actually. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited for next year.
Yeah,
This was a good year for me.
Oh yeah, and I'll be playing The Surge too.
Oh no.
I'm not. If it's bad though, I'm not gonna spend 25 hours on it. If it's like bad, I play 2 hours. I'm like, not wasting my time. Bye. Yeah, I hope it's gonna be. It's gotta be a little bit better than this year. So that's what we're doing.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I'll have Disco Elysium, so it can't be too bad.
I think that's a phenomenal game.
Yeah, I mean, I should have at least an S next year with Disco. Also.
I hope so. Hope you like it. If you don't, oh well.
Yeah.
I think you'll appreciate it artistically, at least.
Oh, definitely. It's got orange and blue. Well, Caleb, that brings to a close many hours. More hours than we expected. But it was good. I enjoyed re-recording it with you.
Yeah, it was fun.
Any last words? It's the end of the year. Won't do this for another whole year.
Yeah, this is always the highlight of my year. I always enjoy this immensely, and I look forward to it every December. Can't wait for people to hear this in June.
I'm making a promise. This is coming out in February.
Okay. Wow. Okay. I believe in you. I think you can do it.
I can do it. The message from my future self. Don't ever give The Surge another chance. Just don't play it. Play something else. And also, I hope I have a good next year. Times have been tough. It's been a difficult year. Not just playing bad games, but just it's been difficult. So I hope future me is looking back at a good 2024, and I hope anyone listening has a good 2024 also. God bless you all, and stay away from Garfield Kart.
Have a great year.
Bye.
Stay away from Garfield.
Bye kids. Bye adults. Bye pets. Bye fish.
Bye Teletubbies. Teletubbies, bye-bye.
And screw AI art. Yeah.
Let's go.
Oh, we did it, Caleb. Oh.
Finally.
I feel like I'm a different person. Oh.
Now I can not talk to you for 1 year.
12 months. My hand's still bleeding. Okay, we are ready. What do you have? What do you have, Trentin? What do you have, Caleb?
What do you mean? What do I have? 25 games.
Oh, you got 25 games. Okay. I have almond milk with cocoa powder.
Oh, I see.
I have 2 pieces of toast. I got a peanut butter.
Banoffee?
And then I got strawberry jam and banoffee spread.
There we go. That's perfect.
Yeah.
I've only got like cold coffee mixed with like oat protein milk.
What the hell?
It is the cheapest milk.
Okay.
Tasting my cereal.
Tasting my cereal. Come on.
Think of all the money.
What?
Think of all that ad revenue.
I don't know. Not everybody is in it for the money, Caleb. I'll talk about Canadians and Americans later.
Those scum.
No, not quite. No. They're nice.
Yeah,
they're
nice.
people.
Till they're not.
They're people until they weren't.
They're demons. No, they're fine. I have American friends.
I have black friends.
Black friends.
I have black friends. I'm sitting on a yoga ball right now.
Oh no.
No, it's nice.
That would be nice actually.
You know what? There was an earthquake yesterday here too. My life is so crazy.
Yeah. You mentioned that.
Yeah. Not like a bad one. It was like a 4.9, but it was quite a while away. But I was just sat in my room, and it felt like either somebody came in and slammed the door harder than any one person could, or like a car, because we're right next to a car park. Like a car like didn't smash through our house, but felt like it bumped into the house. Like the whole house shook like once and twice, like that. And I was like, "Whoa, what was that?" Yeah.
I remember there was like a tiny one here once, but that's it.
This is better than Garfield Kart. This is better than talking about Garfield Kart.
I like the meme you made. It was very quick.
I think it would be a good meme template.
This is better than Garfield Kart. This is better than talking about Garfield Kart. This is better than finding out the youth work is upstairs.
Oh no, that's horrible.
Oh goodness me. Okay. Hey.
That's embarrassing.
It's okay.
Hi. Hi.
Are you sure about?
Hi. Hi.
Are you sure?
Hi. Hi.
Are you sure about?
Hi. Hi.
Are you sure about? Are you sure about?
Chalpy?
Chalpy?
Cleebloid? Would you like
Yes,
to
Billy Boy number 2. I will do the audio sync now.
Cleebloid, that's my new nickname for you.
Blip 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 spread.
We have to do it so I can actually line it up. It has to be.
And I've got some Nobly Globe.
We need to punctuate this. Come on.
Okay, I'll do it normally. And I've got some banoffee bread.
Cocoa Pops. Sorry, try that again.
I'd rather have a bowl of
Come on.
bread.
I'd rather have a bowl of bread. Okay, stop. Stop. There's a problem with the audio. This game's cursed.
You.
Okay,
Why?
it's okay now. You just cut off completely for like 10 seconds. It's fine now. There's something cursed about this game. Go on.
Oh my god. I hate this game. Where you think, if you think they're dead people or if you think they're sleeping people. Where you think, if you think they're dead people or if you think they're sleeping people. If you think they're dead people or if you think they're sleeping people. If you think they're dead people or if you think they're sleeping people. Where you think, if you think they're dead people or if you think they're sleeping people. Okay, there we go.
Gotta put it in my banoffee. Dead.
Got my banoffee Glock.
In my banoffee spread. Okay. Holy moly. Or why mo shindairu nani?